The War Hero by Michael Lieber, narrated by Peter Walters. Opening prologue, The Voice of Creation. The greatest redemption is between the war of two evils. Their very retaliation reveals their goodly nature. But this, as a statement, does not apply to you. Not you, my dovely darlings, my P and V of perfect porcelain. Simple to the ear, but true nonetheless. Boys will be boys, and girls will be girls. In short, you can do no wrong in my eyes. If I had any, of course. I remember everything, but to be specific, the day you were born, all tiny tips and terrible tantrums you were, dancing a careless phantasm that I still often envy, the adolescent sulk of blissful melancholy, your first kiss and the pressure of profession everlasting. You cursed me then once, and then again in your middle-aged, load-bearing weight of servility, a father, mother, martyr, and lover, and alas, my jaded doves, that graceful flight of old, the waddling decade of crimson velvet, coupled with an overwhelming wave of technology that appears so frightening to the plagued brain of cherry-picked nostalgia, shrinking, ever shrinking to that inevitable blue-veined, serpented limb, outstretched to a cracked ceiling, mutely crying my harrowing name, praying and pleading for one last adventure. So many lives, I'm cursed more times than I ever could bear, but please, please realize that even in your last fragile moments, I will forever be your gentle svelte, with rosy cheeks as you are, were and always shall be, my little ones, and although I may grow brutal and hidish, my attention turned by tender tadpoles of light, I will never forget you. I can't forget you, which is why I so want you to understand me. After all, I understand you. At least, I think I have that capacity. And as a consequence, I have only just now realized how god-awfully depressing I've just been. So, let us raise ourselves, comrades. Let us open our gullets and pour warm liquid chocolate down till we grow bright with its wild warmth. Let us breathe fully into our eager lungs and admire the view, however bleak it may seem, for this journey is not for the weak. It is for the painted braves, the worse of the willing, and can be found in the reluctant, sleeping brain of a freshly trenched and now newly bedded boy soldier of barely eligible age as far as death is concerned. But to my disembodied throbbings, this predicament is quite matter-of-fact. He lays under a canvas canopy between khaki-coloured sheets. He's labelled a soldier. He's got himself hurt, hence the dying. Simple, yet effective. Try to ignore the pungent stench of broken bravery and the soft, blistered shuffles of sweaty teenage nurses. Ignore the rouge innards of this ever-engulfing tent and the brown-stringed elegant erection that spars so enthusiastically with the rattling French winds. Gather round him close, my pea-sized patriots, closer still to his pitifully perturbed eyelids. There's no need to be respectful, for this sad claustrophobic moment in a madman's memory is to be used in such general terms as an earwig doorway and nothing more. So shrink to match and join me with a smile. We'll march past his eardrum. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Company, halt! Let us dig through the fear and advance over this neatly knotted compendium. Help me lift his early onset of carnal capillaries. I can feel us getting deeper It's a long while since anyone has been this far. You'd better mind your step, or the kid might wake up. If you look to your left, you will see that even in his formative years he has some very enthusiastic yet highly controversial views in regards to love, loss and pain, and although this is not uncommon in penniless post-Victorian sprogs, it will be considered by future origins as a rather nasty shade of cruel and or malicious, and if you look straight ahead, how wonderful, there it is! Just what I was looking for. It may be small and hard to find, but here it is nonetheless, that homely mirage that can be found in any developed brain if you track back this far. Their home, your home, whatever form it may take, for this shrapnel-loving, hot-fevered Tommy boy, it lays in a blackened streak of perfect aim, which, although frequently used, is often regarded by the rest of its coloured palette as all black eyes, black smoke, and indeed black industrial country, conveniently centralised in Middle England. To some, this canal-miled metropolis may not be the most exotic of locations, entranced with evil dwarves and fairy kingdoms, but for him a lovely messy nest, and far, far away from the bullying bullets and half-buried boredom. The delicious monkey bait I hope to entice you with, though, is not so much our landing spot, but rather the time period. You see, the Kaiser's in the dirt, and Mr Nazi gas man is still sending messages. The celebrating is over, and it's business as usual. The usual being haze and shadow to the average consumer, pillared between two towering bookends of tearful playground tyranny. The year is 1925, May the 8th, Birmingham City Centre, Staffordshire, England. Landing coordinates 524862 north and 18904 west, respectively. We'll go on then. I expect you to jump in, or rather down, falling down, full with me, my warrior women and men of iron, through the atmosphere of empty clouds and passing pigeons. Let the sub-zero elements fling back your arms and embrace every fearsome flap of your shuddering clothes as we plummet down, down, increasingly down. You there, no need to scream, we'll float before we hit the firmness of the earth, I promise you that. Right, class, I want to see nicely pointed tippy toes passing the lamplights and softly land foot by foot firmly on the ground and pirouette, plie, plie, and finish with a flare. Is everyone accounted for? Good. Now we can begin. Chapter 1. Mr Lidman. Despite the menacing Midlands chill nipping at every passing nape, Mr Sun tries with high determination to beat down bright upon the cobble-damp streets, the early morning sounds sporadically piercing the dewy, new-day silence like a broken wind chime, each prominent bong belonging to the usual goblin-esque creatures that limp about at 7:30 a.m. on a Friday morning, with one particular relevant ruckus spearing above all others and puzzling pie-eyed pedestrians. The heavy repetition of weary running, its echo fading with every quick-footed connection, as a young puppy-fatted male's flustered panicky pins carry him panting around the corner of a locked and local library. Avoiding a near collision with a doddering old dear with a barking corgi, The youthful yet exhausted figure accelerates once more down the Birmingham High Street, his worried expression a red tomato whistling overheated jets of propelled vapour into the cold morning mist. Checking his watch in a flailing flap, he dashes the bag-eyed gaze of a yawning market stall. Its newly read newspapers scream at his running rush with their big bold fonts. Easterly winds are coming, storm tonight. Slowing down at the bare belated time of 7:37 a.m, chubby and late skids to a halt outside a gold-like building, styled in Neo-Palladian sandstone, 3 stories tall, with its sobering title nestled between a similar number of grumpy granite eagles, perched proudly around the deeply engraved lintel letters, Lidman and Son, Accountancy, established 1856. Bounding 3 steps at a time while simultaneously trying to improve his overall appearance, paying due attention to a newly discovered jam stain between tie and shirt, preceded by an act of clumsiness, a clowning trip at the last step, landing at the base of the door with a thud. Regaining his winded self in a manner that only a robust toddler would attempt, he plants and then vertically extends both legs before craning up the rest of his upper blubber, ignoring the shallow injuries to his roly-poly ham of a left arm and right hand, seeing them as a passing trifle compared to the terrible tempest that awaits him inside, painfully pulling, parting and entering past the oversized batten brass handles. He intakes a profound, lingering musk of ink-covered copper and chemicalized floor cleaner, which to the fresh-aired nostril translates to an unnatural sweetness upon entry. A large, unbeloved, hollowed-out hall of a business swallows up his slovenly silhouette, complete with complimentary earplugs, wall-to-wall hat racks and 7 high-reaching windows on either side, stretching their ambitious altitude to a granular ceiling, its adjacent floor infested by row after row of individually seated, silently suited accountants, typing as vigorously as their digits will allow. The repetitive and almost deafening sounds of click, clack, click of 50 or more heavy adding machines being prodded beyond their warranty reverberates around the sparsely covered wood-panelled walls. Leading from the entrance through the chaos, an 8-foot-wide empty aisle of mottled brown protracts its long length to an intimidating grandeur staircase. Peeping weaves revealing its once youthful shade of emerald green. Still wheezing slightly from the fall, the not-so-punctual porkster spies his empty desk laying lonely at the back of the room, next to a draughty, cracked window-pane and a wall-leaning step-ladder. Creeping stealthily through the sea of bowed heads and billowing paper ribbons, his greasy comb-over colleagues glance up at him one by one with a chaste look of amusement and glee before melting back down to a deep-rooted absorption. Reaching the untidy workstation, he channels the fine physicality of one who arrived at 7 o'clock sharp with half an hour's beavering boxed up and ready to go. Slicking a dirty bowl cut with a gob of spit, he tugs at a stubborn desk drawer to release a congealed fountain pen. But before the pussy-pink hue of his bubble-fish cheeks can return to their natural shade of pasty white, smack! A bony opened hand strikes the back of his head with such force he buckles forward like a poorly stuffed rag doll onto the messy ink-splattered work surface. Recoiling back with a bulbous bolt of stinging pain, covering temple and crown with wheedling digits, The dilated dots of an unlucky man wince up at a tall, elongated frame with two immaculately clean spectacle lenses glinting back at him. "Late again, Codbury. Dear, dear, oh dear," barked the tall man with a few dry tuts added on the end. It was the bed clock, Mr Richmore, sir. Didn't ding its bells. It won't happen again. Promise it won't." "Promise? It's past your scheduled time of employment. Warned you before, made a real point of it too." "Sir, I'm begging you, I am. Don't tell Mr Lidman. I'll do 10 times the work I normally do, 100 times more," pleaded the cod in a panting panic. "I'm sorry. No more time for you, lad. Chances are plenty you've had. Now get up them stairs sharpish." Welling up, Cod blubbers onto the sleeve of his ill-fitting second-hand suit, the tall skellybone standing reaperish with folded shoulder limbs infected by a toughened glare, contemplating over the raucous sound of click-clack-click, whether to grant one last shred of sympathy for Codbury's fourth disregard for precise punctuality. Decision quickly made, Richmore angrily tightens his beautifully ironed navy-grey tie deep into the drooping folds of loose skin below the chin, before lunging forward and roughly hoisting the weeping blotter to a standing blub. "Listen here, our kid. It's my neck on the chop if he found out. The boot, the big push, the big goodbye. You think I'm willing to risk it? You're kipping on a cloud, you are. Head office, now." In a strained act of kindness, the bean-poled mean man stuffs into Codbury's fat hand a neatly folded white cotton handkerchief from a conservative waistcoat. Mournfully, Cod slugs through the field of clicking calculators to the centralised aisle of mottled brown, swinging a pair of soggy muffin eyes to an impatient Richmore, pointing a long knobbly finger towards the narrow double doors horribly accessible via the grim grandeur staircase. Proceeding with a dry gullet, the boy ascends the dusty steps, wiping away the streaming snot from under an ink-stained sniffer to the added accompaniment of looks and sniggers, his increased elevation revealing a vertical line of white light between the ajar wooden twins dominating a dark, spacious landing. Creeping a few feet forward, cloaked in shadow, uncontrollably chomping his jagged fingernails, he performs a leaned peep through the glowing gap to the ominous office beyond. Whizzing left and right, the beady bulb of Cod scans the room of doom, famous among the lower orders for loudly spitting out unemployed meat gristle from its inner enigma, a terrifying spectacle that was increasingly talked about but never actually seen. Making out the faint outlined shape of a sinewy figure hunched heavily over an old oak desk, the narrow double doors snitch to their beloved master with an almighty creak, causing the lumbering lad to leap 3 feet back from the mischievous hinges, not moving a muscle for fear of emulation from his brotherly floorboards, his fear willy erected further by a growling gravelly grunt resonating from inside the semi-sealed enclosure. "What is it now, Richmore?" Cod says nothing, statued still. Bare teeth in shadow, the rumbling room oscillates a second boom. "It better be good news on this day." Overcome with a sudden flightful adrenaline, most likely inspired by the hellish lower floor sounds of Mr Richmore manhandling yet another ill-fated employee, something about wearing red socks and it not even being Christmas, provoking a forward bound with a handle grabbing hand and opening fist, craning his portly oval mug through the gaping gap. "It's Codbury, sir. Milton Codbury. Junior clerk and that. Sorry for any disturbing." The fat boy, not looking up in an uneasy slink, quickly plans 3 pathetic gestures to engage sympathy from an unpiqued employer. The first a raised gaze, with the second and third manoeuvres being a helpless wry smile, before bowing his head shamefully down for a finishing third. The first and second are performed perfectly. Coddy does indeed look up and does indeed give a small, wry smile, but the last vital break of connection is instantaneously betrayed and rapidly replaced with a bewitched and bubbered stare, as 2 bright blue sapphire eyes fix to his own with a profound frown of disturbed peace. "Yes, I am aware. Mr Codbury, well," grunted a clement boss from behind the desk. The blobby boy tries to articulate from a sandal-dry pie-hole, projecting only hot husks of Sahara air. "On second, no need," boss added, dropping an octave lower. "There's only one reason you'd be sent up here. Late more than once." Wilting with embarrassment, Cod shamefully nods at his uncomfortably small shoes, helpless under the dulcet grumbles. Not appearing meek or mild-mannered, quite the reverse, the shy, bossly sentences made Codbury feel more lowly and dispensable than all the raving Richmonds of his life put together. "If it's more than once, Mr Codbury, you'd better take a seat." Infiltrating the small rectangular-shaped office with its crumbling, germ-infested decor and depressingly lit corridor leading off to an eerie darkness, a rickety guest chair greets the grubby Cod, his fishy eyeline falling to a strategically placed desk plaque, the bold New Roman lettering of Managing Director Daniel J. Lidman, unpolished and barely made out through the old grooves of grime. As the old boss licks through a leather-bound book of attendance, the late lad reflects over the various break-time rumours he had heard in regards to what the seldom-seen Lidman actually looked like. Out of all the over-exaggerations, Codbury had 2 favourites. The one about him being 7 foot tall, 4 foot wide, and living a secret double life along the borders of Mexico, wrestling under the ticket-selling pseudonym El Lido de Mono, followed by the second migrating myth about him being steaming drunk one New Year's Eve and playfully purchasing on a whim a small Buddhist island off the coast of Japan and having it officially renamed Lidland. Being fairly certain that neither of these statements were true, it added a strange deflated note of surrealism. Here he was, right in front of him, running a cracked fingernail down the C's on page 12. Not the mountain man of lower floor legend at all. In fact, he was quite small, certainly on the side of broad, but yet compacted, as if the years had shrunken his once immense mass. However, the origin still remained, impressive, he thought, almost mesmerizing. His features are striking, a noble nose, large forehead, and piercing lunar lagoon eyes, suffocated by a sea of long crow's feet, hairy and hunched with an unyielding weight creaking down onto the old oak desk. Cod even contemplated the humorous possibility that if some near-bankrupt zoo in a faraway land had bizarrely shaved a handful of elderly silverback gorillas in a desperate dash to improve attendance, forgiveness would be given to any for thinking one had cleverly escaped, smuggled itself aboard a cargo ship to fulfil its lifelong dream of running a Midlands accountancy firm. As the hiding-page name Codbury Milton finally surrenders with a white calligraphy flag, A cold Arctic air blow pearls along Coddy's neckline. The culprit, a double-hung window at office end, half open, rattling from the ever-changing weather. Looks like the storm's dropping in, sir. Might be the worst on record in 20 years, me mum says, bumbled the boy, attempting to lighten the sombre setting. Would you like me to close it? The window, sir? It's awfully chilly. Morphing from a studious mute, Lidman sharp barks with such sudden volume his near employee scare jumps as a result. Jammed. Needs fixing. Says here you were late at the beginning of this year, 28th of January. 45 minutes and you were given a warning. Boss reclines to a pensive sulk. Mr Codbury, you were employed at this company to be sufficient, not to be spectacular, not to be mediocre, but simply sufficient. And this behaviour lacks a great deal of sufficiency, wouldn't you agree? Yes, sir, stuttered the boy. Choked with a leather strap, the late book is tightly rebound and put away by brutish bossery. Good timekeeping is a must, Mr Codbury. I'm afraid to say your working relationship with Lidman and Son will have to regretfully come to an end. The deep, needlish note pricks the inapt fat lad, setting off a sloppy whimper with bungling shirt boobies. Oh, please don't sack me, sir. I love this job. I need this job. Mam takes me pay for stews. You like her stew, sir? She brought you some last year. Big pot of it, remember, sir? Ignoring the cod soon to be served with chips, a stern DL fondles flat the necessary form and begins filling it in with kinky rough ticks. 1 box, 2 box, 3 box, 4 box. Head caught by inky palms, the fatty rocks back and forth, hyperventilating in the rickety guest chair until the final detail remains, a blood-red stamp of completion in the low right-hand corner. Lifting a steely stamper from a gungy preparation pad, Lidman acknowledges the lad's silent, wet sob before aggressively bringing it down with a loud metallic clang, so heartbreaking that Cod gives out a tiny whimper at the moment of connection. Head aligned with rattling knees, holding up a young, quivering hand to receive his freshly prepared severance sheet, the sharp paper slides between his Darwinian fingers, recoiling it back to survey the official ruby-red mark of a bad day as a vast perplexity infects his eggshell shade. The stamp overlapping the square, not of a nightmarish red, nor does it say completed. Instead, a still glistening circular blue stamp has taken its place, stating that this redundancy form is emphatically denied. Befuddled, the porkster lifts his double chin, expecting a pink humanized moon in which to fling his poo of gratitude. Instead, a grey elderly ape grumbles in his bloodline chair, looking uncomfortably at the infant window gale. "Do you know what day it is today?" said Lidman, running a calloused mitt through a thinly existing regimental haircut. "Today is my birthday." Seeking fake emotion, Cod forces a nodding delight. Oh, well, happy birthday, sir." "Never let a birthday pass you by, Mr Codbury, especially when you're young. When you become an old, dried-up football like me, those milestones pass like any other day. The gifts get smaller and the candles get bigger. However, mine have always been special. I'm proud of it too. Memories, So many wonderful memories of a better tomorrow. You see, my daughter Marianne and I share the same birthday, and it's kept my fire for it. She's throwing a party for us tonight at the old family cottage. There is going to be good food, good wine, and maybe even a bit of dancing. I'm really looking forward to it, Mr Codbury. Lidman's hairy fist queerly tightens into an angry vibration on the desk. So I'm sure you can understand that the last thing I want on this day of all days is your overweight, vastly rotund, porking cow of a mother marching her way up to my front door, manically mooing at me for your immediate reinstatement. Now get back to your desk and work. Work, before I change my mind, Codbury. Thunder and fish! A crack of instantaneous fright strikes the cod flat off the rickety guest chair. Bouncing up in a guppy-eyed panic, he flees with relief through the narrow opening, Pudge diving the grim staircase back to the deafening, lonely, cold comfort of click, clack, click. Gradually, the silent office returns to its default depression, rubbing the sore low vertebrae of his furry curve. Lidman yawningly fists a pregnant side cabinet, birthing a rocks liqueur glass, closely chaperoned by its significant other, a proud, dazzling half-full bottle of Cabin Brown's walnut whisky. Still rolling his bulbs at the immediate past, he prepares a 1-inch drink, lifts it gingerly to his mumbling morning mouth, and drains it completely. As the last few nutty, stinging drops free-fall the boss's esophagus, he energetically hides the glass back to its sided nook and stands with a newfound sense of speed, out of place from his recent carefully crafted movements of slow intimidation. Winging the narrow double doors back to beloved solitude, he steals to the howling window, attempting to jiggle it closed, with each red-faced exertion becoming more and more upset and angry, reluctantly letting it loose from his gorilla-ish grip, signalling the jammed pane to come hurtling down with a guillotine slam, missing his sausagey plump thumb by a pixie's prick. Falling apart, this bloody place. 65, 1 year, 2 year, and so on. How did that happen? I'm now 65 years old. Lidding blue lagoons. He presses the frowning frump of his beetle-boss brow against the cold condensation of the window glass, soothing a frontal race lobe as a raspy female vigour whips his follicle drums from afar. You look it as well, you ugly git. Drawing away from the relaxing chill, a soft Lidman revolves to a milling ancient lady, looming out of the smelly, dingy, dark corridor, bridesmaided by grey cigarette smoke to the tune of a rattling tea tray. Strapped with a haggard handbag, she travels the murky floor with the busy physicality of a war-weary terracotta tank, attacking the old oak desk with cream tea and biscuits, wiping her tobacco-stained fingers down a mustard-brown pencil skirt that seamlessly camouflages into the peeling wallpaper behind her. "Having our tea Irish style this morning, are we, Daniel?" she said, eyeing the walnut whisky trying to blend in amongst the office supplies. "It's prescription," shrugged DL in a wavering humour. "Stops the back twinges in my crippling old age." Glaring at him from across the office, her blue-veined back hands pour the boiling Earl Grey into a vapour-waving china cup, sitting hotly on a masochistic saucer. "Give up your whinging. You're only a bloody child. Do you know where I was on my 65th birthday? do ya?" Embracing the airborne result of her smouldering woodbine, Daniel reseats at a newly conjured cafe desk. "Oh, let me guess, Gwynny, you were here." "You bet your brass balls I was, me lad, holding the fort downstairs. 60 men so strong with no breaks. Not once did I say to your father, 'Where's my bollocking birthday cake?' God rest him, and for 5 long hours I needed the lavvy. 5 bloody hours. The pain, oh, the pain. I thought my innards was going to pop by the time I made it home. I was pissing like a storm drain." "Graphic. Far, far too graphic, Gwynny." As Lidman winces his vivid brain box away from the sweet, periodic pee-push of a woman's toilet, the frail lady hitches up her moth-eaten skirt hem, marching high, elbowed to straighten an already perfectly straight portrait hung 3 feet above a boarded-up fireplace, its large, garish frame depicting in weathered brushstrokes a majestic, grand, gangly, seated man with a melted brown moustache, hollow contours and family sapphires of radiant blue, with 2 proud basset hounds standing to attention on either side of a chairman's chair. "I know you're gonna think I'm a soppy old slut, but I've bought your present, being that it's your birthday and all," said Gwyn, rotating boss way with a husky green-tongue cough. Wormy-eyed, D comically slaps his meaty jowl, trying to rouse from a dandelion dream. "Did I really just hear that? Guinevere Troll has actually bought someone a present with her own hard-earned money." Squinting with fury, Gwyn frantically lights a fresh woodbine from behind her spotted ear. "Shut your gob or I'll smack you like I used to. Anyway, I didn't buy it. It's something that's mine that I want to give to you, young grateful little git. Manoeuvring forward, she rummages mournfully into the concealed black of her inexpensive handbag, Lidman hiding a genuine intrigue. "Lord have mercy, it's not one of your cheese and pickle sandwiches, is it?" "Shut it. Listen for once, our brat. Your father, he gave me this when I got married to my old Roger, as a sort of wedding gift." With a painful pout, she presents a glinting 6-inch-long letter-opener, its stubby blade penetrating a leather sheath, its coiled handle morphed into a moody elephant's head. Not knowing what to make of the gesture, Daniel delicately accepts the chromed glint in his hairy meat mitts, reading the elegantly engraved letters of "To my battle-axe" along one of the tusks. "It's proper and that, real silver. I've had it checked," said Gwynny sharply, with a shiver of sadness, as if she had just cut off one of her own fingers. Leaning deskily in a mild discomposure, Lidman shakes a receding bonce. "Gwyn, can I take this?" "Course you can, you gobby bastard. Just put it in your pocket." "Why would you give this to me, Gwynny? It was engraved for you." Wrinkled lips tucking to a thin line of tightness, she twists her flat, comfortable loafs into the office floor, pondering how best to express herself. "Well, since Roger, last year, kicked the bucket and all that, I've been thinking a lot about things and my position and what not. To say that I'm old now would be a bit of an understatement. A bloody relic's more like it, and when I eventually shuffle off, as it were,
I'm afraid to say the groups of ground vultures that I suppose would be considered my nearest and dearest will racksack my little oval faster than you can say she's dead, Doctor. And to be honest, it doesn't really bother me. It never has. You can't take it with you, so if they want the lot, they can have every bloody stick of it. But not this. I'm not letting them have this. There's 3 little trinkets that are very dear to me, and this is one of them. So, instead of it landing in the lap of my brother Stan, who would be biting at the bit to melt it down in time for market the next morning, I'd like to give it to you. You're the only one I'd ever give it to."
Reluctant, respectful, and touched by rare sentiment, Lidman rehomes the precious elephanto in the tweeded care of his breast pocket as Gwynnie rapidly blinks ancient wedding day tears back to their toughened ducks, opting instead for a gummy yellowish smile that hurriedly melts upon acknowledging the untouched barley biscuits.
"Oi, get on with eating them. A whole shilling they cost."
"I'm resisting need to save my gut for tonight," said Dee, sipping his tea, avoiding the small floating flakes of kettle-born limescale while showing a routine enjoyment to an arms akimbo Gwyn.
"A party, is it? Who's coming to muddy your floor, then?"
"Well, I'll be there, obviously. My chum Larry from the NCA and maybe a few other members. I think Marianne's got a couple of work friends coming. Who have I missed out? Oh, yeah, my neighbour Mrs Betteridge and her son have been invited as well, and that's about it, I'm afraid." Gwyn puffs with the expression of a smelled fart.
"Well, don't expect me to pad out the guest list. It's me Friday night. I'll be down lamb and duck with Beryl Miggs. They're doing Irish folk night with meat pies."
With great eccentricity, the frail lady jumps into an odd combination of kabuki theatre and Morris dancing, running short of breath in a matter of seconds to indulge in a phlegm-filled coughing fit as she corrals the bone china, drinking the dregs of Earl Grey left in Lidman's cup, followed by a crammed biscuit.
"What's the NCA, anyway?"
she asked, spraying a dazzling display of avian crumbs. "Stands for the National Coin Association. I'm head of committee for the Birmingham branch," swelled DL with a pinch of pride.
"You are? So you just meet up like and look at grubby grey coins together in a big huddle?"
"Well, in a way, yes. But they're very old coins, Gwyn. Spanish reales, Portuguese tangas, Saxon pennies, each one a little wee piece of the past. They're fascinating."
"Well, it sounds like a right chuffing crack I hope never to witness. With any luck I'll be counting my own pennies tonight, at the bar, that is."
Erupting in a crazy-eyed cackle, she slides the dying woodbine to the crusted corner of her spluttering biscuity grin, elevates the weighty tea tray with winged elbows and courageously tanks her noisy one-woman band back down the shadow-bound corridor, her smoke-lingering laugh eventually fading away with a selfless symphony of clinking porcelain. Alone again, thinking of tonight and attempting to avoid for a brief jiffy the mourning pile of awaiting paperwork, Daniel confronts the grizzled wall clock with a breathy procrastination before a freshly injected pen hand hits the first quotation. Steadily, he works all through the day, banning his old blues for the medusa'd quarterly face, beaming from its high hooked position, and despite its timely siren song tempting him once or twice, the towering paper-cut pile diminishes lower and lower until the scribbling fountain pen is startled still by an aggressively shrill home bell reaching its daily orgasm from the lower floor. Creaking free from a muscly desk lean, Lidman's painfully rigid neck adjusts to a forward cannonball of disorientation. 5. Can't be 5 already. Can it? Strong and pungent, the pickly cheese scent of an untouched sandwich, coldly placed on the edge of the desk, the last unwanted remnants of a 2:30 break, completely forgotten. Rubbing the aching numb of his tree-trunk thighs, the rummy long hand flicks past the 5, prompting a semi-confident knock at the solitudinous doors. Quickly the potent sandwich joins the hiding wet whisky glasses. Mr Lidman frantically grabs the closest form to hand and starts ticking an already ticked list of staff lavatory maintenance. "Come in," he exclaimed, returning to a mean militant boom as Mr Richmore's fake thin skeleton grin hangs into view. "Very productive day, sir. We done well. 42 quotes and booted a good 10% off the backlog," asserted Richmore, flaring his nostrils, trying to detect where the pong of pickle is coming from. "Adequate, but not good enough," growled the grim chairman from a familiar heavy hunch. "We're behind. I want to be ahead by Friday next. Any reservations, Mr Richmore?" "Absolutely not, sir. They'll get it done, or God help 'em, I'll—" "Good. That will be all," interrupted D, dropping his severe sop to repeatedly ring the random sentence. "End stall in dire need of new ballcock." Listening to his number 2 hurriedly flush down the grandeur stairs, Lidman waits for the full evacuation of clerks to muse in his hairy shells before happily disposing of his sequestered, smelly bin sandwich, clothing his bouldered shoulders with a long grey leaving coat and tough gloves of black pig leather. Stealing onto the spacious landing, he grants a solicitous sight to the never-ending rain attacking the office window, damning his lack of foresight as well as an absent umbrella. By and by, the highs and goodbyes of the grand staircase complete the old man's prospering way across the shadowy mottled brown aisle, the floor once colonized by paper roll mountains now completely empty, its vast lonesomeness only comforted by the filtered sun, shining its pampered rods through the lengthy left windows to lay rest over the dark hall of abandoned adding machines, each sheathed with individual strength dust covers. Massaging a tight pinch in his shirted barrel chest, the ghostly inner alcove cuddles his tempered grunt to the oversized battened brass handles. Predicting a powerful vacuum from the whirling wild wind, Lidman swells his well of quiet rage, clamping the twin brass with 2 simian dukes, and with an elderly roar wrenches them open to greet the home-time world of honking car horns and the delicate spit of dusk-lit rain droplets. U-turning back to the door, Longcoat dancing to the tempo of any and all airstreams of warm storm humidity, he locks his family innards with a long key length of distressed copper, freeing up a ruing fist. Bloody foreign weather. Waterlogged and pea-green in colour, a venerable old Ford, parked too near Sandstone, tiredly awaits as DL clogs down the stone steps to meet its soggy glisten. Doubling up his wide body with a dirty embryonic slam, the orchestral sounds of homebound vehicles become muffled, mild and minky. Ignition turned, the ride of rotten interior gives a half-hearted rev before dying into obscurity. Forced to try again, the car gives a faint metallic clang from deep inside its failing combustion. Utterly irked, Daniel tiredly squeezes the sweaty thin ridges of Mr. Steering Wheel. You only have one job, one thing to do in life, and I expect it done well. Start, or you're scrap. Assuredly the cowering old transport complies, shuddering to life with a loud, unhealthy petrol moan, careering onto the bleak high street and driving a shade of pea-green into the rapidly brief landscape, the multi-grade market stalls being packed away, the red rolling apples in the gushing gutter, the locked and local library, all painted a golden glaze by the hot-dying sun, beaming bright in the low sky, fighting the hungry horizon for a long-lasting dwindle. Travelling for 23 minutes out of the coal-black metropolis, passing rustic pubs and muddy mingles, the surrounding landmarks becoming less evolved, less populated and vastly untamed, the filthy wheels spinning with high velocity down a thin country lane, bullied by dense bramble bushes, running raw against the rusted car handles, eager to embrace home and daughter. The birthday boy ankles the speed, tackling a virgin bend at a walloping 30, sharp thorn needles slashing along the flaking green paintwork as a blur of red fur dashes from the thick pubish bramble across the narrow wet road in close proximity to the hurtling pea-green Ford, its glowing vaporous headlamp illuminating the fright-filled face of a young fox cub, losing faith in its good pace, frozen with fear, its parting little jaw growing wider and wider as Old Man D, gasping, stomps a screeching pedal to bring the car to an immediate halt. But it's too late. The fox is too young and the brakes are too old. The poor cub's body temporarily lifts the back axle as the dragging, guilt-filled Ford finally scours its grittish tyres to a shivering standstill. Sitting stunned with up and down lungs, Lidman wipes his heavily frowned forehead with a shaking leather palm, turning his big bottom to face the matted pile of red burgundy still twitching in the distance. Foreseeing in a solemn stare that the oozing animal will be dead within the hour, he starts the ragged motor with a held breath and continues in a driving haste to his fated celebration. But here and now, free and alive, behind the wheel of a rushing green pea, blissfully unaware of just how lucky fox cubs can be. Chapter 2. The Cottage. Seraphim buds sing and salivate around the safe-baked aroma of warm and delicious iced buns, served in a country cottage kitchen, brilliantly basted walnuts covered in melted chocolates, taking their rightful place alongside puffy and sumptuous scones, smeared with thick cream and freshly made strawberry jam, all diligently displayed on a lengthy party table of perfect plates by sultry and slender hands of china white belonging to a young woman of 23, all busy limbs in the pursuit of perfection. laying down plate after plate of taste-bud-tempting torments so gently onto the lilac-lace tablecloth beneath. Her clothes, an odd assortment of shouldered cooking cloth and ragged remnants of a finished work-day, the straight mention of a skirt, sensible shoes, and the prominent peak of a creased, untucked, blooming blouse shirt, unabashedly visible on the peripheral sides of a populated pinny of various stains. Re-rolling a fallen sleeve back up to her elegant elbow, a 3-inch faded stretch of letters scribbled at a 45-degree angle along the side of her wrist in careful ink pen. "Welcome to the Queen's Hotel. My name is Marion. How can I help you today?" Followed by the illegible dictation of "Shoulders back, remember to smile." Spotting a fellow smell, the sweet-tabled aroma surrounding her homely habit climbs in a ballet of scent to mingle with the looming waft of sinister oven smoke. A flapping fume of burning sugar flies up her dainty nostrils, fueling a wide-eyed remembrance of a frail fruit pie, forgotten in flames and embracing its neglect as a consequence. The side of the table, impacted by a dropped plate of boring biscuits, welcomes the ceramic clunk as she rushes over, tea towel in tow, to rescue the puff pastry from complete incineration. "Please don't be burnt. Please don't be burnt," said Marion hastily, as the oven door is yanked open by its blistering, towel-covered hot knob. Sooted exhaust leaps with igneous air into the wincing shade of her blue ocean-berry eyes, provoking a stylish cough, sniffle cough, while brushing a wavy ringlet of caramel blonde away from her heavenly heart-shaped face. Looking longingly to the ended egg timer, she retrieves the medium-sized baking tray to admire with a rapt grip the sad shedding shape of charcoal, smouldering with smoke wings at its centre. "Nobody likes pear pie anyway," she said in a shrugging huff, scraping and shaking the hot onyx lump into the home bin. Upon bowing her build of tall and slender over the sink to ventilate the quaint and spacious kitchen with the aid of an opened window, she turns light-headed with the heat, quickly saved by a cool breeze, accompanied by dwindling sunlight and thin veils of rain, lightly kissing the window-sill. Before leaving the tap and basin in pursuit of the living-room, Marianne tosses her newly unknotted cooking apron into a wall-bearing wicker basket, placed within falling distance of the mud-stained mat protecting the front door. Crossing the full span of the kitchen in a breathy, beautiful glide, she passes the plentiful dessert table until, doorway underhead, her footing switches from tastefully tiled to the rich ruby carpet of the living-room. A large, cosy affair of comfortable furniture complete with old grand piano and messy fireplace, a chaise lounge of deepest navy stretching its way to a quarterly stocked drinks cabinet, and a brightly lit coffee-coloured corridor leading off to a separate, poignant part of the commodious cottage. The lounging layout is transformed for the evening by a single festive line of colourful bunting skirting all four walls and a big bay window before finishing listlessly limp at the foot of a solitary staircase running parallel to the wall. Floating a mired sigh, Marianne deeply reclines her tired backside into a leather-green armchair. Curtained by chin-length waves, she lightly massages the nape of her swan-like neck with a fair right hand of romance, while reaching with a prominent left towards a peculiar item perched proudly atop an elevated side table, 17 centimetres in height, resembling a miniature wine barrel suspended on its side with a sturdy stand, she places a fluid finger on its top and spins the mysterious Rolodex in the manner that a cat would bat a ball of yarn. Revolving on a horizontal axis, it begins to click faster and faster, click, 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 as its internal vocation slowly comes to an end. The barrel stops dead, signalling from its middle the drop of a dollhouse door, displaying a freshly rolled cigarette. Lit with a nearby matchbox, Marianne coquettishly clamps 2 bow lips of a plump design around its lower waist, breathing in a shimmering drag. A brief hold before exhaling, she kicks off her shoes, rolling each laddered stock from a lengthy pin, enabling the rough rub between her bare aching feet and the knobbly leg of a blushing footstool. Slumping further still, she lays back with patient purity, her family jewels covered with lower lashes, listening intently to the big bay window drone on and on about drips, drops, and Macbethian blackbirds. A weary knock-knock tremors the heavy front door, making the mud-stained mat stand to attention. Marianne's languorous oval eyes snap open with growing pupils. Sitting up in an instant, she sig-stubs a kinky ashtray of circular cut glass and gazelles back into the kitchen. Reaching the mat in a happy hop, she slides the front door's rectangular peep panel to one side, down-gazing the sodden sight of a damp and disgruntled Daniel J. Lidman. "What's the password?" yelled Marianne, imitating a doorman's severity. Fatherly irises raised to the rectangle in a weary yet jovial slant, preceded by a mumbling baritone. "A big glass of wine. Red." It was actually pogo stick, but close enough. Shutting away her fruity-framed grin, M opens the entrance with doting paws, a lead-footed DL wading in with a succession of groans to hang his coat on a cluttered hat-rack, receiving a warm, drying, daughterly hug upon the turn of his haggard heels. "Happy birthday, lass. We really need another door key." "Well, stop using yours, then. Happy birthday, Dad." "It's colder than a witch's tit out there. It's in weather such as this I'm glad that I'm human." Shivering his load-bearing build over the turning tune of a swift re-locking, DL's thinning twin brows ups and ups again when confounded by the glorious display of sugar along the lengthy kitchen table. "Bloody hell, girl. Sweets aplenty. We'll have to hide most of this until after the main, or they'll be full up on buns before it's ready," he said, eyeing up 7 jam tarts on a provocative platter. "I told you last night we were having a fête tous," retorted M in a flowing French accent, a fuddled father peering back at the winking tarts. "A fat what?" "It's a dessert party, Dad. Marie Antoinette invented it in the 17th century. It was all the rage in Paris. I asked you last night and you said cracking. Why don't you ever listen to me?" "Hold on a second. You mean this is it? The only thing we have to offer them? Cake, alcohol, and more cake? They'll have no teeth by the end." "I know. Isn't it wonderful?" smiled Marianne with patty cake palms. "Right, I've ironed one of those brown shirts I bought for you last week. It's nicely folded on your bed, and be quick as a fox. We haven't got long before people start turning up." "I hate them shirts. Collars are sharp, they rub my neck raw. I'm finding what I'm wearing. It's you who needs to get changed. And how did reception go?" "Well, you should have told me they were sharp. I have to smile for 6 hours, but it pays better than being a maid did. Anyway, don't change the subject. You can't wear that, it's—" Her linguistic flow is struck down by the sight and sound of an orangey, freckled hand rapping at the kitchen window with a tap, tap, tap. Retreating away from the sink, she catches the bobbing glimpse of a balding head wrapped by a wiry laurel wreath of thin ginger hair, intertwined with semi-translucent lines of grey and silver. "Oh, God, it's that man you collect coins with, the creepy one. He's always creeping." Backing away further, nervously patting her hourglass thighs, she discovers a break-time smoke-stick, still laying idle in the velvet lining of her work skirt pocket. Ape-stepping to the heavy oak entrance, Daniel slides the shutter to address the spotted splendour haunting the stoop, complete with reddish Roman nose, thick-rimmed glasses and a clotted cardigan of buff-brown wool, complementing a boring brain of foam and thin air, apart from coins and collectibles, all delightfully topped off by a low-lipped, crusted cold store. "What's the password, Larry?" Befuddled by Lidman's greeting, the red-headed chum admits a dim line of lullaby blinks to match his fallen guppy gob.
"Password? Oh, right. I didn't think we needed one. Shall I go then?"
replied the chum in a high male voice, the tedious tone limp and whiny to a frowning rectangle. "Don't be a wet tea-bag, you towny fool. It's just a bit of fun."
"Fun? I thought as much, but passwords can be important,"
Larry added to an opening hinge invite. Advancing the warm scullery with a queer fussy wiggle, the ferret-like guest corrects his poor posture upon the fair mirage of a casual Marianne, barefoot in her grubby work clothes, attempting to relight a bent camel cigarette on the yellow ring stove. "You remember Marianne, don't you, Larry? She was singing your praise not 1 second ago," smirked Daniel, enduring the hot hive of a daughter's squinting sting.
"Greetings, Marianne,"
wooed the ferret, rocking back on his heels.
"May I say you look particularly pretty this evening? A right Aphrodite. That's the Greek goddess of love, you know."
Departing from a cringe-worthy compliment, she inhales a lungful of impatience to exhale her exit. "Is it really? Well, I can't stand around gabbing. Need to get ready. I'm sure father will fix you a sipper." Hurriedly leaving the kitchen to tread red ruby, she swoops the banister and zips upstairs to the pink, safe sanctuary of her bedroom. In a flash, Mr Lidman turns ripe, childlike and highly animated towards Larry's odd occupation of collectible interest. "Have you got it, then? Have you brought it with you?"
"Plucked it from the glass case yesterday," fretted Larry. "I'm not accustomed to taking museum property for a stroll. If I didn't own the exhibit, I could be severely reprimanded."
Yes, but have you got it on your person now?" Inspired by the hostly hype, the ginger grump lifts a weak gimp chin to a proud nobility.
"Affirmative, and I will allow you to hold it. However, no living soul must know it's arguably the most valuable item we have on display, and I don't appreciate being called a wet tea bag."
Slipping a probing index inside his buff-brown cardigan to reach the near pocket of an off-white shirt, Larry's returning arm produces a tiny, square manila envelope packet, haltingly handing it to a lit-up Lidman, who lays its weighty circumference flat in his primitive palm. "It's heavier than I expected. Such a little thing, too. Can I open it, then? I'll be very gentle." Receiving a reluctant nod of consent, the envelope is tenderly peeled and its contents exposed. Exhausted and subtly silver, a timely ravaged coin of blackish green. "Well, as I live in shit, the rarest Greek coin ever found, eh? Stunning, absolutely stunning. The life it must have had. How old did you say it was?" Enchanted, DL examines the minute detail of two Hellenes soldiers clutching a dead rabbit beneath a great Grecian sun.
"Well, it was dug up on the island of Samos,"
puffed the grump, reciting his tour guide patter.
"So we estimate the Hellenic navy would have pressed them around 7th century BC, but these days it's retired on a comfy wooden plaque. Well, until you made me pluck plunk."
Embracing a high zenith, Lidman's craving want appears in heavy breathing. His greedy gorilla grip encloses the currency in a hairy, hugging squeeze.
"A coin like this in my collection would make me very happy. How much do you want for it?"
Larry's mouth, eyes, and even his nose holes widen at the mere mention of a perverted price.
"I can't sell it to you. Absolutely not. That's property of the Birmingham Collection Centre. It's been lent from the Big Willies in London. If that coin went missing, they'd turn their back on Brum forever."
"Nonsense. No one will notice. Just look at it. It's practically a speck, and it is my birthday after all."
Lidman gives a further squeeze to Larry's dismay.
"I would notice. It goes against my principles and such. Now, if it's all the same to you, I think I'd better have it back."
Swallowed up by a great grey wail of uncomfortable silence, the cowering coin is timidly returned to Larry's peeved possession, repackaged and sequestered once more beneath a thick layer of buff-brown wool. Attempting to leave via a blowhole of awkwardness, Daniel playfully slaps the red ferret's shoulder, adding a manufactured laugh.
"Drinks, I think." "Most definitely. What do you fancy? We have both kinds of wine or a fine Scottish whisky. You can have a brandy or maybe a—"
"Brandy's for after meals,"
said Elle, cutting him off, still arranging his nipple coin through ripples of buff.
"True is, Larry, a warmed-up brandy should only be consumed after a good hearty meal. Unfortunately, there is no good hearty meal coming our way. Hearty or otherwise, the only food we have to eat this evening is on that table over there."
Daniel delegates towards the lengthy pudding pile responsible for Larry's quizzical face shape.
"But that's children's food."
"Yes, I know it's unconventional, but Marion thought it would be apple dandy if everyone could ski down their dentist bill for the next 10 years. It's all the rage in France, apparently."
Upon hearing the nourishing name of his caramel crush, Larry's cheeks begin to sport a pinkish blend, struggling to be prominent amongst the rashy wrinkles.
"Marion's idea, was it? Well, if the French do it, I might nibble a biscuit."
"Oh, sod it, I'm actually going to do it. I'm having a brandy, a hot brandy. I really mean it, Larry. Don't try to stop me,"
cried a labouring Lidman, desperate to inject a level of zazz into the dull day banter, lumbering his rock-log body into the living room to hassle the bunting-bound bottles with a witty whistle. Left cleaning his spectacles, the copper-headed ferret conjures the fleeting thought of eating an iced bun, swiftly dismissing such idle debauchery. His bubble of self-abuse popped in turn by a bounding birthday boy returning with 2 highballs and a wide-waisted bottle of Constantino brandy, peeling his most mocking impression of a cave-dwelling Neanderthal.
"Now we make fire. Ugh, ugh, ugh."
Cueing Constantino and Co. along the precarious kitchen counter, Daniel brings out a small candle warmer. His back turned in lighting, pouring, preparation, he flares a quiet question into the air.
"Just out of interest, that Samos coin, if it ended up in an auction, which I know it wouldn't, but hypothetically speaking, how much would it sell for, do you think?"
Under mental protest, Larry ponders the math. watching the first tenderly turned highball, a seductive flame licking its curved convexity.
Well, as long as it's hypothetical, it's quite hard to say, really. Some of the sale would go to the coordinating company and would be taxed, of course, and I think the National Treasury seeks a piece as well. That being said, if the coin was illegally sold on the black market, I imagine it would fetch something along the lines of £55,000.
Lidman propellers round with bulging blues.
50 for that little coin?
Oh, most definitely. That's the Treasury's quote for it. It's mostly down to its remarkable condition. It's the rabbit's teeth. The sun's outline. A foreign collector would snatch it up.
That's madness, insane, crazy. £50,000? I'm all for investing in Yow collection, but that truly is bonkers money.
Pausing, Dee allows the lay of his bubbling blood pressure, reviving the calm decorum of a good host, handing a warm brandy glass to Chum.
For instance, in my collection upstairs I happen to have an 1878 Spanish Centimo that I paid a market merchant £30 for.
Impressed, Ferret nods in a cultured smug.
1878. Does it show the two kings of Spanish succession trying to strangle each other?
It does indeed, laddie. Fancy I've...
All of a sudden, in an instant and without any warning whatsoever, a loud, hellish, metallic-toned honking sounds off outside the rain-ridden cottage, drawing ever closer to the fainting front door, booming with the old-world blow of a hunting horn, distilling such a sudden inhale of panic that Larry drops his shuddering brandy glass, tumbling down, down, down. The highball smashes into a million tiny pieces over the kitchen floor, firing translucent shards and splattered brandy in every direction as birthday boy Lidman clutches a tight chest in a melting moment of profound, panting, wide-eyed bewilderment. The incessant honk, honk, honk crescendos with a crash, followed by a faint cracking sound, leaving the house reverberating in a frightening, dying fantasia of screaming rim rubber and roaring relocated ravens.
"What in hell?"
yelled the gasping gorilla from a new low-tiled position. As the sound dust settles to a nil numb note, a second turbulent tide begins as Marianne run-stomps across the landing and scrabbles down the staircase with an elated teenage squeal. Hurtling round the banister, she bursts in the view to father and ferret, gliding towards the scene wearing an emerald-green tasselled dress, starlit by sequins, and yelling at the top of her lovely lungs, "She's here! She's here!" With a kitten-limb kick, Em leaps the sharp glassy floor to pounce and fling the lock and front door wide open, disappearing into the cold, dusky, aqueous air to greet the sensational source. Still recovering, D and L exchange a toey look, followed by a leaned look through the chilly open entrance. The framed apparition of thick, billowing black engine smoke, quickly eclipsed by Marian's returning outline, heavenly haloed by a setting sun. Rose-petal lips lifted in a feline glee, she carries the crude wrap of a botched birthday present, her rear closely pursued by the small-shouldered shadow of a little girl tottering 5 foot tall and wrapped in a beige trench coat, her dolly bonce a magazine-trend assortment of jet-black crow feathers emanating the corner of a ruby-red headscarf. Scurrying alongside Marianne with a mousy apprehension, the sidling child comes closer into social proximity, showing by shades, fades, and a slight fall of collagen that she is in fact in the very early Eden of her 20s. Standing slack-jawed, the Lidman-Larry duo fail to greet or even acknowledge the new button-nosed babe over the meandering smoke cloud, orbiting the heavy front door, its coughing gape hastily shut-locked again by birthday girl M. "Father, this is Ethel. We work at the hotel together." Bemused, Daniel looked down at the little guest.
"Yes, I remember you saying such," he murmured. "Nice to meet you, young lady. Marianne tells me your family owns the Queen's. That must be worth a few bob."
Turning irate, the doorway daughter feebly fumes at a money-minded father for revealing her gossiping breach. Fighting her shyness, Ethel responds in a bundle of eeks. "Hello, I'm Ethel. Happy birthday. I only got Marian a present. I didn't know what you wanted. Sorry about your tree, by the way."
"What tree?"
barked Lidman, startling the ranting mouse. "Nothing, never mind. Whoa, look at all those cakes. They look delicious. Why is there glass all over the floor? I got her a scarf. She said she wanted a scarf." Wary of litigious layman's, Daniel surveys the granulated radius of dried brandy as Marian forward treads a crisping crack under her 2-inch heels. "Yes, why is there glass all over the floor? I'll sweep it up." Concerned, father webs out his arms.
"Don't be stupid, girl. I'm doing it. Now, everyone into the living room unless you want a nasty shard of glass stuck in your foot. Show them the new music player or something of the like."
An agreeing daughter ushers Ethel towards the cosy threshold, plating an iced bun each before seeking out a comfortable nest in which to consume them, followed in red rat toe by a biscuit-grabbing Larry. Now solo, with the reflecting comfort of one's own self, Daniel walks the Constantino tiles to open a walk-in pantry, which conveniently borrows from the adjacent living room, the sloping space under the staircase for tins, cans, various cleaning products, forgotten fishing rods, and a thick-bristled broom, dragged from its working-class slumber to break its back for the big bad boss. Sweeping the shards into one corner of the kitchen in a friendly flashback of boy-time chores, he spots a large piece of shattered highball, sparkling with glassy prick lights under the dessert table. Groaning, he bambies down, crawling under the lilac lace to pincer the princely prick just as Marian re-enters. "Are you sure you don't need any help? Where you gone? Oh, you're down there."
"Little bastard was trying to escape. Where's the pan?"
muffled D, reversing his bread-roll build from under a frilly cascade of lilac, soon helped to a swaying head rush by kitty cat M. "Just leave it, Dad. I'll pan it later. Late. Now, will you please come into the living room? Your creepy friend is telling a story about getting lost in East Grinstead. It's unbearable." Escapee joining its fellow menacing jags, Marian forcefully pulls a dizzy-headed father into the ferret's dull domination. Miserably slumped in the smallest armchair offered up by the bunting bliss, Ethel nibbles with a doll-like hand the rough crust of her disappearing iced bun, suffering the torturous tedium of Larry's never-ending adventure.
So then I had to go down Newbury Road because Felbrigg Avenue had flooded the day before. But then I realised that the farmers' market was also open on a Tuesday. So as you would expect, I was held up behind a tractor for a good 10 minutes, or was it 14 minutes?
Reaching her limit, a mousy Ethel leaps from her seat to the brand-new gramophone under the big bay window. "Can we play some music on the machine, Marianne?" "Oh, yes, for the love of God, yes," said Em, leaping likewise leisurely. Daniel proclaims his usual throne a large, imposing, downy brown grandfather chair, directly opposite a protesting ferret, perversely stroking an uneaten biscuit.
"But if you mess around with that spinner thing, you won't be able to hear the rest of my story."
New Age music immediately and gratefully interrupts the Red Rattigan's tale, the powerful scatty beat jazz sound of smooth sax, trumpet and trombone follow piano and drum, linking arm in arm with gay abandon, leaping out of the brass horn flower into all manner of unregulated notes as cat and mouse converse in high, girlish giggles, purring, squeaking, and pouring wild berry wine by the quarterly stock drinks cabinet, their milk and honey huffs peeping through every domineering jazz note, about how dreamy and perpetually topless Douglas Fairbanks was in his last movie, suggestively titled The Thief of Baghdad. Wincing with projection, D.L. attempts to chum-chat over the beat-bop tones. "So, what do you think of the cottage, Larry?"
"Weeds."
"Pardon?"
"Weeds. You have a lot of weeds outside."
"Yes, I know about the weeds. I was referring to the inside."
"Oh, yes, it's quite pleasant. A real grand country cottage. It reminds me of a Berkshire guest house I stayed in while attending my Auntie Anne's funeral. It was a delightful stay. The sheets were spotless. The management was polite and well-mannered. You're bleeding, by the way. The food was a bit potato-heavy, but the carrots were cooked to perfection." As Larry continued on about pineapple-scented soap in the bathroom being a step too far, Daniel inspects the end of the chair arm, noticing and then pronto feeling a small but cleanly sliced lesion throbbing the tip of his middle finger, admitting a steady drip, drip, drip of red rouge onto the light, beige-coloured rug beneath. Quickly gobsucking his stubby digit, trying to avoid a daughter's dismay, he manoeuvres an OK chair leg over the growing golf ball-sized stain, now taking to rest in a pale maze of fine fibres. Slow to respond, Larry acknowledges his lack of concern. "You should do something about that, don't you think?"
"Your stupid glass, you clumsiness, my bloody finger," whispered D.L. sharply.
"Yes, I think that's what happened as well. Apologies."
Carried by domestic jazz to the centre of the room, Marianne pretends to dance with an invisible Prince Charming, waltzing around the chairs with a swilling white wine bottle. "Would anyone like a refreshment?"
"Nothing for me. I'll not drink no more. Problem with belly," said Larry, infuriating a near-seated host.
"You don't drink? Well, you might have told me. That brand is expensive, and although it may be a very conventional usage, I intended for it to be drunk, not to add a glossy glint to my kitchen floor." Whether it was Daniel's belligerent tone, Larry's newfound guilt, a discomfited Marianne or Ethel's rotten remembrance of being given brandy as a child to make her sleep, the bunting room slips into an abnormal yet familiar silence, lasting far beyond the reaches of natural rumination, before being unexpectedly broken by a slithering creak coming from upstairs. Unsettled, the mouse's leaning curiosity hones in on the looming shadow at the top of the solitary staircase. "Is there someone else here?" No, it's just us. This is a very old house, likes to make noises. I've always put it down to the fact that most of the main beams are from dismantled sailing ships," remarked Lidman casually. Discomposed by the shiphouse trivia, Ethel shoots a concerned look at the ceiling for fear of it caving in as a white wine Marion soothes and disparages the statement.
"Don't believe him, Ethel. He's joking."
"I'm not joking at all, lass. 70-odd years ago, down Southampton docks, they finished taking apart all the big wooden boats to make way for the future. Chinese boats, American boats, Spanish, French, all ended up in a great pile of timber. People came from all over to build houses out of it. Look, you can even see where one of the iron assembly pegs went in." Lidman points out a gaping square hole in the black beam above the threshold, its queer non-nature shape widening Ethel's anxious eyes to their maximum peepage. "Maybe the haunted souls of deceased sailors are trapped inside the wood, and by building them into your home, they walk around at night opening doors, trying to find their long-lost captain."
"Oh, thanks, Ethel. Why did you have to say that? I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight,"
moaned the cat, taking a big gulp of her cottage white. Embracing the philosophical fun, Father's accountancy brain booms its loud logic. "Rubbish, the idea of ghosts walking about, isn't it, Larry?"
"I remember now. It was a Friday,"
said Red Rat in a dim daydream. "What? We're talking about ghosts, Larry."
"Ghosts? Yes, nasty little buggers."
"I was just saying it's all a load of nonsense."
"They're not nonsense," said the mouse, carrying on. "I even have proof of their existence. Only to myself, though. It was something unexplainable and impossible that happened when I was 4. It was the middle of the night, moonlight coming through the curtains, and I vividly recall it was deadly silent, and then I heard something moving on the floor. I sat up in bed and all my toys started to come alive." "Ethel, I love you. You're a wonderful person, but I hate you. My room's full of toys," sighed Marianne, practically inhaling her last sweet-berry dregs and lunging cabinet way for a refill. As Ethel reflects further on a tattered memory, her biddy pumps together with little pink pins fall short of the carpet, dangling around the weathered chair legs. "It's the most terrified I've ever been, before or since. A sort of paralysed, milky white type of feeling. Parents thought I dreamt it, of course, but I remember one detail so clearly it couldn't have been a dream. In my room there was a porcelain mould of a teddy bear holding a bunch of balloons. It was a children's wall decoration hung on a hook, and I remember it going up and down, up and down, up and down." A mark of ungodliness, those last repeated words, strangely unnerving to old man D. Enduring the chilly twitch of every thick grey follicle, his bullying blues lift to the windy bay as the rain picks up. The sun exists, but only just as 2 caring crows land on the sill outside the window, black as night with winged warnings grabbing the attention of everyone inside. "Squawk, squawk, squawk," go the crows, tapping their peck protrusions on the glass. The last of many ill omens sent throughout the day, screaming with bill tears for what is to come, and once again completely and irreversibly ignored. Chapter 3. Young Males. The wild wind despairs in front of the ready rain for finishing its storm duties for the evening, leaving in its wake freshly laid oblate dew on every log and leaf.
The sun dwindling down to its last remaining beams, the pale orange glow glinting off the sea-blue bonnet of a carefully driven motor, its combustion of engine bearings and piston rings playing its automation song of dominant dives and flaring phoenix fires, up and down, up and down, up and down, turning with precise accuracy around the tight corners of a country lane, passing by an abandoned car nestled at the foot of a grassy, scenic path entitled Navis Lane, by a whitewashed signpost. Two garish driving gloves confidently command the wheel with virile gusto, both tailored to fit the 10-2 grip of a fashionable young male of 28, his athletic frame of fine muscle, rippling neck, way too short back and sides, surrounding fair hair of chestnut, its floppy thickness sufficiently combed to an indented side parting. In the passenger seat beside him there sits a thin, prim, buzzard woman of similar age and expensive style, her strikingly dark features proper and poised beneath a ruler-straight fringe of darkest ebony. Scratching her bold beak, she stares at the thick borderline bushes passing as a muddy brambled blur, the faint ring of her name being called repeatedly, cutting into her mental musings of high hygiene and the lack thereof in her current surroundings.
"Margot, I say, Margot!"
"Yes, dear?"
"I said, whose party are we going to?"
Undernourished by hidden bulimia, the bird of perfect posture shakes her head derisively, replying in a semi-polished diction, a strangled grain of brummy under every passing vowel. "Ben, I'm not telling you again. It's Marian's. You met her last summer." "Oh, your blonde friend, is it? Nice girl. Was she the one you brought along to Bourneville to see me and Smithy play in the Warwickshire cricket final, and I hit a 6 and the two of you couldn't handle the heat and left without telling us?" Forward-facing, Margot drops the vocality of her response, opting instead for a slow, agreeable nod in Ben's side eye. "Well, let's hope she likes the painting set. Still boggles my bonnet about the cufflinks, though." "They're not for her, Ben. It's her father's birthday as well."
"On the same day? That sounds like a bit of bad luck, if you ask me. I wouldn't much fancy it. When my day comes around, it's all about Benjo," said the stallion with a slight sided smile, pointing a muscular thumb at himself.
"She said she likes it. It's nice that they share a day together."
"Suppose it's easier on the old chap's wife, 2 parties with only half the mess."
Upon the buck, Margot's demeanour quickens with relief. "Ah, you've just reminded me of something. Marian's mother isn't around any more. Passed away from typhus during the war. So if she comes up in conversation, just be respectful. In fact, don't say anything at all. Just be on the safe side. Quite an amazing woman, actually. She was one of the VAD nurses sent over to frontline France." Agreeable mumbles chew from Ben's horsey chomp, his full attention reading a poorly painted road sign flying by at 30.
"Right, darling. Get the mappy ready. We're getting close. We're looking for a sign saying Nolo something.
Margot runs her wedding-ringed hand talon along a pre-prepared script of scraggly roads. "Navis? It's Navis Lane. We've already passed it."
"No, we haven't, dear. I remember coming this way a year ago. I'm sure I saw a cottage up ahead."
"It's back there, I'm telling you," said Margot, prodding the map. "Ben, stop the car and turn around. Look, we're here on Gulliver Street. We've turned left a few minutes ago. There was a car parked. It must have been that filthy little lane."
"Are you sure? It's an awful lot of effort to turn around if you're wrong."
"Yes, I'm sure. Now turn around. We're late as it is."
All right. No need to shout, darling. There's a good girl."
Buckishly, Ben pulls the brand-new brakes, taming the tyres to a halt. Performing the necessary manoeuvres, they speed off back the way they came, 20 yards, 50 yards, 100 yards. Drawing near to the correct, overgrown turning, their faithful landmark, the grassy-banked car has disappeared, its nonness clocked and then stamped as irrelevant by a mild Margot as she applies a light cloud of powdered make-up to her sharp-boned structure. The motor's suspension is put to the test as it rattles down the muddy, pebble and rock-infested lane. Cornering a wet bend, the magnificent cottage emerges like a peekaboo child from behind the wide trunk of a wind-weary oak tree. Sitting on a rock, greeting them at the foot of a grey gravel drive, a 4-foot-tall, algae-covered stone statue of Pan playing pipes, feeling in its motionless matter an eternal shame at its earthy restrictions, contemplating all the pain it could have prevented on this dreadful day of days. Unseasonable yellow and dead red leaves litter the ground as the narrow spokes turn into the drive, rattling stone for stone, parking parallel to Lidman's ford. Upon horse and bird, or rather thin and fashionable, leaving the vehicle, dry, malodorous smoke percolating the ice-cold atmosphere attacks their pricey presence, its puffing point a mustard-painted motor, simultaneously mounted on a decorative bird bath, and the splintered limb of a birch tree bent double. Margot wrinkles her upper lip disapprovingly. "I recognise that yellow jalopy. Belongs to Marian's little work friend. Oh, what's her name again? Ethel, that's it. She gave me a ride home in that death machine once. Her feet hardly reached the pedals. It was ridiculous, simply ridiculous. Personally, I find her a bit much." "Well, I can't think of any reason why a woman would need to drive. It's dangerous on the roads," said Ben, adjusting his designer overcoat. Coughing smog under an apricot sky, they reached the heavy oak entrance, gratefully lit by the front door's hanging light. The precious gifts are bundled into Ben's handsome hooves as Margot ribbons her thin lips with a third coat of thick mahogany lipstick. "Don't knock yet, I want to look my best." Clairvoyant moths hide behind the hanging lantern as the wife's careful application is suddenly obtusely crooked due to a resonating, ghostly tenor voice calling out from behind the smoking motor. "Can't fix it tonight, Ethel. It's getting dark." Deadly still on the stoop, unable to see anyone through the overcast bonfire haze emanating from the overheated engine grill, Margot sharply squawks into the chatty grim cloud, "Who's there?" The cloud goes silent. Ben berates likewise. "I say, who's there? Speak up!" Slowly the figure of a man emerges out of the billowing white sulphur, pleasantly smiling and carefully cleaning black oil from his fingertips with a grubby green handkerchief. "Sorry, folks, thought you were Ethel," said the stranger in a light, beguiling manner. "Said I'd give her engine a once-over, but unfortunately the drive belt snapped, so it'll have to wait until tomorrow. No harm in trying, though, eh?" Gradually moving closer to their still stuporage, the stranger reclothes himself with a fainted dinner jacket from an escorting forearm. Margot's inherent judgmental gaze takes in the cleanly shaved cleft chin, short curly black hair, and 2 round sizable ears either side of a square jaw. A touch of the Greek, she thought, smartly turned out, olive mid-30s skin, and finally his eyes, which, although inviting and wide, she concluded to be of simple, commonplace, garden-variety brown, an observation instantly changed by the telling glow of the hanging light, revealing his eyes to be something quite different entirely, as if shining to the back of 2 amber-painted glass orbs delighted with curves of illuminated beige and bright pricks of mellow yellow and gold. "I'll be honest with you," said the stranger. "I'm quite relieved that I'm out here. She's hauled me along to this little gathering, but I don't really know anyone. I haven't even been in there yet. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just chatting away with no introduction. How rude of me. The name's Freddie." Holding out a relaxed, friendly palm, the two males of similar 6-foot height firmly shake hands. Now that's a handshake with purpose. I've often found a good strong handshake is a telling sign of just how committed a man is. A trait of success, would you agree? Said Freddie, easy-going and cool, devoting all his attention to Ben, whose light suspicion quickly turns to a puffed-out chest, responding in a fake baritone. "Absolutely. As my father always says, all you need to be lucky in life is half a brain, expensive shoes, and a dosh firm grip. Although a big fat wallet doesn't do any harm." Cheerfully the two males roar with laughter, a nippy Margot joining in with a sarcastic snort at her husband's crass wit. "My name is Ben. B-E-N. Ben Barrister. If you're a cricketing man, you may have heard of me. The last 2 years I've cracked wicket for Warwickshire, just as a gentleman, mind you. Oh, and this is the wife, Margot," whinnied the horse as Buzzard broods over her limp willy of an introduction. "Well, to meet both of you is ace," said Freddie winsomely. "I like your coat, by the way, Margot. Sophisticated and powerful. So which fine folks do you know tonight?" "Well, that's very kind of you to say. It's real mink. Just Marion and her father, and I know Ethel slightly. She's such fun to be with. I remember once she—" Before Margot can finish, Freddie abruptly interrupts. "Do you mind if we chinwag inside, Margot? The weather's not on our side, I'm afraid." "Yes, darling, stop keeping us chatting in this god-awful chill bite," cried Ben, rearing up to bang the brass knocker 5 times in succession. "Let us in. We're god-dog freezing." The deep, faint movement of gorilla-ish footsteps approaches from inside, growing ever more pronounced until the sliding shutter gapes its fellatio yawn. The piercing, incandescent sapphires of Daniel J. Lidman glow through the rectangle, growling in a boss office boom. "Right, all of you listen up. I was going to ask you what the password is, but apparently it's no longer amusing to the guests who are already here. So to keep things interesting, we have decided to ask a ripping riddle. The one who comes up with the correct answer gets my last cigar. Literally now, you can't say better than that, can you?" "Oh, please, no games, Mr Lidman. It's practically the North Pole out here. Can't we just come in?" moaned Margot, inhaling with chattering teeth as the doorman declines. "Nope, not until you solve the riddle. Those are my rules, and I'm telling my childhood favourite, so you know it's a hard one. Now then, what always runs but never walks, often murmurs but never talks, has a bed but never sleeps, has a mouth but never eats?" "Oh dear, I think we're going to freeze to death, chaps," said the horse, preceded by a woolly-headed wifey. "What was the first part again?" The stranger, hanging back, casually admires how thick and immovable the heavy front door is, before allowing a lick of thinkage. "Always runs, but never walks. It has a bed. It's a river." Lidman's blue jewels meet the amber gaze of the Greek, a crescent grin growing in the willow wood gap. "You got it. Well done, clever egg. You've just saved yourself from a long, cold night. Now everyone inside before you get frostbite on my property." "Did you get it? Bravo, Fredo." Sliding back the panel, Daniel's handle hand moves to open the heavy oak entrance. Panicking, the front door jams its Suffolk latch. Yank, yank, yank. The lock begins to surrender and slip under the strain of its owner as the mud-stained mat cries with wallowing whimpers to hold on just a few moments longer. But it's too late. Clunk. The front door opens with a shameful creak as Margot, Ben and the newly introduced Freddie bundle their way in, shaking off the ravagement of nature's chill into the well-heated kitchen that still has a faint trace of burnt pie about it. Marianne and Ethel rush from the living room, beaming with joy at the abundance of youth now injected into the party, pursued timidly by a disgruntled Larry, still recovering from Ethel's squeaking belief that the death penalty should be extended to anyone being boring in public places. Snatching the gifts from hubby's possession, Margot presents them to birthday girl M, who barely contains her brimming girlishness, lovingly embracing store-bought stuff and buzzard in one slenderly armed cat wrap. "Evening, old chaps. Happy birthday. Prezzies and all that," projected Ben, dramatically whirling off his long coaterage with the live flamboyance of a mad matador, as wifey finally breathes from a feline squeeze. "It's a painting set, Marty. Watercolours. Hope that's okay. And the cufflinks are for your father." Sniffing the Parejo shape of his last cigar, a counterleaning Lidman seemingly ignores the prospect of improving his cuffs, preferring to extend a beckoning finger towards Freddie's friendly and far-away face. "You, come here." Standing for a brief moment, F surveys the elderly ape before strolling through the new sparks of party banter to accept the weight of Daniel's hairy hand on his broad shoulder, jovial yet rough in its connection. "Right, here it is, my last... Sorry, what's your name, lad?" "My name's Freddie, Mr Lidman." "Well, Fred, this is my last Havana cigar. Just look at it. Isn't it beautiful, and you won it fair and square? Now, listen up, because this is important. I'm accustomed to smoking one a day. The docs say I need to cut down or there'll be consequences. So if I try and buy it back by the end of the night, you refuse me flat, because above all else I am a man of my word." Briskly, the last Havana is shoved into the complete concealment of Fred's front pocket, as Ben's bronco tone ping-balls the kitchen walls. "Who the bloody hell is Antoinette? I can't survive on chocolate walnuts all night." "Yes, you can. You haven't even tried yet," said the cat, prim bird concurring with a lifted beak. "Well, I think it's a wonderful idea, Mari. French, is it? I would have thought as much. They're so cultured over there, unlike someone." As the playful pretend argument develops between good friends, Freddie senses the sizzling worth of two solitary grey eyes staring at him from across the room. Predicting its dessert table position, he confronts the sizzle just in time to see Ethel's peering pupils dart back down to her empty plate. Taking into account her age, height, and every clumsy mouse-like movement, the Greek proceeds with lashings of likability towards DL's wine-pouring counterage. "Those cream scones do look delicious over there. Do you mind if I try one?" "Well, since you're polite enough to ask, you eat as many as you can, lad, before they go stale." Nodding respectfully, the placid Fred walks the far distance among mingling chatter to the spread of nectarious nibbles, standing opposite the bowed crown of E, her picky ponder popped by a table-end question. "It's Ethel, isn't it?" Ethel looks up. "Oh, hello. Yes, that's me. Who are you? I mean, it's nice to meet you. What's your name?" "My name's Freddie, and before you say it, yes, I'm very much aware how silly a name it is. Like a lost dog tag. I'm starting to think I should change it to something else." "Freddie's good. It's bouncy. I like it," said E, fighting her inner anxiety at having to converse with yet another complete and total stranger. Well, if you like it, Ethel, that's all the persuasion I'd ever need to hold it dear all my life. I fixed it, by the way. I'm sorry? Your car. I fixed it. The drive belt was snapped. Luckily, I had a spare one in my glove compartment. You'll drive away like a dream now. I didn't know it was broken. Thank you. Honestly, though, how much did it cost? I won't have anyone out of pocket because of me. I would never and could never take anything from you, Ethel. Let me have my good deed for the day. Swaying shyly, hiding her slight tipsiness of 2 glasses of wine, Ethel's childish neck leans coyly to one side. Are you a member of Marian's Dad's Coin Club thing? Please tell me you're not. You look far too alive for that. Good Lord, no. Old things don't interest me. I like new things, for the simple reason that they never get old. Clever. Are you the neighbour's son, then? Mrs Bettridge, is she still coming? The Greek's analysing amber calmly scans the guestly gaggle. I'm sure she'll be here soon. You know how women of a certain age can be. They can never find anything to wear. Mother and I just live up the road, you know. I've passed this beautiful cottage so many times. It's a bit of a thrill to finally see what the inside looks like. A wet gungy sound tenses the Greek, loud and lingering, the phlegmy clearance of a red Roman nose. Revolving carefully, F is fully confronted by a grumpy cardigan mound of ginger weasel fuzz.
I want to get to the biscuits. You're standing in front of them. Makes it hard to get to them, said Larry with a further clearing of thick phlegm, causing Ethel to scarper off to join Marianne's molting conversation about moving to Paris to attend gourmet cookery classes. With a step to the left, Larry creeps forward beside Fred and proceeds to fondle each individual biscuit, checking for discoloration. Did I hear you say you were the neighbour's son?
Sorry, I didn't catch your name, Fred retorted, thrusting a hand of friendship, receiving a limp bundle of flaccid fish fingers for a handshake.
Larry, I work in a museum.
Well, Larry, it's a pleasure to converse. So you and Mr Lidman collect coins, is that right?
Yes, that's right. NCA member and proud of it. But I've known Daniel since 15, or is it 16? He was my captain at Whittington Local Defence during the war. He was a good cap, stern but fair. Some hard days back then. You know, I sprained my ankle in a rabbit hole when we were patrolling a field in Polesworth. It happened 3 days before Christmas, and I had to eat my turkey dinner with my foot up on a stool.
Mr Lidman's a captain. You've just made me very happy, Larry. Grinning away from the biscuit-scented ferret, Freddy surveys his weatherly watch for the first time. 7:59 p.m. At that precise moment, a jolly contralto voice sings to a high soprano outside the heavy oak entrance. Yoo-hoo, it's me. The birthday boy lights up, lumbering latchway. Is that my favourite farm girl? I think it is. Father, don't mess around with the shutter. Just let the poor woman in. It's starting to rain again, said Marian, spotting the return of windy water lines sprinting down the window glass. Clunk. The front door swings its achingly slow hinges to a large, buxom, 67-year-old whale of a woman, with 2 enormous bosoms matching the girth of her bulging stomach, a thick Hessian handbag laying against her plentiful thighs that stretch and jiggle beneath a floral dress of deepest purple. "Happy birthday, Daniel!" chanted the operatic woman, holding up a shimmering oval platter covered with a chrome dome lid. Lidman rose a welcoming long arm. "Toddle on in, Mrs Bettridge. Feel my warmth." Smiling inanely with an unruly grey mane, Bettridge wobbles in like a violet hippo, purposely ponging of Lady Lavender to mask the pungent notes of wet manure embedded in her boots. "Greetings, you lovely dear people," she said in a light, breathy voice, almost woeful in tone. "I'm dreadfully late. I got caught up with one of my cows, you see. She hasn't been able to express, poor thing, but all she needed was a change of diet and a good firm hand, and all that milk came squirting out like magic. Oh, I see you're already on the desserts. Well, if anyone's got hollow legs or otherwise hungry, I've whipped up a beef Wellington with leek and onion gravy for this grand occasion." Gleaming from ear to ear with sad, soulful eyes, the wide-hipped hippo rises her shiny plateau, creating an immediate surge of leaning interest.
"She's got food, real food," said a wide-eyed horse.
"That looks very heavy. Let me take that tray, Mrs Bettridge," smiled Lidman, licking his lips, taking the flat silver into his moulding monkey grip. "Oh, thank you. God bless a sweet man with manners. Careful, it's a bit hot." "That really does smell good," said the buzzard, with mouse and ferret bobbing their bonnets in agreement. Performing a theatrical peek under the chrome cover, D.L. straightens up with a silverback simmer, commanding the room with a sonorous grumble. "Everyone, there is no point hiding the fact that we now have a hot, nutritious meal in our possession, with leek and onion gravy, and as I speak, and speak I do, it's getting colder and colder, and there's no time to waste. So to all who hate the dentist, grab your glasses and follow me to the dining-room." Marching out of the kitchen, platter in hand, deep into the bunting bliss, the host passes the solitary staircase and takes a sharp right down the coffee-coloured corridor, followed by a tinkling xylophone of wine-glass melody and the giggling guffs of migrating party guest, with a moody Marion leading the charge. "Hey, this was meant to be a Mary Antoinette theme party, Dad, with cakes and buns." "Don't worry, sweetheart. The night is young and them sweets aren't going anywhere. Keep up, everyone." Spellbound, baited by the hearty smell of beef, the hungry posse moves together as one down the ebony brown hallway. Encountering on their train line travels a sealed study and one dying wall light flickering for help at the end of the aisle.
"I say, chaps, where are you taking us?"
said a berry bottle horse, saddled with two under each arm. Upon reaching the flicker, another sharp right leads them down yet another narrow corridor of half the length. Waiting at way's end, eager for customers, two lonely stained-glass doors lay lame, with a hibernating hook-latch holding them together. Hook swung to a yawning hang. The full add of 8 stroll between the colourful parted panes into a square and scarcely used dining-room. Scaling the respectable measurements of 5 metres in every direction, the majority of which taken up by a regal table of darkly varnished oval cedar and its neatly tucked offspring of 10 chairs, dusty bulbs glow burning with a dim-lit romance. The cat reluctantly raids a silverware sideboard for clean enough cutlery and sufficient fine china for every gluttonous guest. Chromed and domed, the shimmer is placed at the foot of the table, wafting its perfection, the sexy sight of the beef Wellington finally revealed by its lifted lid, an ear-pricked horse nudging a quite Fred with a wink of approval as everybody piles into their selected comforts. "A sword so I can vanquish this beast," hollered host, handed a small serrated bread knife. Sawing equalish slices, he distributes accordingly amongst the posh platterage. "And now the gravy. Mrs. Bettridge carefully unveils from her Hessian handbag a topped milk bottle full of globby meat stock with various dismembered vegetables drowning around against the murky glass. "Oh, good, it's still warm. Do you mind if I serve it out? I simply love sloshing my gravy, and there is a trick to it, you know. Not too little and not too much." The hippo proceeds to orbit her rotund radius around the chairs, proudly pouring out a precise amount from the recycled milk bottle.
"None for me. Gravy makes me gassy," said the ferret.
Crab-stepping the tiny gap between the chairs, the Bettridge whale leans forward, pressing her gigantic farm filly breasts into Larry's bewildered rodent face, sloshing thick steamy gravy all over his reluctant plate. "You're a growing male that needs nourishment, and there's nothing wrong with a man's potent gust. It's a sign of good gut." Reversing from rat, Mrs. B rotates the table once more to meet her empty seat between Freddie and Ben. "I think I'll squeeze in amongst these two strapping boys. I'm a lucky lady tonight," she said with a flirtatious titter. Still stood at the cedar's foot, Lidman dominantly leans his fisted limbs onto the wood grain. "I have a speech, and I'll keep it short. Thank you all for coming. It's Marion's 23rd and my 65th. Still can't believe I'm that old. Anyway, this day for me is a date to be treasured, because on this very day 23 years ago I got given the best gift that any man could ask for. I know that sounds soft, but old men grow soft for a reason. Happy birthday, sweetheart." Plodding his sweaty woodlog body to a sequin green happy cat, the hairy father kisses her young forehead to the clapping cheer of hip hip hooray as cutlery clinks down to the slow-cooked beef.
"So, chaps, what do you think of Stanley Baldwin as Prime Minister? He'll never fill the bulldog's basket, if you ask me," mumbled Ben with a mouthful of meat, assuring an inner irk from a temperamental wife.
"Dear, I think we'd best stay away from politics."
"Righto. Well, does anyone know any good jokes?" "I knew one once. It was about a frog that jumped off a cliff. Or was it a toad?"
Larry droned, staring into space over the reply of a wine-swilling DL. "I've got one that's half bearable. It's a longy long, though." "Oh, I just adore long jokes. They're like funny stories. Oh, go on, tell it, please," begged Bettridge. "Very well. Top up your drinks and try not to split your sides. An Englishman is going off to war. He hugs his wife and son and tells them he'll be back soon. Just as he's leaving, the son, little Jim, says, 'Daddy, please bring me back a present.' And the father says, 'Sure, little Jim, what would you like?' And the son says, 'I want a German helmet with a spike on top.' And the father says, 'I'll see what I can do.' And within a week the Englishman is in the thick of it, jumping in and out of trenches, dodging bullets, ducking shells, the lot. He ends up in a very wet and very muddy ditch. And would you believe it? There, glinting in the mud, is a German helmet. The Englishman thinks, 'Oh, what luck, I'm having that for little Jim.' So he grabs the helmet by the spike and pulls. It doesn't budge an inch. So he gets a good footing, and with two hands he pulls, and pulls, and pulls until suddenly he hears someone gasping for air under the helmet. 'Bloody hell, there's a German attached,' thought the Englishman, and the German says, 'I can't do the accent, but I'll try anyway. Please don't kill me, Tommy. I want to live.' Adjusting his volume slightly over the meat porcelain rhythm of tink, 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 the host hammers on, and the Englishman says, 'Hello, German, I see you've got yourself stuck in mud.' And the German replies, 'Ja, ja, mud on me stock, yes, Tommy.'
If I pull you out of the mud, can I have your helmet to give to my son, little Jim? Says the Englishman. Ya, ya, little Jimmy, ya. Sure, Tommy. You pull, you pull. So the Englishman pulls with all his might, with every bit of strength he has, and after half an hour the German is still buried up to his armpits. I can't seem to pull you out of the mud, says the exhausted Englishman, and the German says, would it help if I took my feet out of the stirrups? Resounding in chorus, a ghastly groan echoes the dimly lit dining room. That was bloody awful, worse than one of mine, and my jokes are unbearable, laughed the horse, officially semi-drunk. As the plentiful wine continues to flow, the chatter picks up over the communal tune of eating, pollinated with individual group grabbles. Betteridge happily telling Freddie and Ben about her addition to knitting, as the three gossiping girls reveal all they know about flirtatious film stars and the hell-bent harlots of hot Hollywood. Patting his old stomach at the successful table talk, Daniel leans back in his chair to correspond with a wilted chum, still unsuccessfully trying to scrape a sea of gravy off his bathing beef. Quite a nice turnout, Larry. Yes, people. I'm glad Mrs. Betteridge's son decided to give it a miss, otherwise the portions would have been even smaller. Larry sniffs and licks a dabbled digit of brown onion juice, in a moment of silence before replying, That black-haired man's her son. He was in the way of the biscuits. The clever egg? Oh, good. So there was enough to go round. That's a full house, then, smiled Lidman, leisurely catching the elderly eye of Betteridge from across the dining crossfire, lifting his drink to the happy mum and son as they both raise their glasses in kind. Stacked one by one with left-over gravy and gristle, the pasted plates are gathered together for fear of slowing down the last dizzy bottle of Spanish Merlot, circulating the oval rim, eventually ending up in the Greek's possession. Mrs. Betteridge, there are 3 things in a woman's life that should never be empty: her heart, bed, and class. May I refresh it for you? No, no, not for me, you kind boy. I've only just finished my last one. I'm not used to drinking like this, you know. I'm starting to feel tiddly, said the hippo, fluttering her grey lashes at the gliding surface of Fred's clever knee, grazing the outside of her gigantic thigh, making a delicate friction between wild wool and thin purple. Uncontrollably blushing, the whale woman begins giggling like a giddy schoolgirl. Oh, go on then, just a small one, mind. Plucking her glassy stalk, F steadily pours the old-world red, waiting for her to halt the flow, only ceased by common sense and Mrs. B's impression of a snorting walrus. Easy up there, or I'll be anyone's by the end. Hurling a hearty guffaw, she clamps her faint lady moustache around the glass, taking a large gulp of fresh Merlot. Sinking slightly in the creaking chair, she looks at Freddie with a sad, slinky smile of intoxication. Oh, you're a good lad, you are, ain't ya? He's a good lad, he is, she said, telling anyone around the table who would listen. Fulfilling the role of hostess, Marianne floats to her feet, lifting the pile of plates. I'll just quickly wash these up. One less thing to worry about. Any helping hand, Margot, Ethel? Hearing their names called in such a matter-of-fact tone, Buzz and Mouse dutifully stand with agreeable attendance for the slender M. I'll take the plates. Margot the cutlery, please, and Ethel, grab that platter. We can't let Mrs. Betteridge take it home like that. Joining her long stride, the 3 young femmes pass the rainbow glass, disappearing up the coffee-coloured corridor,
predicting a sudden lull due to the lack of young ladies, Ben proceeds to rock his chair back and forth, thinking of new hilarities.
I say, Mr Lidman, I notice you have a piano in the living room. Mind if I blow the dust off and give it a whirl? I only know Greensleeves, but it's not a real party without a sing-song.
If you must, said D.L., folding his furry forearms, it'll be good to see that old relic put back to work. Up and unseated, the horse canters on the spot.
How about it, Freddo? Fancy turning the pages for me?
I'd be delighted. If you will excuse me, Mrs. Bettridge, I must turn another man's pages.
Yes, you boys run along, and have fun. You leave us oldies to put our feet up, said the hippo with a simmering smug mug as Lidman winces at the prospect of being called an oldie.
The two males march out of the dining room in the way of the women, minus the grace and gowns, leaving the three elders to their worldly wisdom. Investing a pot-bellied grunt, Daniel eyeballs the empty chairs, the empty bottles on the table.
Look at all those dead soldiers, Corporal. It's quite a sight, isn't it?
Nodding, the ferret grows nostalgic for the regiment days of do this, do that.
Yes, Captain, they're all empty. Want me to fetch more?
I'm afraid as far as wine is concerned, they've all bought it. The very last drops of bravery lay solely in that fair lady's glass over there. How do they taste, Mrs. Bettridge?
Sweet and brave, she said with an accidental burp. Sitting bolt upright, the host blew darts around the middle distance with a thinking frown.
Hang on a second, there is another bottle behind the stove.
Hippo raises one eyebrow. Stove?
Yes, I put it there last week because my Uncle Basil had his heart broken by a Hungarian girl when he was 16.
Hippo raises two eyebrows. I don't understand, Daniel. Does he have a drinking problem?
No, I forgot to mention he was visiting. I hid the bottle because the wine's made in Hungary. The smallest hint of anything Hungarian, and he bursts out blubbing. But the point is, we're back in business, Larry. In the kitchen, behind the Rayburn stove. Get out there and bring our man home safely.
Understood, Captain.
Larry fusses up with a limp-wristed salute, creeping out of the dining square to the din of Ben's butchered rendition of Greensleeves playing down the corridor. Moving in turn to sit creak another chair, the farm filly closes the gap between her and host to a whispering intimacy. I must say, neighbour, I'm having the most wonderful time. Thank you so much for inviting us. Content, Daniel Minnie waves a discouraging hand.
Now I won't hear that. The pleasure is all mine, and I want you to know that you are welcome at this cottage any time you like. Fred as well. He's a clever lad.
Oh, most definitely. You know he's been teaching me about a new way to knit my woolen tea cosies. It's a cross-stitch with a 3-centimetre dip-down. It will save me a ton of yarn if I can master it. But everybody has been so lovely tonight, and it looks like my beef Wellington went down a treat. Thank goodness I cooked a large one, eh? Before Daniel can coin a compliment, her expression turns strangely sombre. Shame about George, though. He really wanted to come tonight. He's attending a 3-day conference in Doncaster. It's terrible having him away from home, even for a few days, but if it helps him get that promotion in Brum, then full steam ahead, I say. Lidman's primitive rock face crease leans politely with two perplexed twinkles newly glinting under, above and all around a bed of wrinkles.
I'm sorry, who?
Mrs. B sets off giggling again, playfully paw-patting his shoulder. You kidder, you know my George. He drives past almost every day on the way to work. He said he saw you gardening last week. I didn't know you had a green thumb. We should share potting tips sometime. Oddly still, Lidman looks away from her.
George? George is your son?
Yes, silly, you sent us an invite last month, don't you remember? Quiet blues gliding ray-like along the whirling wood grain of the table, a cold slither wriggles down Daniel. How many sons do you have, Mrs. Bettridge? Oh, just the one. Plenty enough for a widow. George was a real handful when he was a young un. You couldn't keep your eyes off him for 1 second without him banging into something. Hunching his bell-tower shoulders into an uncomfortable stoop, the boss aggressively rubs the bumpy, rough meat of his temple and cheeks. Bettridge taps his hairy table arm. Everything all right, dear? You've gone awfully pale. It's not my food, is it? Oh, I just knew I should have left it in longer. Turning his bull neck to a worried wail, Lidman creases up his entire face into a counterfeit grin. I suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to join the others for a sing-song. Oh, yes, let's. We'll show them we still have some spirit left in us, although a young ticket should never be envied, Daniel. They queue for the bus the same as us. Creaking their heavy bones from a fading comfort, they escort each other past the multicoloured glass, changing to black in Lidman's severity. Navigating the Pecan passageway, its lengthy walls suspect. The amateur abundance of wrong keys abruptly stops. Silence. As if strangled back in tune, the screaming sound of a petrified piano plays back up again, but with one fundamental difference. The ham-fisted schoolboy playing has been replaced by the fast-running, ghostly tempo of ragtime blues, never yet heard by English eardrums, and only ever played, let alone listened to, in the deepest, darkest corners of downtown Louisiana, the alley black scream of New Orleans. Chapter 4. The Room. Swarming from devilish key fingers, the flying nimble notes rag their bone rhythm down the coffee-coloured corridor to greet with grave animosity the sinewy shoulders of a stampeding Lidman, glare bulbing the return of Larry and Bottle with an echoing succession of booming grunts. Go back, Larry, we're joining Ben's sing-song. Yes, we're pulling our socks and joining the young, huffed a breathy Bettridge, struggling to keep up.
Oh, I'll go with you then, shall I?
Replied the ferret, turning back with a slight stumble. The smiling bloke is not the one playing, though. That angry little girl booted him off the stool because he wasn't very good at playing piano. Crossing a deceased wall light and study, the elders finally advance out of the long dong espresso into the bright bunting bliss, their dilating peeps titillated by 4 sets of swaying legs, dancing in small scuffles around the grand piano, tapping their young toe-toes to the strange music. It's awfully fast, isn't it? Smiled Bettridge, wobbling on to join and jive the whirling semicircle. Treading behind, striking a sad shape with a pronounced bottom lip, a frowning, belly-green boss sidles likewise to the rabble of melody-minded guests, a fluctuating gap between the 2 merry M's showcasing a talented question mark, the grim, soulful spectre of an intently playing Freddie, riddled with red ambivalence, the unbearable need to point, the need to shout, interrogate in front of everyone is abruptly interrupted by Larry's cuddling waiterage of an ugly yellow bottle, held babyish against his brown buff with stroking rat nails.
Needs a corkscrew, Captain.
Is that the last bottle? There's an opener in the kitchen, said a threshold-bounding Marianne, thirsty and eager to renew the sudden dry drought. Taking the opportunity to not be corrected by a homely daughter, Lidman steals closer to the grand piano with a falling haze brain, the relentless ragtime haunting his every second as he tries to be, in a word, tactful. "Come to think of it, there's plenty of wine," exclaimed the old man over the loud music, dazed and blinking with no care of coherence. "Lots and lots of it. A case of it in my study. It's quite a big case, heavy. I'll need some help bringing it out." Dotting the end of a hostly tone, Fred immediately stops playing and lowers the bruised and crying fall board over a tired row of violated keys. "I'll help," said Ben, flexing his cricket muscles for comic effect. No, lad, I remember you brought bottles to the dining room. You've done your bit, it's Fred's turn." Lidman waited for a presumable "yes, I'd love to help" from an always cordial Freddy, but in lieu of this, without saying a word, he stands and steps away from the schoolboy stool and waits in turn with a soft wry smile. Perpetually beetle-browed, Lidman commands with a directional fist to follow him. "Down here, lad, won't take long." Groaning at the loss of their talented player, the amber-eyed man is escorted away from the rest of the guests and back down the lengthy brown corridor to the locked study, which to Lidman's touch opens without needing a key. This equates the impossible to an incontinent strike plate and DL knowing a precise wrist jiggle. "Guests first." Relaxed and cool, Freddy strolls through a frame of stale air into a dark cerebellum grey room with no windows or ventilation of any kind. The longish floor plan, dominated by erect filing cabinets sprouting from the ground like ambitious tree trunks, their dumb corners casting fat duvet shadows across shaded items of miscellaneous meaning, a spare chair with a broken seat, a first cracked wall mirror propped against an old rocking horse, left over from Marian's childhood. Standing in the middle clearing, overcast and grim, the lurid Greek ignores the surrounding features as DL locks the door behind them. Snap goes the latch, their minuscule room movements made ever more pronounced by the runty reverberation of oblivious party guests laughing down the way. Hiding his nature, the host turns with a fake light-heartedness. "So, Fred, thank you for helping. You told me your name was Fred, and you're Mrs Bettridge's son, is that right?" Not responding, the well-postured Freddy remains eerily unaffected, like a well-crafted waxwork, never talking, never moving, always smiling slightly. Sapphires glinting in an oversized skull, the brutish cross-boss grinds his old grey chompers, proceeding to the next unavoidable question. "This party, who invited you?" Noir in mood, the room resonates in the ensuing silence. Smile fading away in olive skin shadow and pools of haze-grey light, the square-jawed genie replies matter-of-factly, "Nobody, Mr Lidman." "Lad, I'm about to get really angry, so you be right careful now. I know you haven't come with Larry. You're not Mrs Bettridge's son, so you're one of Ben's friends, are you? And you're a jokester. You like jokes." "A tad under 2 hours, Mr Lidman. That's how long I've known your guests," said the Greek, with a queer lick of pride. Suffering a familiar chest pain, the old man rises red, with a spit-clenched pressure bursting through a hateful vibration. "You've just walked in off the street, into my home. You better start telling me who you are, lad. Something for the police." Freddie winces with equal irritation. I'm not from the street, Mr Lidman, and I could tell you all about me, but it doesn't really matter. I will, however, tell you that the reason for me being in your delightful home is what you might call a business matter. I've been approached by a local company, that has expressed a great deal of interest in your work affairs, and given your refusal to sell, have calculated my services as being a far more cost-effective way for them to proclaim ownership of said business. Now, the good news, Mr Lidman, it has been brought to my attention, and you should thank your last bit of luck that it was, you have not yet started in your will, that the list of 0 living beneficiaries of Lidman and Son accountancy includes one Marian Elizabeth Lidman. Although I'm sure you were planning on doing so very soon, you should see your neglect in these matters as a spot of good fortune, considering the circumstances. Flustered by the barrage of speech, Lidman sharp barks in bafflement. Local company? What are you talking about? You haven't been listening to a word I have been saying, have you, Mr Lidman? I've been hired to murder you. A rosy river drains from DL, leaving a white-sheeted man, the cold hospital distilled fear boiled back in an instant by an altogether new river of black anger. You're going to kill me, boy. You've walked into my home without being invited, and you think you are going to kill me? Intruder engulfed by a gorilla man shadow, Lidman seems to double in size by aid of good posture, channeling his inner brute from 30 years ago, his huffing barrel chest causing a fat bottom lip to stick out more than ever, a bright red cushion bedding the crazed glint of saliva, covering an ivory as peaceful Greek sails a slender hiss across the hot-minded study. If it came to that, I think it would be a very messy outcome for both of us. But fortunately, I don't prepare for bare-knuckle boxing for each employment. Use your imagination, or better yet, your riddling skills. Noisy, made of metal, and about my person at this very moment. Joining the sounds of heart and huff, the irregular clip-clap of drunken footsteps coming down the brown towards the locked study door reaches their mid-attention. Calm and centralized, the Greek stares with half-dull eyes at the soon-to-be rattled copper knob. Don't unlock the door, Mr Lidman. They will automatically become my business as well. Upon the falling thud of those fatal words, a fatherly fear swirls within Daniel, recognizing the feline steps to be the very distinct movements of his own blood and love daughter, a daughter that shares with him all the knowledge of the household, including the jiggle. Traveller stops. The handle rattles for a hot second before swinging into a door-bound Lidman, stopping its fulfilment at a hinged pie slice. "Hello, Dad," slurred a merry Marian, illuminating the gap. Embedding scared nails into a painful frame, Lidman confronts his executioner's mild surprise, unprepared for a failing lock. The pushing cat opens the door fully to a boyish smile, clown painted across Freddie's shuddering jawline. Excited, M pulls a pale DL into the hallway, sustaining her sloppy speech. "It's amazing and wonderful and beautiful and everything. Ben's brought champagne, real champagne. Quick, quick, before it's all gone." Releasing a sweaty wet shirt arm, She glides away back up the coffee dong, disappearing into the far-reaching bunt. Newly framed and unchanged, Fred proceeds with a deadly severity. "Step back inside, Mr Lidman."
"No, no, you can't do this," whispered the father feverishly. "I don't know anyone who would hire you. I just run an accountancy firm, tax returns and rebate slips, that's all. That's all I do."
"Tax returns?" puzzled F, stepping the spine-like aisle.
"Yes, just a few small businesses. We take care of their books, that's it."
"Small businesses? The baker and the toy shop on the corner, things like that?"
"Yes, lad, exactly like that."
"There must be some mistake. I can't imagine my employer would instigate a crime for such a minuscule operation such as that. Well, I suppose I'd better leave then."
The Greek lifts a thick black pair of Mediterranean eyebrows to the stress-filled face in front of him. "Sarcasm, boy," scowled Daniel with a sniffing grunt.
Fred moves closer with a twitch of annoyance. Must I really inject perspective? They have absolutely no interest in what goes on within the walls of Lidman and Son Accountancy. It's the building, Mr Lidman, and the ground that it stands on, which you solely own. Just you. You.
Old muscles beginning to crack and crumble, clenching, hot and heavy. "I can't believe this. Why? Why did you have to do this on my birthday? Our birthday?"
Mr Lidman, I really can't stress enough the utter rarity of this conversation. You see, I no longer complete a brief in front of their children. I've deemed it counterproductive. It really does mess with their little minds for pretty much their entire existence. But the real question is, why are you alive now? I've had a strange revelation. Would you like to know what it is? I think you're going to like it very much. As a rule, I would have made it quick, but the complication of there being multiple people here has made it difficult. Now that is down to my foolish mistakes and not yours. So, given the climate of which I have already stated, I'm going to make you a deal."
"A deal? What is it? Anything?" Ever telling, the watch that hugs an olive arm is checked for a second time.
8:59 p.m. The deal is this. We head back to the party, have a jolly old time with your family and friends, drink as much as you want, eat as much as you want, and at the end of the night, when everyone has gone home, or, in your daughter's case, gone to sleep upstairs, then we will find a secluded, quiet spot outside, most likely the end of a field, and then we will simply conclude our business. This is my gift to you, Mr Lidman. Happy birthday." Turning ghoulish and green, Daniel dribbles a fractured plead.
"Please, you can't. Don't."
"The only other direction, return to the study if you would rather not postpone the act any further."
Growing weaker by the second, the old man begins to hysterically admit a stop-and-start ghostly monotone moan of guttural giggling rocking from his panicking larynx. Quick as a quip, Freddy grabs 2 soft paddles of chesty fabric, pinning Lidman's rattle-band shoulders to the corridor wall to prevent him from collapsing into a crying heap.
"Listen to me very carefully," Freddy hissed. "Your body is trying to shut down. If it succeeds, it will become impossible for me to offer you this very generous gift, to accept the changes and carry on as normal, A shock to the system is needed. I'm going to have to hurt you." The Greek viciously clamps an unnaturally strong hand around Lidman's bumbling chin, bunching up his jowly cheeks. "I think I'll aim for the temple, following your hairline, which will be for the most part invisible to others. Now, given your natural temperament, this should give you a good surge of rage, overcoming by force this unhelpful hysteria. Blink 3 times if you would like me to continue." Before Daniel's dead-end lids can shut out the light, a rough workman's hand crashes into his elderly, pain-late nerve endings. Left to fall to the floor with an apish roar, the rabid host pounds a hairy fist into the dusty dong, now feeling an endless elevator of pain.
"You're a monster!"
"Business only, a straightforward redundancy. You, of all people, should understand that. Now, before we make our way back, let me state a warning to you as clearly as I can. I am, at this present moment, carrying a firearm, as I'm sure you have already guessed, and I will be using it by the end of the night. I promise you that. Now, you may take comfort in the fact that the last thing I want is to murder an old man in front of his loved ones. But rest assured, if you tell anyone who I am, or take advantage of my very painful present in any way, I will take no hesitation in fulfilling my docket then and there. And by the time the screams have stopped and help has arrived, I will be long gone, and so will you." With use of pale hand and hard wall, Lidman raises himself to a new-found stability, silently nod-signing the venomous verbal contract to Freddy's immense pleasure. "Wonderful. Now I think we both fancy another one of those delicious cream scones, don't we, with plenty of butter?" Being made to walk in front in his own home, the lengthy sombre aisle grows longer and longer in the maddening mind of Old Man D, watching the bright raised merriment unfold in a far living room with a galloping Ben showing off the champagne-bottled beauty to a pair of gramophone ladies, a comfortably sitting whale, a teetotal ferret, finishing up at a barely drunk buzzard. "Bosh to the wine, chaps, I have a real thing," promoted the horse like a miracle man, boasting an all-in-one elixir to the moody re-emergence of Lidman's private crumble. "Back of the car. Forgot I had it," smiled Ben zealously. "Left over from a triumphant victory at Bourneville. We were down by 2 wickets, but right at the last their anchor went belly up because of a backfired salmon bap, and we whipped their bollards by 79 runs. "Is this really from France, or the knock-off stuff we had at the Queen's?" smirked Ethel, sparking a stallion outrage. "How dare you? Benjo only wins the best. Genuine stock. This is made by the frogs, and no mistake. You can tell by the shape of the bubbles." Ben-Eye examines its green glass circumference, noticing a tall, bubbly Greek on the other side. "Grand tour over then, Freddy. Just be thankful he didn't show you his coin collection upstairs. A man would definitely need a good stiff drink after seeing a 200-year-old Spanish nobbler." "It's pronounced Ninkler," said Larry, rather put out. "Hey, what did you say, Larry? Any more boring coin talk from you equals no glass of froggy juice." "I told you I don't drink," frowned the ferret, nursing a glass of apple water. "Coin collecting isn't for everyone. It's an acquired skill. Doesn't come easy to most people," retorted Lidman, trying his very best to perform a fake normality to Ben's high vibrancy. "Well, speaking of easy, we've just been playing a brand new parlour game I invented, and this lot are easier to beat than a tambourine." "That's because you cheated. I demand a rematch," squeaked the mouse, her squinting greys burning into the horse's hide as Bettridge happy honks with nude perplexity. "Oh, yes, let's give it another whirl. I'm not sure I understood the first time." Projecting, the wild steed flicks a chestnut mane.
"It's a simple game, chaps. Even a monkey could figure it out. The name's Movie Star Magic. We all choose a film star. Don't tell anyone. Don't give any clues. If you are picked by me, you have to stand by the fireplace and do an impression of your film star without using any sound, and we have to guess who it is. But here's where it gets spicy. I also get to choose the only person who is allowed to guess. So everyone take a seat. Let's start with the birthday girl, with Larry to guess."
Avoiding a painful connection between blue and aiming amber, Daniel grouches a near comfort in his large leather throne, while Monster cool steps to grace a more modest grandfather chair. "I've got it. I've got someone in my head," said Marion, Pussy pouncing to the fireside clearing, immediately shooing off a flock of imaginary seagulls. Correcting his freakishly magnified spectacles, Larry tweaks a puzzled pout as the girls bob in their noisy seat cushions, aching to cry out the answer.
"Come on, man, think. Who could it be? Just think," brashed Ben encouragingly.
A cat's miming patience ebbing away as the stupefied peer-pressure ferret bumbles a long, groaning guess.
Charlie Chaplin. Marie, is it Chappers?"
said the horse, swinging a dramatic finger as Marion explodes out of her muteness with furious disbelief. "Charlie Chaplin? How is this Chaplin?" She repeats the manic motion. "It was obviously Arbuckle." Anxious, the grump gulps his shaking glass of apple before defending himself over the bunting room titters of, "Yes, I thought it was, and how did he not get that, the fool? I don't really watch the flickers. Can I pick a politician instead?" "I'm the one who picks. You, man," fumed an ever-polite Marion, a soothing stallion quickly redirecting the well-watered players.
"Right. Well, that was a complete disaster. Who wants to go next?"
"May I have a go? I know just who to do. She's so sweet," said the hippo, wobbling her way to the fireplace stage, a smiling Ben muting her rippling sing.
"Don't give us any clues, Mrs. Bettridge. Just give us your great impression. Margot to guess."
Lifting a giggle dress hem, the fat lady curls her tattered grey hair into temporary ringlets around a pudgy finger, flirtatiously kissing the ambient air repeatedly in every direction.
"Well, I'm nonplussed. Venture a guess, darling,"
shrugged the horse to a prim buzzard hiding her quiet queasiness, brought on by the hippo's oscillating farm flab. "She's acting like a little girl and curling her hair a lot, so my guess is Pickford." Elated and loud, the nodding hippopotamus operas insanely. Yes, it was Mary Pickford. Does that mean I've won?"
"It sure does, Mrs. Bettridge. I announce you the winner," said Ben, clapping kindly.
Beaming with mad happiness, Bettridge begins to bounce her large, elephant-bosomed body up and down on the red ruby carpet, overwhelmed with euphoric pleasure. "I've won! I can't believe it! I've never won anything! Oh, the joy!" Leaping her heavy belly once more in front of everyone, the wailing widow's skin briskly turns the colour of mouldy white bread. Still suspended in flight by a matter of milliseconds, she collapses down to the ground with a godless thud, her vision dancing away in the big abyss, leaving only the tin-tone sound of gasping girls and booming boys making indistinct statements like, "What's happened? Are you okay, Mrs. Bettridge?" and
Quick, get her off the floor, for God's sake!" With the exception of an unfazed Fred and a mortified host, all in a mass they horizontally wrestle her groaning dead weight onto the deep blue chaise lounge.
What? Where am I?
Whale-winged in a thin wafer of consciousness, creasing a pitiful brow at the concerned creatures looking down at her.
"You fell down, made a very loud bang, now my ears hurt," remarked Larry, receiving evil red from every angle.
Have I? Oh, how very embarrassing. I'll see myself home,
whimpered Mrs. B, close to tears, trying to replant her weak jelly legs.
"You can't walk home like this. Just rest a moment,"
said Marianne, leaning sweetly to brush plastered grey from a sweaty hippo face.
"Maybe you're right, dear. I suddenly feel incredibly sleepy. I can't seem to keep my eyes open. It's so strange. I think I'm—"
Falling into a deep slumber, the tonnage of her thick legs, thick arms, thick everything, settles still on the rich blue padding.
"Poor old Biddy. Maybe she's had a bit too much to drink. She was rather putting it away earlier," mentioned the horse, arms akimbo.
"Maybe let us sleep it off. What do you think, father?"
Clearing a painfully dry throat, D.L. grunts in agreement. "Sleeping, yes. A glass of water for when she wakes." Lidman nervously log-steps his way into the kitchen, sensing the follow of the Greek's gradual shadow. Upon the threshold, D.L. steals to the sink, feeling sick, flushing the tap's cold splash over his steaming hot rock, drinking its country flow with a pooling monkey paw. The resembling desperation of a dying desert man finally reaching his oasis. With a drip-drop sulk, he twist heels to a relaxed F, pillared on the centre tiles. "She's collapsed."
"Yes, she has, Mr. Lidman. How very observant of you. I think she may need cooling."
Taking a near tea towel, Fred folds it up into a neat square and sails sinkway to rinse its floury middle. Still glistening, host suffers on the spot. "Have you done this? What have you done to her? She didn't do anything wrong." "I didn't do anything wrong."
"Calm yourself. It's just a mild sleeping draught, that's all. Slipped in her drink during the German joke. Given her size, I expect she'll be out for a good few hours."
"But why?"
The Greek wrings the rag over the sink. "Isn't it obvious? I did this for you. I thought you'd be happy."
"Happy? Why in God's name would I be happy about this?" Freddy's amber flashes with a twinkling temper.
"You're testing my patience. When there's so many other wonderful things you could be testing, use that abnormal brain of yours and think, who gave you knowledge of me? We can't have her plodding around, telling everyone how much she misses her son, but now you need not worry. You can enjoy your remaining birthday without fear of its being cut short by loose talk. Now, I highly recommend you return to your party, Mr. Lidman, before my prepared square becomes any drier."
Chapter 5. Soft Cushions. Low lit by 2 lamps, the cosy cohabitation settles in the embryonic bunt, the big bay frightfully framing a flirtatious nighttime reunion between Mr. Rain and the wild wind. Minus a decomposing dead fox, a dozen brave wine bottles, the first casualty of the evening has now fallen. beautifully grotesque in the corner of the room the exhibit of Mrs Bettridge spread-eagled across the deep blue chaise lounge, admitting the odd snore and groan from beneath a filtering damp rag, is reluctantly endured in the party's new reflective ambience, and newly still for good reason, despite everyone's best efforts. At precisely 10 past 10, seated in a semicircle around a warm fireside, the peeling, crepuscular subject has finally approached and reared its ugly fresh head of remembrance, the remembrance of the war. "I still can't believe it, to just drop like that. I've never seen anything like it," said Marion, pouring the Hungarian swill. "I have," replied Larry proudly. "Old Bob in Burntwood, a hot Tuesday it was. We were building a wall outside the Tree and Sparrow pub. The heat got to him and poof, down like a Welsh town. Remember, Captain?" The vermilion ferret draws a group attention to a sallow-seated Daniel, surviving his second hour of internal torment. "I didn't know you were a captain, Mr Lidman," queried Margot, maintaining a strict sitting posture. "Yes, served at Whittington Barracks since I was a young man. When war broke, my rank was progressed to train local defence," Boss muttered meekly, amber gaze burning into his sad bubby blues as the red rat continues his nook of nostalgia. "Out of bed 7:30 each day, and every morning a long jog, breakfast, and then we would learn how to spot the Hun a mile off, no matter what they were wearing." "That sounds cushy, really cushy, and a lot easier than what me and Marion were put to work doing. 3 years in a munitions factory, making shell cases, rifle butts, leather pouches, and 2 terrible months making fabric shrouds, big ones and small ones," said the buzzard, horse-holding her taloned hand with a loving husband hoof. "You know, darling, I've never asked you what it was like, the factory." "Well, it was a lot of things, but in the main it was just hot, very, very hot. Sweat and grease would sting your eyes. Everyone learnt the head handkerchief trick day one." Rolled by a reminiscing image, Marion cracks up with glee and laughter, releasing Margot's maximum humour capacity, a quiet, breathy snigger. "I know what you're thinking about." Inquisitive Ben grins with a pearly chomp. "What's the gag, gals?" Pointing at Margot, Marion tries to find her breath, calling out a single word through a cheery chuckle. "Skunks!" The buzz smugly concurs in a girlish telepathy, not open to Ethel's impatient frown pout. "Oh, what are skunks?" Simmering in fair memory, the kitty cat proceeds with a playful tale. "Skunks was the nickname we gave to one of the factory managers. He was pretty awful, treated us like dogs most of the time, but he made us laugh, unintentionally, that is, you see. Although he was a complete tyrant, he was only Ethel's height, had a horseshoe moustache and a thick Newcastle accent, always shouting as well, always. The littlest things would set him off." "I'm not that short." "Why, skunks," Mouse interrupted. "Yes, Ethel, I'm getting to that. Every day he'd march onto the factory floor wearing a very unconvincing black toupee on his head, and all his remaining white hair on the sides he would darken with shoe polish. It was basically painted on. But we could always tell when the heat raised up. The blacking would mix with his sweat and melt down the back of his neck. I feel quite bad thinking about it. The amount of times I almost told him, and then he would shout at me, and I'd think, well, never mind, you angry little man, but the name Skunks started when the rationing began and he couldn't get his hands on any more shoe polish. But he still kept coming in wearing that hairpiece, a jet black hairpiece. It was like looking at a chessboard, and then one day Margot said, 'He looks like a skunk,' and it just caught on. I wonder where old Skunks is right now." "Probably runs a shoe shine stand," said Ethel, her quick quip causing a prim Margot to simultaneously howl with virgin laughter while palming her loud brown beak with embarrassment. "And what of yourself, Ethel, during the war?" inquired a smooth Greek, fixing mellow yellow to a childlike E, scratching a high-neck itch beneath her red ruby headscarf. "Me? I was a kid, Smithick Elementary. We were evacuated to rural areas. Ever seen one of them gloomy pictures with name-tag kiddies at the station? That was me. I ended up on a farm in the far north, just outside a little village called Darlington, but I always pronounced it Ducklington. Anyway, I'd love to say I was part of some mucky dungaree-wearing gang of close-knit friends that had to band together to overthrow some wicked slave-driving farm owner. But the truth is, I was completely on my own. The whole time I was there, no other children were dropped off. Mind you, it were only a smart set-up. Just a brick farmhouse, a couple of chicken coops and a few cows and sheep, and the odd postman. I lived with Mr and Mrs Blooms. They were both in their 70s and they weren't mean or cruel. They treated me like their very own daughter. It was safe, quiet and mind-meltingly dull. Spent most of my time running round the fields with old spaniel called Bonzo. He was light brown. I know how long dogs live, but I still like to think he's there now, still barking at the cowshed. Ethel goes quiet, drinking the last of her clasped wine-glass with two tiny hands. "Ben?" said Fred, softly addressing the drunk stallion, straightening up at the bell of his name.
South Staffordshire Regiment. Proud as I live and breathe, Freddo. They used to call us the Staffies. We thought we were so tough, they had us all around the edges building coastal defences. I spent most of the war digging very, very long, very, very deep ditches in case the Germans had us on the run, and we thought that was going to be it for us. But then 6 months before everything ended, the Field Marshal shipped us to Froggyland, just a few miles from the front. The shovels became guns, and our lot was thrown in with the Scotties and told to grow a stiff upper lip if we didn't want a fat lip.
Ben's buoyant demeanour slips to a sad physicality.
3 months we were there. We intercepted the Germans 6 times. Lost one of my mates on a Monday. Hard day, that. I can't recall much, but I do remember thinking, this is the longest day I've ever lived. But there we are. Hey-ho and all that.
Low in his throne, more frown than face, Daniel spots a slight change in Freddy's marigold holes, a respectful twinkle, a weakness of honour observed not only by him but also Ethel, spinning her question cannon to a far-seated Greek. "And what about you? Let me guess, you were a fighter pilot flying high above the clouds, shooting down the cross and spying on German warships over the Pacific." "Not quite," said the monster. "I was a military man before the war. We were stationed in South Africa for a good few years, protection for British colonies, and then Swaziland for 2, and then come the 13th of May 1915. We were sent across the world to the north side of a very beautiful French river, with very beautiful green trees and very beautiful blue skies. We jumped off the truck and were greeted by a French officer, and with wide-open arms and a great big smile he said to us, 'Bienvenue, Anglais, bienvenue à la Somme.'" "I have no idea what you just said, Freddy, but it sounded lovely," lushed Marianne romantically.
"Somme? Somme River?" bellowed Ben with a pinch of worry. "I say, that's pretty tough going. I met 2 Irish lads down the cricket club who were on that bloody mud bank. They wouldn't say one word about it until they had half a bottle of gin in their belly. They say it was like walking into hell. Bad place to be, that. Well, if I bump into them again, I'll mention your name. You never know, it could spark a reunion, and then I can go around telling everyone what a small world it is. Slapping a pantomime thigh, Ben smiles, trying to lighten the mood. Apathetic, the Greek replies politely, "That's very kind of you, Ben. Met them, though? I doubt we would have. Well, it's a lot of ground, a slim chance, but you never know. What regiment were you with?" "I'm no stranger to regiments, but for that particular location the correct deck would be battalion. 1st Battalion, to be specific." The horse twitches, wide-eyed, blinking with disbelief. "The 1st Battalion? That was the big bad Bill Browns, the Grenadiers." Freddie displays a mild smile. "It makes me very happy, Ben, that you know that. Grenadier Guard Light Infantry, served 1915 to 1916. We started the Battle of Ginchy, north of the Somme River. Very different to what we were used to, mainly because we had all the new toys with us. Those dangerous tank things. They kept spilling oil all over the place and exploding their engines. More harm than good." Still in amazement, Ben picks at the specifics with definite gestures. "Wait one nobbing minute. Are you telling me I'm sitting here with a grenadier of the first wave? Blimey, Freddo, you might have told us you're a bloody war hero." The stallion's statement flares a variety of colourful moods. Gleeful girlies beam with intrigue, wiggling their chair bottoms in fascination. A reclining Lidman forlornly rubbing his aching blue bulbs at the pin-paned prick of hangman trivia, and all the while a fussing ferret shaking a carmine bonce with disagreeable derision. "No, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I don't believe this. It sounded very truthful, what you just said, but I'm detecting a lie." Glaring at ferret, the boss panics out of a low stupor with a forced guffaw in Freddy's direction, hoping desperately for good humour as Larry continues to fuss the font of his own tombstone. "My guess is you were just a good hard-working private, doing his bit, weren't you? You don't have to try and impress us."
"Shut up, Larry," growled Lidman, joined by a flapping Margot.
"Yes, how rude. Freddo, lying? Bollocks! I know a purebred when I see one, and that man there is no private," neighed Ben, hoofing at Freddy as well-vilified Larry sinks down apologetically, sipping his apple juice. Tired of the bleak banter, Marion hangs over the back of father's chair, moaning with slurred intoxication. "Can we please change the subject to something happier? Something fun and nice and not to do with you-know-what. I want to think about nice things, pink things." "More jazz?" said the bounding mouse, resting the fate of entertainment once again on the dizzy gramophone. "Is this where you keep the other records?" Angelically she paw-pats the high corner of a wide wooden box on top of the drinks cabinet, receiving quick disparagement from a thrown-back cat. "No, Ethel, there's no records in there. The one in the machine, it's all we have." "Well, I'm not surprised. Damned expensive everywhere," said Ben. "We only have 3 or 4 hours. It's perverted what the shops have 'em up for. I said to the keeper I could hire a full brass band to stand in the corner for that price."
agreed the whale. "I know you'll think me nosy, but what's in this box, then?" Ethel asked, glancing up at its rusted clasp. A middle green Marion growing anxious. "Nothing I want shown on my birthday. Now please forget it."
"I must admit I'm feeling a tad curious myself. That box up there is far too wide to be a decorative clock and far too tall to be a cutlery set. I wonder what it could be, simmered the horse with a mischievous wink, Ethel pleading on with little soft stomps.
Please, pretty please, can we see what it is?
Flinting his folly eyes, an idea mixed with a crazed half-hope expands Daniel's brain box, causing the swift correction of his deflated homestone slouch back to a dominant boss shape.
Sweetheart, let's show them.
Pulling out a small side table from between two chairs, he creates a productive desk in front of him, grunting impatiently.
Well, bring it over then.
Under protest, the unhappy cat watches on as Ethel, Ben, and Buzz lift, carry, and wake up the dusty dark weight of the wooden box, placing it desk-way for old man D with a blunt, cumbersome thud.
Right, just a warning, this is very, very old. It's gonna smell.
Achingly stiff, the industrial-sized clasp loudly snaps back with a crack of black wood. Yawning its grimy hinges, Mr. Box leisurely opens to a standing zoo-room of snooperage, a dry, scabby odour rising from its core, along with confusion as to what on earth Mr. actually is. Unable to see and needing to know, Freddy stands in kind, stealing nonchalant to view the mysterious innards, his olive nose noting a strong whiff of flaking rust and the sickly custard scent of ancient palm sweat. Panning into his sunshine eyes over Ethel's dolly shoulder, two protruding brass paddles connected by tattered wires to a cast-iron frame of screwed down and hellishly penetrated spring coils. Beginning assembly, DL fishes out a 7-inch crank handle with a hexagon-shape insertion, fitting its prominent prick into the box's equally hexagon side hole, followed by two pincered wire ends clamping their crocodile crowns to twin toggles deep down in the machine's middle.
It really does reek something awful. Is it a mechanical weaver? Do you feed yarn into it? Said Margot, pinching her beak.
Sharply, Marianne corrects with an air of frustration.
It's an induction coil. Produces electricity when you crank the handle. Now put it back.
Rubbing his chin hoof, Ben beams with delight.
I say, what a great idea. Is it for hooking up the radio if the power goes out? News might be right. We may need this tonight. Storm of potential darkness, top headline. I could come up with far better than that. Foreign storm may take your light. There you are, chaps. Just off the top of my head, you know.
Monitoring a monster's message at the side of his eye, Lidman runs an apish finger along the hopeful cold crank handle, reaching its tip with a metal caress.
This machine's a lot older than that radio, lad.
Standing flummoxed, the stallion shakes a tailored mane.
Well, dosh it all. Hooked up to what, then?
Hooked up to people, said Marian sombrely.
How funny. Just then I could have sworn you said people,
grinned Margot nervously. Coughing the airborne dust particles, Ethel crouches down to read out loud the peeling lid-stained instruction label, creating a terrible chill with every outdated word. Property of Spiro Medical Institute. Registered product 1849. Faradic treatment induction coil for severe abnormalities of the bowels. Nervousness, hysteria. Non-compos mentis behaviour, female use only. Oh, this is horrible. Recommended tongue clamps for 3 20-minute sessions of repetitive turning with 1-minute intervals. I'm not reading any more of this, said Ethel, standing up in a mood. Revolving to host, a buff-tugging red rat tweaks a single orange eyebrow.
This machine does not sound good. Why do you have it, Cap?
Cap grumbles with inner aches.
It was my grandmother's, or rather it was for my grandmother. The details of why she needed it are a bit sad and private. When she reached her 80s, messy as things often are, her husband, my grandfather, John, knew a Dr. Cordwell, who gave this to him in exchange for free accounting, so a device that should really be gathering dust in a museum somewhere has since become something of a family heirloom.
Crikey, how does it work? Said Ben, more excited than ever.
Well, lad, put simply, proceeded Lidman, clear coughing a wet, dusty gullet, the patient would be tied to the bed, their mouth wedged open, their hands strapped to the twin brass paddles, and then the crank. The faster the handle, the higher the healing. Just another word for pain. Blinking softly, Marion smiles in mild memory. Father tried it once. We were testing it to see if it still worked. I was in charge of turning the handle. That was a birthday also. My 5th.
Hurt?
Asked Larry plainly. Course it bloody hurts, barked Daniel, the relaxed and jovial nature of the room beginning to torment his reserve. Impossible also to hold the paddles when the juice starts flowing. That's why they were strapped.
Now that sounds like a challenge,
said Bronco Ben, committing to 4-star jumps in the centre of the room, accompanied by a few boxing jabs and a brief leg stretch against the fireplace.
I bet you anything I can hold on the longest.
Don't be stupid. Didn't you hear it's painful? Squeaked Buzz with an added flap to a horsey holler.
Fuss not, darling, I have a high pain threshold. It's wonderful. Best threshold I own. Now, how much do you weigh, Mr Lidman? I'm guessing 14, 15 stone. Big man, good grip, strong-willed. How long you tango with them metal devils?
Daniel's dry dots dart down to the dreadful device. Well, it wouldn't have to be long, lad. 2-3 seconds at most.
Well, that shouldn't be too hard to beat, said Ben. I can really smell victory over the boxes, Pong. Now, place your bets, chaps. How long?
I think you'll last 6 seconds, eked Ethel, exuberantly, a kitty-cat M flagging the polar opposite. I'm with Margot. I don't see the point of this. Ever persistent, Ben presents his pearly row, arms akimbo and full of pep.
Ladies, it's just a little shock, that's all. A fun test of one's own strength against the elements. Now, hand me those paddles, Mr Lidman. 4 seconds to beat.
Proclaiming the brass twins from a near-seated boss, the haggard connecting wires are pulled to their full extent, the bucking bronco gripping them tight in a wide, dramatic centre-room stand. Abandoning subtlety, Daniel sharp-eyes the Greek head-on, expecting a quiet restlessness or at least covering a long impatience, but neither is apparent as this game within a game unfolds. It is subtle but noticeably entertained, painted calm and cruel with the darkest of colours.
Come on, Mr Lidman, what are you waiting for?
Whined the willing patient, apprehensive and wincy. Ever so gently, the furry fist of old man D turns the greasy crank handle upon the first few turns. The induction emits a loud and familiar click-clack-click, cultivating tension around the room with each rotation of its 7-inch L shape. Still waiting amongst a constant churn of endless clicking, Ben's extroverted manner gets the better of him, with an unbridled hair flick of wild chestnut.
I can't feel anything, chaps. I think it might be
2 piercing bolts sprint up the stallion's grip to sing of Zeus in his equestrian brain. Youngish peeps and a heavy jaw slamming shut momentarily as the pain-inducing brass paddles fall to the ruby floor with a ting-tang-ting.
Christ, that hurt! Language,
grumped the ferret disapprovingly. I have to admit, Ben, that was no time at all, said an astonished cat to a hurried horse seizing the fallen paddles and resuming a powerful stride.
I was just taken by surprise, that's all. It's 10 for Benjo. Do it again. I'm ready.
The insidious clicking begins anew inside the wide wooden box. Gradually, Ben starts to receive the punishing current. Wrist veins swimming with molten pins, his horsey chomp a growing fountain of alternating agony, utterly unbearable to a loving buzz. "That's enough, Ben! Stop!"
I'm fine, fine. It just hurts. Start counting. Someone should be counting.
"Keep going, I'll start at 6, 7, 8, counted Ethel from the comfort of her chair. Queasy yellow with a crescendoing cry, the possessed paddles burst from Ben's painful keepage, his proud posing star shape deflating to a seated flop bottom next to a haggish wifey. "You are stupid sometimes. You okay?" Breathy, the horse continues to unwillingly twitch.
That was awful. Went on for hours. How long, Ethel?
8 seconds. Well, 8 and a bit.
Well, it ain't the golden 10, chaps, but still a tough act to beat. Now, who's next?
"I'll have a go," cried Ethel, casually jumping up to a lashing Marion. "No, Ethel, you're not doing it." "Someone's got to represent the girls. It might as well be me," replied the mouse stubbornly. Showing a bratish pink tongue to a blinking Ben, she stomps to the middle carpet, taking possession of the cold, smelly battens and holding them upside down like oversized pencils as Lidman grinds his grey teeth with a timorous grunt. "Are you sure about this, girl?" Ethel moodily stamps the red ruby. "Yes, I'm sure. Now, chop chop." The hunched father twists a thick hairy neck to a standing daughter, receiving a reluctant shrug to carry on the unnecessary torture. As the menacing knob dips out of view behind Lidman's furry knuckles, Ethel's tiny hands start to loosen their writing pinch. Little peeps darting from person to person, heart rate quickening as the first click sounds. She panics. "Stop, stop, I don't want to do it. Sorry. Embarrassed and angry with herself, she places the paddles back down on the red ruff and quietly sulks back to her velvet chair, a chest-patting Marion sighing with relief. "Oh, I'm glad you don't need to do it, Ethel. It's just a painful shock. What's the point?"
I was worried there for a second. Thought you were going to beat my silver 8, chuckled the horse. Now, who's up next? How about birthday boy?
Heavy and wide, the gorilla deigns and abstains with a shaking top shell. "No, lad, once was enough for me, and I wouldn't ask Larry neither."
"Oh, come on, chappos, rise to the occasion. Where's that fighting spirit?"
Whether fueled by the word fighting or even a near spirit, Ethel stands up again, storming angrily back to the cold tat brass, picking them up in a white-knuckled tightness. "I've got to do it or I won't be able to sleep tonight. I don't need to last 8 seconds, I just need to feel it, and then I've done it. Well, come on, do it. Do it now, for Christ's sake."
"Language," bellowed Elle.
Dolly Gray's burn to buff. "Shut the hell up, you greasy old boot. Go on, do it. Turn the bloody handle." Shutting her pale ash eyes to hide Lidman's turning motion, the dreaded cycle of pain rides round again and again. Click, 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 shock! Searing every inch of her petite lab body, the current happily flows from tiny limb to tiny limb, her child-sized mouth flaring a heart-breaking squeal that makes the boss stop immediately. Half recovered, Ben stands and takes the smelly paddles as she limps back to her cottoned comfort. "Ouch! OK, that hurt. That really hurt. Right, I've done it. I don't care about the time. I can sleep now. Sorry about that, everyone. Sorry, Larry. Didn't mean that thing I said." Falling to a cosy chair cushion, She weakly smiles over at Freddie, who sails back an equal-sized simmer and raises her a nod of respect.
Bravo, Ethel. You would have made a good staffy. Are there any other ladies willing?
Said Ben, waving the stinky paddles around. Frantically, the two M's refuse the bucking bronco.
Well, guess who that leaves? The only one drinking who isn't remotely spiffed. Mister, can you play the piano? Yes, I can indeed. Freddo!
Steepling a black brow, the quiet Greek reviews the dominant handle-handed position held by a sweaty host.
Maybe stop and put it away, objected Lidman very unconvincingly.
You can't just let me win, retorted the horse. Come on, Freddie, the Big Ten. Bit of a warning, though. These metal doohickeys make your hands smell tangy.
With nil vacillation, Fred elevates, stepping to receive the sadist twins. Arms by his side and cool in temperament, he faces a timid prey, judging the ambivalent twitch of his jittery mitt resting on the crank handle.
"Ready, ready, Mr Lidman," said the monster. Click, 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 counting in chorus 1, 2, 3.
The voltage viper strikes again, ravaging the Greek's tall frame with a caning burst of bodily pain, manifesting itself outward in a very different display to the previous patient's. His square jaw remains unaffected. His lids never close. Only a breathy shiver wrapped in resilience, and all the while maintaining his golden gaze to an unsettled prey, tormenting him with the smallest of mocking dimples. 4, 5, 6. Adding hate to an air raid churn, the clicks grow closer together until a Grecian spine seizes up, his hands and knees shaking violently, still holding tight as ever with unwavering friendly contours. 8, 9, 10.
There it is, chaps. My grand victory stolen.
11, 12, 13, 14. Sinking into a dangerous trance, unaware of the wide-eyed worry blooming around him, Daniel repeats his rampant rotation. Round and round the handle goes, the insect clicks becoming one repetitive noise. Fred's red amber filling with full-fat agony, his big mouth quivering open as a thin watery stream of blood leaves his left nostril, running down a stubbly philtrum. Marion moves thrown away.
"Father, it's time to stop. He's won. Dad, stop!"
Untranced by a daughterly touch, Lidman slows the old induction to a full stop, its meandering, tattered wires leading to a convulsing monster struggling to maintain his one murder mentality. A hellish and fastly approaching consequence surprisingly redirected by a loudly clapping and flamboyantly whooping horse.
Astonishing! Incredible, even! Beaten by the best. There's no shame in it.
"Ben, I think you should open the champagne now. Everyone is so dry. In fact, I'll do it," said Margot, grabbing the green bottle and flea-flapping into the kitchen to demurely escape the catalogue of smells and the increasing claustrophobia of the bunting bliss.
Yes, the froggy juice. How did we forget? Marion, I'm raiding your cupboards for flute glasses,
smiled Ben, galloping likewise, followed pussily by an outraged M.
"You're not raiding anything. I'll get them,"
she said, equally grateful to embrace a new, fresh-aired setting. Quietly, a grim, wilting Greek carefully shuffles like a chain-gang man to sit the edge of his moderate chair, still holding the metallic brown paddles.
There's been a lot of bleeding at this party. Don't care much for it,
Larry remarked, finally finishing his prolonged soft drink.
I think I'll go and fill this up at the tap. It will be nice to go into the kitchen, actually. That coil thing really smells, and I'm about 80% sure your next-door neighbour's healthy gut has just added to it, so I'm going to the kitchen.
Grumping up, the treading ferret creeps through the threshold. "Ethel, could I trouble you for a moment? The conductors. My hands seem to have become rather fond of them," Fred said softly, approached by a chair-leaving E. "Maybe this game wasn't the best idea," said she in a low privacy. Greek replies in a similar whisper. "A game indeed, a wonderful one. It reveals who people really are inside." Prizing apart tanned hands, the brass twins are carried back to their wooden wide nest. A weary DL, proceeding to shut, lock and lift to an original position, granting the travelling view of monsterly palms, panting veins like tree limbs along swollen fingers. "Your nose, I'll get something," said the mouse, scurrying to join the laughing scullery, leaving Captain and Greek sitting opposite each other in a very rare moment of isolation. Watching the glowing dead embers in the fireplace grate, Fred wipes the cherry stream with the aid of a white shirt-sleeve. "Are you enjoying your birthday, Mr Lidman?" Grey Gorilla turns a shade greyer. "Yes, thank you." Freddy tuts 5 times, licking his brown lips, correcting a woeful wilt. "You lie. You don't look like you're enjoying yourself."
"How can I? How could anyone?" grouched Daniel miserably.
"Well, if my timely present is proving difficult, we could excuse ourselves. Take a walk. Would you like that, Mr Lidman?" Trying everything possible to keep from tearing up, the old man shakes his head, retorting in a fine fatigue.
"Tell me who hired you. I have a right to know."
Fred leans forward. "Be honest with yourself, Mr Lidman. Would it make any difference if I told you?"
Sharply inhaling through wobbling jowls, the old man lowers a pork-pie chin ponderously onto his hairy chest.
As the rainforest vapour leaves his lulling lungs, a moment of clarity gives birth to the next malformed attempt at survival. Raising to rest his thinning crown on the back of a padded throne, he starts to titter and chuckle at the block-black severity.
"Do you know what I've just realised? I think this may be, in fact, the very definition of a bad day. Me and those words, it's a bad day. I've strung them together my whole life. A bad day here and a bad day there, but they're never really, truly bad. I feel exhausted, yes, exhausted, and, oh, what's the word? Helpless, that's it. It's no interest to you, I'm sure, but the last time I truly felt helpless was when my dear wife was giving birth. It's completely out of your hands, and there's nothing you can do, especially when you're an old man like me. Haven't got long in me anyway. A couple of years at the most. 3 or 4 birthdays maybe, but you're basically young. A young pup with a nice big dollop of time to change things for the better. I don't think a strong, honest man like you should fuss over a finished old fart like me. And oldie, do you know what you should be doing? Let me tell you, my lad, find a good steady girl, full madly in love, raise a few children and live in a beautiful place that you can call home. Your very own castle, my lad. That's the place to be, not here. I've done it, Freddy. I've lived it, and I'm here to tell you now, it's all worth it."
The Greek relaxes back. "All great things to have, and what makes you think I haven't?" Retreating a failed method, Lidman's mental theatre briefly entertains an unfathomable reality where his monster could have ever been an attentive husband, let alone a loving father, and subsequently change his tact to a logical judgment.
It's inconceivable a man of your stature committing to the gutter wealth a poor man's trade. I mean, really, Fred, you're a grenadier guard.
Did you see the way Ben looked at you? You're a hero. You have to admit that this right here is no way to carry on with life."
Impatiently, Fred looks at his watch. "Although I'm thoroughly enjoying these little rants of yours, Mr Lidman, I have to confess I find myself rather confused. Why, oh why, are you talking to me, when you should be spending this very precious time with the people you love?" Crumbling, Lidman's unhappy heart sinks back down to a drawing-board beginning. The only thing up, a standing Greek. "Now, if you will excuse me, I would like to use your restroom upstairs at a guess."
"Pardon?" responded Boss, taken aback by the domestic question.
"I said I'd like to use your restroom. You don't have a problem with me using it, do you?"
You want to use my toilet? It's upstairs, up the stairs and down the corridor, last on the right."
"Thank you," added the Greek, moving to the solitary staircase. "I suppose before I let you out of my sight I should reinforce the colourful ramifications of what would invariably happen if you tried to run or reveal en masse the truth to your beloved guests."
Softly snarling, the boss's hot rock suffers the imponderable nature of things. "I do think, but wasn't thinking of that."
"I know you weren't, Mr Lidman, because you are a smart man, very smart. But for argument's sake, let us pretend you really were that foolish. If I returned from your presumably quaint facilities and you weren't here, I would suddenly feel exceedingly tired around the others. It's a strange thing, tiredness. It affects people in so many ways. Some people talk a little faster. Some people have bouts of depression. But me, when I fall tired, Mr Lidman, I suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to splurge with everything I have about my person, whether it be money, opinions, bullets. Just let my hair down and think to myself, what the hell, I can always buy more, and start rattling through them like second chances."
Ascending stair for stair, Daniel watches the monster slowly disappear past the top banister, leaving only the sound of creaking along the upstairs landing, fading away out of earshot. Horribly alone in every way possible, casting a low silhouette in a dark, downy brown armchair, his fatherly ape-shells listen to a far daughter's lemon-drop laughter, intermingled with chatter and chimes. Recalling the last time he was completely solo, the strangled pang of past piano playing lights up his prefrontal cortex with a blissful ignorance that no longer exists. This is actually happening. This is actually happening. What can I do? Come on, Daniel, think. What can I do? What can I do? To the rhythm of a snoring Bettridge, Daniel begins to use a great gaggle of grey matter, a colossal amount of calculated empathy in an effort to understand his lucid executioner, his growing red-hot brain submerging itself in coolant as it tackles a never-ending tax return of messy details, such as his monster's name, his method of manipulation, his nose, clothes and the texture of his skin, everything. But no matter how hard Lidman tried, he couldn't help but feel he was overlooking something important, an uncharted island on the mind map of a madman. Freddy is clearly intelligent, he thought. A psychopath, a perfectionist, almost certainly mentally ill, but none the less intelligent, very intelligent, which was precisely the point. Unpleasantly, Daniel thinks of all the ingenious ways someone could have murdered him before he ever reached the cottage at the end of his work-day. Fred could have hired a heavy van and crashed into the old Ford round a tight country lane and made it look like an accident.
"He came out of nowhere. I didn't see him," he could have said. He could have put a bomb in his briefcase, rifled him from the rooftops. He could have even marched with a morning yawn into Lidman and Son, pretending to be a tax inspector from the Department of something and something, skipped confidently up the grandeur staircase straight into head office, and wasted as many bullets as his little black heart desired. No one would have heard over the click-clack-click, and then casually strolled out, tipping his hat. Job done. But oh no, he thought, a white, cold goblin of a feeling crawls through Lidman's entire bodily system as he finally stumbles upon the contradicting note that his monster's initial intention was in fact to get caught. A desperate attempt at sabotaging his own unstoppable train of heavenless dealings. He has entered into a social tomb, a closed maze, a place of which he has no knowledge of, and surrounded himself with interchanging, constantly moving individuals, exchanging observational information every second that he is here, making it impossible for him to carry out the task without lawful consequence, and has been trying to achieve the impossible ever since. But the cruelest truth is yet to come and painfully clear to a heavy host. Whatever winding road is taken from this point on, one very vexing outcome stays the same, that he would in fact be dead. Chapter 6. Up. Resentfully, the upstairs bathroom interior supports the ferocious foreign entity. From the toilet to the sink, the towel to the soap, they all wish ill will upon their assuredly violent visitor. Withheld ceramic union, the large tub takes high pride in producing the highest levels of palpable animosity, striving to convert all amphibian items to its way of thinking, including 12 virtuous violets sitting in a vase which in themselves are equally foreign, equally organic and equally new, lovingly placed yesterday by a purring Marianne. All 12 violets agree that he is indeed horrible, while secretly being relieved that they are no longer the newest element in the room and can now socialize normally without fear of rejection. The only inanimate inadequacy in regards to completely concurring rests solely with the hexagon floor tiles, which refuse in chorus to renounce the suited soldier of questionable psychosis, as all 578 of them respect strength and discipline in whatever form it may take, and even show off their own strict 24-hour regime by assembling themselves along the lavatory floor in a diligent display of perfect alignment and symmetry. Meanwhile, the first act of the foreign Fred is to grab the woolly wash-towel and strategically cover up the long oval mirror above the sink. His second, to stand astride the lifted lid and bowl, and following to the inevitable third act of urination, letting out a boyish moan of agony, a powerful, steaming yellow ribbon of painful relief arcs itself up and then down into the ceramic arrangement, the sparkling flow carrying with it an unnatural redness spanning from severely damaged physiology. The racing river quickly turns into a dwindling stream, finishing up at a very, very slow, very, very painful drip, 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 as his aching kidney proceeds to its regular torment of holding a half-load unwilling to relent, leaving him with an excruciating gut and a stinging pin-pricked tip. After a moody, mournful rebuttoning, Freddie wipes away fresh tears along the blood-stained cuff and turns to address the sink with an unhappy, soft sniff. In his sad uncomfortableness, he roughly dives an aggravated hand into his inside breast pocket, gratefully glancing up at the freshly hung wash-towel before pulling out a black and beaten Belgian-born revolver. Promptly unclipping a hinged cylinder of 6 empty chambers, he flusters once more in the opposite pocket to retrieve a tidy brown leather pouch containing the perfect amount of heavy bronze-coloured bullets. Disturbed from their bedded bundle, each one has their life-ending virginity taken by an unwashed hand, slotting them slowly into their individual tunnels. Click goes the re-clipped cylinder. Taking a small cake slice of time, F sluggishly conceals the black firearm back inside a sweaty blazer, opens the door and exits the bathroom to the soundless sound of saluting hexagons. Lined with light floral wallpaper, the sweet potpourri-scented landing stretches its capacity of 27 feet to the sloping staircase down to the living room. The homely sight of a few dim doors and 5 thick picture frames was to be expected, with the unforetold addition of a small petite girl waiting for him at the end of the way, standing sidelong in a strange profile. "Ethel, I see. Everything all right?" said Fred, moving his draconian shoulders closer and closer to her short and frozen wall gaze. Acknowledging not, Ethel remains unaltered, turned and transfixed, her horizontal obsession given to one of the picture frames. Now close enough to touch, Freddie joins her zombified examination, expecting a remarkable sight. Instead, a crudely kept copy of Whistler's Mother, depicting in oiled strokes an elderly American woman from a long-forgotten time of toil and tears, sitting alone in a rickety-ridden rocking-chair, her surroundings gloomy, godless and starved of colour. Blinking rapidly, Ethel squeaks at the sudden sight of close proximity. "Oh, it's you. You scared me," she slurred tipsily. "I have a tea-cloth for your nose, already taken care of it. That's good. Marianne would probably kill me, her pretty kitchen cloths, but it was all I could find. Unforgivable. Stained at the corners, she would bubble up with rage and throw us both into the cold," Freddie remarked, making the mouse smile. "She wouldn't go that far, no. Shaking her bonce, the red ruby headscarf slips down over her pale grey eyes. "Why did I wear this stupid thing?" Huffing hot, she tries to tighten the backbind. "I'll do it. Turn around," said a pleasant Fred in a failing parental tone. After a 1-second meeting between pale grey and sun, she turns her tiny, childlike shoulders, the blood-stained cuff scuffing the back of her hair bun as he clumsily secures the scarf bindings to a satisfactory tightness. Upon revolving, she quickly rises up on 2 tippy-toes, leans in and kisses the rough sandpaper skin of his cheek with a cupid's bow of milk and honey. "Why?" said the monster under his breath. Ethel smiles angelically. "For fixing my engine, of course." Monster mirrors the action. "No. Why were you looking at this picture?" "Oh, that. I was just considering something. Now, come on. You're looking at a girl who was promised a glass of champagne and is still horribly waiting." "How I hate waiting," she said bratishly, escorting each other down the solitary staircase. Little E holds her breath as if about to be held under water, the drunk low living room assaulting at least 2, if not 3, of their senses. In an attempt to battle against boredom, she jumps the last few steps, carpet landing into Larry's fatal phrase,
You young people don't know when times were good. Of course we know. For us it's now because we're young, and for you it's then because you're old, and so on, said Ben, philosophically leaning with the ginger ferret against a dead fireside. Satisfied with the 16-stone mound of farm flubber sufficiently unconscious along a navy chaise lounge, the Greek's observation lightly crooks a cosy chair pair, Cat and Buzz sharing the last of the winking tarts. With a kingdom count finishing short, a monstrous manner stirs with quick severity, only to be soothed back by a shepherding threshold, framing the last wandering sheep preparing a far mystery at the dark windowed sink. As the only jazz record blares once again from the horny hornflower, Freddie proclaims the most advantageous chair next to Margot in perfect viewing alignment of his prey, a playful Ethel perching her little round bottom on the padded chair-arm, inspiring any and all to tap their feet, adding a pedal of sound to the roaring rockery of jazzdom. But there is... what? Hello again. Hello again. Hello, hello. Bonjour, mes petits. Hello, hello. Infinity hello again, my beautiful, brave comrades.
I don't understand. I don't like this. Who's talking? Please tell me who's talking.
Calm. Stay calm, my darling bubble boys and guillotine girls. It's me, of course. Me. You remember me, don't you? From our early beginnings, marching proudly side by side, falling and running with bare, infant-chested war paint and wild warmth in our honey-chocolate hearts. Please say you remember me. After all, I remember you, which is why I so want you to understand me. Please don't think me unfaithful, and accept my strongest apologies. If I had knees, I would bend them. If I had hands, I would clasp them. Please, please, take my sincerest regret for leaving without telling you. I presume your autopilot journey thus far is sufficient. Sweet food, fun activities, a stewardess for every whim and wiggle. It's important to me that you're happy, or at least trying to be happy, and know wholeheartedly that my attention was turned by business matters, and through no fault of our own. But make up I will. I'll even straighten up for you, to show my loyalty and devotion, making me perfect and prim. There is nothing I lack. Your disembodied throb is back. Now, children, I'm looking for my old ape. Have you seen him on your travels? There's no need to answer. I already know where he is. I can smell his early onset of delightfully damp decomposition. Let us float up, 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 my bobbing pea-sized patriots. Let us waft our ghostly selves in the direction of the kitchen. Oh, that's sickening. I don't like this threshold. The frame's too firm. It's yucky, yucky. And we're through. Well done, class. Stupendo! Fantastico! Onwards we go, high above the twinkling glass particles, to nuzzle up close to this pretty primate, snuffling at his trough of painful preparation. Captain J. Simeo, I adore you, my rotting, condemned monkey man. That smell drives me insane. It does. He's magnificent. I wish I could primitively touch his sunburn blisters and bumps and pretty plump skin boils. I would
prick his screaming cysts and suck out the mama milk pus of yellow and green and lick the circular flap clean off from the inside. Oh, no, 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 this isn't good, my darlings. I'm being called away again. Impossible to stay. It's business as usual, but my matters of animarum will pass quite fast, I'm sure. Be good. Mammy will bring you back a present. Ta-ta.
Marianne, help me with the champagne. Cork stuck, cried Daniel in the direction of the living room. A spifflicated pussy paws onto the tiles. Why have you called me to do an act of strength and not one of the men who are all just sitting around doing sod all? Because you have magic fingers, grunts father, passing the bottle. Beside a counted selection of fresh flute glasses, she reluctantly struggles with the stubborn cork as well as the catering maintenance of being a good hostess. Gosh, it really is stuck. Your creepy friend is leaving soon, by the way. Told me to tell you, said a breathy Marian, resorting to stride the bottle's base between her hourglass thighs and white-knuckle huff to an eventual pulling pop. What? Oh, who's leaving? Said D.L. wide-eyed. Your friend Larry, Dad. It's almost 11. He's probably past his bedtime. My hand hurts now. Internally panicking at the mathematical prospect of people wanting to leave, adding the end of a party and subsequently subtracting his life, Lidman takes the champagne from a swaying daughter and begins filling the fresh flute glasses with a rattling thick wrist. Sweetheart, your friends, will they be wanting to leave too? Kitty slinks on the spot. In an hour or so, I expect. Ben's got to be up early for work tomorrow, apparently. Vibrating madly, Lidman's hairy hand tremors away from a fluted rim, pouring a splash of French pleasure onto the careless countertop. Bending bow back with red-faced frustration, he hurriedly opens a counter drawer to reach for one of the many floral dish towels to dab up the drizzle, accidentally pulling the third instead of the second in a further act of clumsy ineptitude. Not containing beautifully laundered mopperies, the old man ogles desperately down at items of rare use and forgotten folly. A fishing lure in the shape of a green frog, a grubby ball of knotted string, a small box of nails, one gardening glove, and finally an ominously coloured black and yellow tin of Wallington's rat poison remedy, stating in big bold letters, "No scent, no colour, for 100% vermin eradication." Crazy-eyed, the captain slams the drawer, craning up in a coughing, sweaty glaze as Marian spots the unsightly spill. "Why are you making a mess? Do you want me to pour it out?" "Dad, are you all right? Oh, please tell me you haven't caught the Betteridge bug." Father frowns, glistening with a sickly sue. "I'm fine, lass. Stop fussing. Who am I pouring this for?" Leaping a lick of red ruby, Kitty Cat M addresses the entire bunt. "Who wants a glass of bubbly, then?" "Oh, me, said Ethel, waving her schoolgirl limbs. Assertively, Stallion stands with a pointing duo digit. "Two over here as well. The real thing. It's hotsy-totsy. Got through 5 bottles at Christmas, most of it due to Margot." "Your family. There is no more to say about it," squawked Wifey, followed by Larry's boring bumble. "I don't drink." "Yes, I know, you've told us," said Cat impatiently. "Freddie, glass of champagne?" The Greek eyeballs a clear kitchen view with a slight apprehension, unable to see his planning prey through the doorway.
"A glass. That's very kind of you, Marian. A glass for me, then." Daughter returns slavish to a jittery mad dad, hunched in deep contemplation over the kitchen counter. "4 glasses, Dad." Without knowing the numbers, a cracked cap has already poured the entire contents of the bottle into 11 champagne flutes, with one laying lonely wet and shell-shocked at the bottom of the ceramic sink, recovering from a vicious rinsing.
"Larry doesn't want one." "Well, Larry doesn't drink," said the guest-obsessed father.
Daughter baffles back, starting a tit-tat tennis match. "What? I didn't say anything about Larry."
"I see. Where is he in the room, Marian?" droned a strangely behaving father, never looking up, focusing on the flutes.
"Oh, Larry, he and Ben are just talking nonsense by the fireplace. Why?"
"Just trying to be a good host, so they're by the fireplace. And what about the others?"
"Well, Margot and Freddie are sat down watching them squabble, and Ethel's just slinking around everyone. We may need to ration her intake soon."
"Ethel?" "Yes, I know Ethel, the one who looks like a child dressed as an Indian. She needs to drink less. That's good. That's very good."
"What are you talking about? Are you sure you're all right? You keep shaking."
"And I assume Mrs. Bettridge is still asleep?"
"Yes, she's dead to the world." Careful not to spill, Daniel hands 2 bubbling glasses to a drunken daughter, grunting his instructions.
"These are for Ben and his wife. Don't give them to anyone else. It's their bottle. A drop more for them, understand?"
Nodding dozily, she carries them away through the threshold, catching the end of a purposely bad Ben joke and the great groan that precedes it.
And then the vet says, 'Well, I'm not surprised. That sausage is 3 weeks old.'"
Wincing at the painfully predictable punchline, a champagne-snatching Margot turns her modest birdie sips into seagull gulps, finishing half a glass in an instant. Growing ever suspicious, Freddie surreptitiously watches Marian's slender movements, leaving for the kitchen once again and then returning almost instantaneously with 2 more flutes, one containing considerably less champagne than the other. "Here you are, Ethel," she said, swanning to a slinky E. "Sorry it's a bit low, last of the bottle." "A short drink for a short girl," said Ben, raising his own. Ignoring the verbal jab, the mouse takes her half-glass and scurries to the piano stool, proclaiming derriere with a palette-resting taste test, every official French note titillating her tiny pink tongue buds. "Well, the jokes may be bad, but this is sublime. I like that word. I'll use it more often, I think. Sublime. Sublime." Long and beautiful, Marian wades through the comfy chairs, a vision of graceful green, handing the last bold beverage to a friendly seated monster. "Thank you for my drink, Marian. So awfully kind." Perceptively amongst the sound of 6 panicking pixies, the Greek tries to detect any trace of malicious intent in her family blue jewels, but finds no trace at this time or any other. "Well, you're very welcome, Freddie," smiled the cat, stealing piano way to stop a potted mouse from disturbing any more high keys. Afraid of licking the bubbly bottom sooner than intended, Margot banishes her golden half-glass to a sluttish side table, nuzzling its left corner against the side of her chair, which subsequently and simultaneously rubs its unfaithful right corner on an even bigger chair, the monster's chair, Freddie's chair. Observing the casual placement, Fred forlornly looks up at the tiny microscopic sway of the light fixture with an indistinct glimmer of sadness, disappointment, anger, and finally nothing at all. His ever-changing eye twinkles noticed across the room by an inebriated Ethel. "Freddie looks upset, everyone. Who's upset Fred?" "Upset?" said the monster. "Nothing such. I was just thinking about Ben's jokes. That's all. I've always loved jokes, especially long jokes, but I can never remember them, and I admire people who can. Know any more, Bren?"
"Do I know any? I know tons, Freddo, and if you like long ones, I've got a right ball bouncer."
Turning bright pink from hubby's doltish ways, the meek blushing buzzard covers her biting beak with an embarrassed wedding wing, each wifey eye twitch carefully noted by the Greek as a bellowing horse rattles off a lengthy list of unfunny fables.
"There's the one about the constipated pig, and the one about the Irishman having 3 wishes, although I shouldn't really tell that one. Very, very rude, and there's ladies present."
"If it's rude, no thank you," said Marion, pondering an absent father still mopping up the mess. "I've heard it. You are not telling that joke here," sulked Margot.
"Strictly clean it is. I'll have to blow the dust off my old grammar school Bible jokes. God, they were awful. This one was the best bad one."
Clearing his throat with a cheeky wink, Ben sniggers at his own telling.
Who owned the first ever canning factory, chaps?"
Brimming with rosy discomposure, Margot's drunk blushery elevates to almost breaking point, all the while a slow Freddy sinking his untouched temptation to the harloting side table sandwiched roughly between the 2 brainless chairs. "An interesting joke about cans. I haven't a clue," remarked the Greek, pleasantly turning to a pulsating punchline bird, cracking her beak and shedding fine feathers of inlaid anxiety. "This is going on forever," slurred the mouse. "Just tell us already, who started the first ever canning factory?" Vacuuming the air for an impressive breath, the standing steed widens his showman arms for the fatal finish.
"Noah, because he had a boat full of preserved pears."
Snap! Margot's clattering claw plunges past the padding to her aiding alcohol, drawing its golden glisten to her thin lips, taking a thirst-quenching, stomach-filling gulp from her oddly rejuvenated French champagne. Licking her brown beak, she dants her dipping lids to the wooden whore still supporting a half-full flute. "Oh, no," she said in a fragile chirp. "So sorry, Freddy, I've accidentally drunk your drink." With fidgeting breath, her sickly sinking eyes blink and blink again as an unnaturally loud gut rumble coils her slowly into the chair. Dropping the crying flute with a spill, thud and aching female groans grabbing group attention. "Oh, my, I don't feel well. I think I'm going to be sick." A diluted burst of yellow bile sprays from her moaning burgundy, forming a filtered mist in the rancid living-room air. "Oh, God, Mary, I'm sorry." As Margot heaves and heaves again, deafened by a ring of raised voices, a second vomiting cascade of half-digested tarts projectiles from chin to knee, with a painful chair lunge, crashing her prim and proper poise onto the carpet, shaking on all fours like a dying street dog, crying beyond embarrassment, covered from head to toe in personal regurgitation, as a flock of panicking, newly sober hands rain down on her groaning front fetal position. Galloping post-haste, Ben veils her shivering back with a warm dinner jacket, the wife's pale skin chameleonish against the crouching green splash of Marianne's dress. "Margot, what's happened?"
"It's the beef,"
said a shrill Larry, pinching a red Roman nose.
"I told you it looked wormy. We're probably all going to get it now." Mr Lidman, yelled Stallion, kitchen way. Run the tap for a glass, old chap. Margot's had a bit of a turn. Might be the welly.
Bouldering slowly around the door frame, a horrified Lidman is inundated with a chaotic landscape of wailing characters, tiptoeing around the puke-painted patch with a quick-limbed Freddy rubbing the buzzard's back as she sobs on the floor. The sight of a disgraced geisha girl, dry gagging under an arched spine.
My stomach really hurts,"
gurgled Margot in a weak, heart-rending whimper. The caring heads of Marie and Ben appear under her armpits, hoisting the bird to her expensive heels, revealing the full extent of her lengthy pukerage.
Best see a doctor. I know a fellow 20 minutes drive, tops. It's okay, darling. We're going to see Dr. Lawrence from the club,
said Ben, suppressing his worried sadness with an assertive vigour.
"I'll come too,"
added Marian. Inwardly hating himself for poor Margot and the failed outcome of the 3 people leaving instead of just one, DL interjects with meek trepidation, "The quack can come here, can't he, surely?"
"No, Dr. Will, it's the middle of the night, Dad,"
cried Marian over the whimpering high pains of a trembling Buzz, hanging her winged weight around a sturdy broad horse.
True is, all the docs are sleeping. Luckily this one owes me a favour.
"I can look at her. A simple stomach ache, maybe," retorted DL, desperately following the 6-legged spider formation of Marian, Margot and Ben, sports-daying their way into the kitchen with one arachnid arm flinging a countered champagne rag to a newly tiled mouse.
"What do you expect me to do with this? Ethel, please, just clean a bit, will you?"
said a flustered Marian, little E likewise.
"Clean? Yes, we won't be long, or rather I won't be long. I'm guessing the 2 of you will be going home after."
"That's a big Y-E-S. The night's over for us," said Ben, unhappily holding up his greeny white wife.
Screaming its hinges, the heavy oak entrance bangs open. An opportunistic wild wind swooping headlong into a whirling typhoon of coats as Ben bundles Margot over the mud-stained mat into the cold, blowy atmos. A doorway cat turns with a nippy shiver.
"Taking the Ford, Dad. It's just following Ben. I'll drive careful and I won't be more than an hour. Try not to burn the house down."
"Am I leaving? Yes, I think I am. Yes, I think I can," said Ethel, inching to a near hat-rack, quickly admonished by a bundled pussy.
"No, you promised to help me clean up after."
"I know, but—"
"No buts. You promised me, Ethel Rooster. I won't be long. Speedy blooms. Bye all."
Turning to leave, a fatherly voice halts her cold-aired exit. "Marianne." Unknowingly, the daughter looks upon her condemned parent.
"What?"
Terribly tense, Lidman senses Freddy taking an ominous step towards him.
"Well?"
said daughter, the stallion's car beckoning with loud horn honks from the dead of night drive. I just wanted to say, happy birthday, sweetheart." With that tiny, tender sentence, she disappears into the night. An irate Ethel, still in disbelief at being stranded with 2 elderly boors, a strange mechanic and a passed-out bubba, steals to the glow of the hanging light just in time to see Ben's smiling, bobbly head pop out of the driver's seat window as the 2 vehicles navigate the grey gravel drive in ever-consuming darkness.
"Forgot to say, chaps, smashing bash, top marks."
Screeching their spokes, the night cars turn onto the pebble-pelted road and speed off with lucky wheels, far, far away from a multiplying pain partition of ever-increasing risk. Tea-towel in hand, Ethel furiously stomps back into the smelly bunting to fulfil the resentful role of washerwoman, her wish to leave the house of cakes and carted inebriates profoundly shared with a residual Larry, letting out an ample yawn.
Well, Cap, invite was nice. I get grumpy when tired, so home for me.
Hurriedly, Lidman slams the heavy oak exit, turning to face Ferret in a cold, hairy sweat. "What? You can't leave as well?"
Why's this?
said Grump, scrunching a fussy lip to a lippy Lidman.
"Because you need to wait until Mrs Bettridge wakes up."
Larry corrects a specky rim.
Why on earth would I need to do that? It's Freddie's mother and your guest. I don't see why I would have to do anything.
"You need to drive her home, Larry. You can't expect us to do it. We've all been drinking. You're the only one who can safely get her out of here," explained Host, acknowledging the sad sub-nature of his words. "It's only up the road, a gentlemanly thing to do, Larry."
Becoming the second person to be held captive by their own generosity, the Ferret turns to a near Fred, wanting an output of appreciation, finding only a composed amusement. Lacer beamed at Lidman like a small, cruel, amber-eyed child, gently smiling with lulled lips at the chesty chirp of a grounded baby chaffinch, before swiftly dispatching with a size 3 booty.
This, all of this, I don't comprehend it. If she only lives up the road, why do I have to drive her fat backside there in my car?
Shouted Larry, immediately shocked by his own sour sentence.
"Larry, it's not like you to make fun of other people's appearance. What's come over you?"
rebuked Daniel with a low added brow.
Sorry, I told you I get grumpy and rude when I'm tired. Freddie, if I'm going to take your mother anywhere, it's going to be now. I'm ready to leave now, so she will have to wake up now.
Managing to combine his own fussy wiggle with an assertive stride, Larry careers into the bunting bliss, almost tripping the heels of a carpet-crawling mouse, gritting her little teeth as she furiously scrubs a mysterious golf ball-sized stain off the cream-coloured rug. Ever determined, Larry steals to kneel beside the deep blue chaise lounge and gently slaps the whale's cheek, attempting to jolt her back into consciousness.
Right, it's time to wake up, Mrs... What's her name again?
You may call her Mrs Bettridge, obliged Freddie from under the frame.
Wake up, Mrs Bettridge, I'm going to take you home now. Wakey, wakey,
exclaimed Rat in high soprano. Ethel's mini round face playfully pops up amongst the gang of chairs. We're waking her up. This should be interesting. Repeatedly, the echoing rebound of slap, slap, slap between two wrinkled surfaces bounces around the long chaise lounge, a buxom farm filly refusing to rouse from her pot-bellied slumber.
She's not waking up. Hang on, why am I the one doing this? Freddie, you should be the one doing this, said Larry bluntly.
Still heavily hibernating, Bettridge throws flabby bare arms around the neck of a leaned-in Larry, pulling him tightly to her large enveloping breasts.
What is she doing? Get off me at once, madam, get off!
Frightfully unconscious, Mrs B refuses to relinquish the squirming red ferret from her gated grasp, birthing a loud sigh in her deep, dreamy state, followed by an unbridled web of words.
"Oh, it's you, isn't it, my love? I knew you would come back to me,"
moaned the whale, dancing in the depths of her dream, unaware of her real realm embrace, adding a squeeze.
"She's too strong,"
muffled a boobied Larry, the big-hearted hippo rocking in rem desperation.
"Don't leave me, please, don't leave me, George."
The bare blue twins of a mortified DL widen with fear as that very name is uttered through the steepling cries of a grappling grump.
My name is not George. Freddie, get your mother off me at once.
Tearing up beneath her prison bar lashes, Pettridge wrestles a resistant Larry even closer to her sorrowful sobs.
You won't leave me, would you, Georgie? You wouldn't leave Mummy, would you? Like all the others. Please don't leave. Mummy loves her little boy. My only baby boy.
Why's she calling you Georgie?
Puzzled the mouse to a doorway Fred, answered hurriedly by a lying Lidman. She's half asleep, poor lass. Doesn't know what she's saying. Sometimes Stopped by sudden alarm, Daniel clocks a glaring Greek, suffering a strange headache under the steady frame, his left hand hiding behind a tweeded wire spine, balling up and shaking insanely. Before host can soothingly mollify, the tired monster eerily issues the very, very last of his self-control. Show Larry your coin collection, Mr Lidman, quickly. Dying with relief, a creasing Daniel sports confusion as to why Freddie would prolong Larry's stay, concluding a stealthy covert act of kindness, not for himself but for the girl. It would give her time to leave. Yes, the coin room. Come along, Larry. With high-pitched exertion, the ginger grump finally pulls free from the sleeping hug of a crying kraken, fussing up with a head of messy red, instantly denying the pretty peruse.
No, I've had enough. I'm leaving.
Larry, I vividly remember you said, I want to see the collection. Obliged, I will. Bolshian bold, Lidman steals to grab the grump's arm while attempting to come across as casual.
I said no, I'm going home,
yelled the ferret. Pulling away, he buff-picks past a threshold Fred to travel tile for tile. This is unbelievable, projected Daniel below banister, not following for fear of further high emotions. I actually can't believe it. I really can't. I expected more from you, Larry. All these years I thought you were a man of devotion. Study, an inspiration that I myself admire, but it would appear I was wrong. It would appear that the historical value that is upstairs right now holds about as much importance to you as a pile of fly-covered dog poo. Fumbling with a reluctant latch, Chum struggles to ignore the banister barbs as Lidman maintains a passion-filled trajectory. If you go through that door, you will be a failure, someone who isn't worthy, someone who doesn't have what it takes to be a true coin collector. You hear me? If you go now, it's over for you, Larry. I will have no choice but to expel you from the NCA. Newly opened, the front door is angrily slammed by an outraged L, revolting with the reliable surprise of a sex doll.
I beg your pardon.
DL lifts a stubborn snub nose. You heard me, Corporal. You're weak, and you lack the strength and discipline to call yourself an official member of the National Coin Association. Ethel stifles a chairback snigger as the fuddy-duddy ferret bounds back to Cap in a moody red hue.
You can't do that. You wouldn't do that.
Oh, yes, I would, and it wouldn't take much doing either. The Staffordshire Brunch founder, Gareth, hates you. Finds you tedious. He'd be spunking himself happy if I got shot of you.
Gareth hates me. You can't give me the boot cap. I know every currency code there is.
Then prove it, man. Take that sea of knowledge upstairs and start fulfilling what's expected of you.
Yes, Captain,
saluted Chum, forlorn and tired. Simply for the sake of taunting, the monster presents a 1-minute grin for the time it takes for the two oldies to climb the solitary staircase, their OAP paws travelling the railing wood, advancing with bended knee clicks onto the lonely landing and beyond. The grey word wonderful flooding Lidman's overheated steam brain. More time, he thought. Beautiful, golden nuggets of time. Another part of the maze to hide. Survive and think. Chapter 7. Ghosts. Fresh from the kitchen tap, a sodden sponge beats down wet upon the loafy leather chair, wiping away vomit spots of ejected confectionery. "The smell is bleh," said the mouse. "I'm glad most of it went over the cushion. God, the stink, and I'm hot, and I don't want to be doing this. Right, that's it." Leaping up, dizzy, Ethel miserably pulls the feathery flourish from a vermilion headscarf, falling like black propellers past her pudgy knees. A breathy unwrap revealing on its final lap a cascading mid-length mess of butterscotch curls, completing her dolly shape of Victorian porcelain. "Ah, that feels so good. My head can breathe," moaned Ethel, vigorously scratching her hatted scalp. Meanwhile, a jug-eared Fred leans against the big bay, listening intently to the ever-changing weather. "Could at least help," he cried across the sicky bliss. Turning yellow amber, Freddie grants a lick of attention. "Sweet Ethel, the light of the May moon, the envy of all. Why, oh why, are you cleaning up Margot's mess? She's not even your friend." Sent from a low clean, the grey-eyed girlie snaps her Minnie Mouse fangs. "Because Marion is. I don't have many friends, so I try and be there for the ones that do make it that far." "Am I not your friend?" said the monster. Kicking the buzzard chair, the ossified doll glares at him with a childlike breathiness. "No, you're not. Don't ask such stupid questions. You're not even an acquaintance." Tired, she girlishly throws the damp sponge in F's direction and then herself into a comfy armchair, folding her juvenile limbs in a moody mood. "Nope, no friend of mine," said he, frowning lullaby eyes around a loose lap. "Although, for some reason, I do feel annoyingly comfortable around you, almost as if we're similar in some way. Maybe we've just met a lot of strange people. Bad people." Mildly intrigued, Fred walks away from the big bay. "Bad people? A girl like you? I have my doubts." Tuckered, the chair mouse slumps to a reclining comfort. "Shut up and change the subject. Actually, give me a cigarette and then change the subject." Strolling with an upward glance at the shadowy landing, Freddie takes a waiting smokestick from the mysterious Rolodex, spun 2 hours ago by a fascinated stallion. Proclaimed from a Grecian drop, she drowsily sucks through baby teeth, its papery pearl lit from above by a murderous hand holding a match. "You look tired. You should go home," said the matchman, caring for dim Dolly. "If you only knew what was waiting for me, you wouldn't say that. You'd say, 'Don't go, Ethel. Come with me to a faraway land where the bananas run free.'" Rolling amber, Freddie takes a reassuring peep at his watch before kneeling down beside her seat, a drunk Ethel reaching to pat his Helenus curls. "I like your hair. It's springy. I could, you know," said the Greek. "I could take you away somewhere exciting. Would you like that, Ethel?" Silently nodding, she plays with his lapel. "Where would you take me?" "Where indeed?" whispered F, seductively. "A leaf from the Book of Marion, perhaps. There's a reason why young girls flock to Paris. It's the only place on earth that loves as much as they do." "Is that so? Exaggerate how wonderful it is. Make me smile," droned the sleepy mouse, taking a puff. "Very well. I know exactly where we would stay. A small but tall, privately owned guest house, in the centre of Paris no less, built above a bakery. Hardly anyone knows it's there. It may as well be Lumière des Étoiles. That sounds pretty. What's special about it?" "Well, it's horribly expensive, luxurious, and all you could want. But the why is a thing of simplicity. On the top floor there is a room, a beautiful suite with a lover's balcony. To leave it open in the summer nights is wise. You wake in the morning with a stretch and a yawn, greeted by the heavenly smell of freshly baked bread and a balcony view only found in painted postcards. The whole of Paris alive, in love, an Eiffeled paradise." Lethargic, Ethel half blinks at him with the parted lips of a tired child. "If I wasn't so beat, I'd burst out laughing at what you just said." "Pray why?" said Fred. "It's too sweet in my mouth," said the mouse. Freddy holds her lying lolly-paw. "An example, then, to ground it in reality. What are you doing tomorrow?" "Nothing." "Then what's stopping you, Ethel? Hypothetically, if we were to bump into each other at Birmingham Station tomorrow morning at, say, 11... This is hypothetical, of course. We could jump on a train to Southampton, and then a little boat ride over the sea, and before you know it, we'll be in gay Paris, enjoying fine cuisine and even finer wine, as you forget all your worldly troubles like a dot in the distance." "You scare me a little." "Ethel, the words I want to hear are, 'My darling Freddy, I can't wait to see your ugly face tomorrow at 11 sharp under the arch of platform 7, and I better leave now, so I'm not too tired in the morning.'" In silent fatigue, Ethel stubs the crystal ashtray with what remains of a wilted pleasure, outstretching her Beddy-by arms to an attentive wrist-grabbing Greek, pulling her up. Newly vertical, she rag-doll stumbles with brattish bed groans into the bright kitchen. "Margot's mess, the chair," she said, stopping suddenly. Freddy, quick to reply to stunt any further dawdling. "I'll be your choresman. My night is far from over. Prediction. Me waddling Mrs. Bettridge home." "Lucky boy. You know, Fred, most men would be concerned. A young girl night-driving. But you're not so. You're funny." Swaying with forward hiccups, she reaches the cluttered hat-rack, slipping on her little beige trench coat and creating a resourceful neck-warmer from her vermilion wrappings. Wearing the mask of a gentleman, Freddy opens the heavy front door to a warm, breezeless night, the air thick with hot humidity. Cocking an olive elbow, little E boozily holds on tight to the monster's large bicep, trying not to fall over as they leave as one onto the grey gravel drive. What proceeds past this point is a distorted image, a matter of manipulation and the roar of ignition, the sweaty, sad sight of a small, sleepy, drunk girl strapped behind the wheel of a newly unmounted motor. But why this ridiculum? What? No! Stop! I don't want to go out there. I want to stay here. Within the clever structure, I can't think, Northmanny. I'm somnium. That's it, isn't it? I'm dreaming. I'm asleep. Where, I cannot be sure, but I'm definitely sleeping. I'm coming to the surface, my darlings. I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm here, comrades. I am aware that I'm fart failing as a good host, but my last apology for bouts of absent behaviour were pure and powerful. Double it again, and you shall be sufficient. Why do you look so sad, so glum? You've aged since last we met. How wonderful! Sorry, that was rude, what I just said, wasn't it? See, I'm learning. I'm getting better, but to stay 'twould be mad, 'twould be sickening. I feel restless. I feel unwanted aches. I feel too young to be in the wrinkled grip of an elderly vice. I want to float again, my brave boys and girls. Upwards through the ceiling I do. Up we go, upstairs I am. Where is he, I wonder, with rising thunder? Where is my panicking primate? I want to see him. I want to hear his scraping hoofs clattering to pick up a floppy, flaccid key to a welded wonder. How strange it is. I'm having trouble finding the bindings of his swollen purple toes. Maybe he's biding and hiding his way from me. How dare he do? I might be slow, but I didn't red-face you out of my screaming slit for you to bite at the bit to prove me unfit. Oh, hello, landing doors. My, oh my, what a pretty bathroom. I'm a what? How rude. He is definitely not in there, and he's not in here. For best results I cock my throb to detect that tiny elusive cough. One door left, the last room, Mr. Baboon. Gee, golly gosh, that's a tricky big knob. I best transcend its monkey matter, panic and particles to the other side. Ah, there he is, class. He may be small and hard to find, but there he is nonetheless, standing so proud, so doomed in his thinking room of circles. It's so simple, so elegant. I do believe his balding pet is about to speak. Oh, how exciting!
It's not Philip the Great, it's Charles the Third. You can tell by the chin,
moaned a miserable Larry, wilted over a small cornered school desk, squinting the fine ridges of a Spanish coin under a hot desk lamp. Surrounded by a semicircle of sloping coin cases, an equally frustrated Lidman sweats profusely, with wound-up shirt-sleeves, rapping a tippity-tap-tap with his logical soul, trying to conjure up a light-hearted retort to soothe the boiling pressures of a mentally homebound Larry. That market merchant's fleeced me again, eh? I knew the chin didn't look right. Well, it's all part of the fun, I suppose. My, it's hot. Why is it so blimmin' hot in here? As a warm Lidman smears broken beads along a gorilla-ish brow, the grump grows tetchy beneath the burning bulb.
You said that was the last coin.
Just one more, Larry, said D.L., soothing and soothing. This is definitely the last one. You're the only man who can decipher its origin. I could show that...
No, I'm leaving, snapped the Red Rat,
relinquishing his seat imprisonment to steal across the stuffy coin room to a firmly closed door. Mortified in a ghostly moment, Daniel bathes in the raping realization that faithful Chum is the only living thing standing between him and a boarded-up coffin. Pushing his actions to a newfound insanity, Host charges up behind the fleeing ferret, tackling his tired body into the big fat knob, both banging down onto the hardwood floor in a slow-motion fumble of old extremities.
"You're not going anywhere. He's going to kill me," cried Lidman, leaking the secret while clutching 2 healthy handfuls of buff brown cardigan. "He's got a gun. Listen to me."
Fidgeting in a beetlish horror, Larry yanks free his pigtailed buff, scrambling to his feet only to be attacked once more into a dusty display case by a hot-headed Host frothing in a wild frenzy.
"Didn't you hear me? A goddamn gun!"
"Ouch, you've bruised my leg. Who's got a gun?" spluttered the case-bent ferret.
"Freddie!"
whimpered DL in a laboured ache of relief. His fate finally out and proud like a dancing Nancy.
"Please help me. I'll give you anything. Coins. Take the coins, all of them, Larry."
Plunging a raving mitt to a near presentation case, Lidman covers the ferret's trembling torso with a brimming scoop of silver Japanese yen, each one loudly clattering to the firm floor like metallic rain, causing enough noise to wake even the most catatonic of creatures.
"They're all yours."
"Help! Somebody help me!"
wailed Red Ferret, his back cracking under the gorilla's weight. Muzzling Grump with a pushing palm, Lidman detects the unmistakable heavy tremor of the front door being aggressively slammed. "Shh!
"Be quiet. Did you hear that?"
whispered Daniel, continuing in a sharp hush.
"Right, Larry, you need to listen to me very carefully, because we haven't got much time. Freddie wasn't invited to this party. He's a stranger, and I don't know why, but he's here to murder me. I've been keeping it quiet all this time, because if I told anyone, he would start hurting people. You understand, don't you, Larry, why I kept my mouth shut? It was for you, to keep you safe. Please, for old time's sake, help me."
Carefully, DL takes his hairy hand away from an orange gob, only to unpause Larry's plea of despair.
"Help me! Help!"
"You're not listening to me. He's a madman. He drugged Mrs Bettridge. He poisoned Marianne's friend. And you're next, Larry. He's going to kill you."
Eerie in movement, the indiscreet sound of footsteps coming up the solitary staircase reaches their telltale ears. Growing louder with every ascending thud, the tit tension comparable to a feverish nightmare, winding and winding and winding. Together they stare, petrified. An unlocked door pooing itself likewise as the maddening metronome of successional thuds plants its first creak into the lonely landing.
"Well, lock it then,"
squealed Larry, believing by way of fear. Propelling himself, Lidman painfully rams his pensioner's thigh between the door and the frame, revolving the key and lock to its inevitable click of security. Falling back to the floor, Cap scrambles to the middle of the room as the line of light under the door morphs its strings, struggling to penetrate past a quickening stomp, 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 stop. The door handle turns with a tempered bang as the young lock fulfills its quarterly turn before snapping back to a 3 o'clock tock. Anxious beyond measure, the L and D duo exchange a haunted empathy, only to be jumped again by a second aggravated handle, mixed with a forced shudder of the entire door in its frame.
"Who is it?"
said Larry with an out-of-place casualness. In the ensuing lack of sound, the uneasy coin coup multiplies to a fizzing seaman, only to be washed away in an instant by an angry pussy.
"What do you mean, who is it? It's Marianne. What's going on? Why was the front door wide open?"
Regaining himself to a solemn stand, Lidman's paternal heart suffers an ancient pang. Wanting to cry the serrated sentence, Why, girl, why did you come back? Why didn't you stay away? Unbearably suppressing his wishing want, father ambles to the door, his daddy digits dancing around a brown-coloured key. Marianne, is anyone with you?
What? No, there's nobody with me, shouted the cat. Look, Dad, I've just spent an hour of my life waiting in a doctor's conservatory. I'm really not in the mood for hide-and-seek or whatever last-minute game this is meant to be. I think everyone needs to go home now, don't you think?
Where's Freddie, sweetheart? Continued father sharply.
Dad, I'm not going to stand here yelling at you through a closed door.
Just answer me, girl. Is Freddie downstairs?
No, he's not.
Key turned. The door is opened to a night-weary Marianne, her beautiful olive blues showing a shade of cross to an apprehensive dada. When you came in, no, Fred, added D.L., stepping the landing like an overweight gibbon, browsing an ominous stair view.
While we are playing this game of where everyone is, where the hell is Ethel? She could at least have stuck around to say good night. Unbelievable, said Marian, throwing her arms up in a huff. And Margot had to have her stomach pumped. I could hear it happening and everything. As Kitty Cat cringes at the freshly made memory, a banister-handed father inflates a mauve bag of worry.
But she's alive.
Of course she's alive. Doctor's letting them stay the night, though, to keep an eye on her.
Hiding his guilt, Lidman grunts in agreement. The cause?
Confidential. A big no-no. The doctor just kept asking if Margot gets depressed sometimes, replied M, suddenly clocking their fearfulness. What's wrong?
Crazy Rose, the red rat, creeps from the coin room.
He thinks that...
Shut up, Larry. Don't tell her anything. Everyone, just be quiet, barked Lidman, planting his first diagonal dip onto the staircase. Right, I'm going down. Both of you stay here. Upset and shrill, Larry cowardly coos from the doorway.
Don't you worry about that. I'm staying up here until this is all sorted out.
Feline eyes dart between cumbersome coo.
Sorted what out? Have you two seen a ghost or something?
With the big bay displaying rain, wind, and the beginning of thunder, Lidman reaches the final creak, swooping living room and kitchen in one panicky peep. Despite the happy fact of an absent monster, a dry golf ball-sized gulp struggles its way down Daniel's sagging gullet, the messy ravagement of the bunting bliss, sufficiently tidy and clean, the cushions pleasantly placed, the troublesome chair thoroughly scrubbed of all buzzardry. Even the ashtray is empty, but 1,000 times more unnerving than this unsettling oddity is the unmovable mass of Mrs. Bettridge missing from the deep blue chaise lounge. There's no one here. An angry Marianne stomps down the staircase.
Dad, I think it's time for bed. You've had way too much to drink.
Larry, he's taken Mrs. Bettridge, yelled D.L. to a high landing rat.
Is what? Someone explain what's going on now, fumed Marianne, informed by a weaselish woo. He thinks Freddie is trying to kill him.
Cork it, Larry.
Ever confused daughter dimbles. Freddie? Trying to kill you? Why? Have you upset him?
Both of you, please, just be quiet. I need to think, growled Lidman, wearily shuffling into the bright kitchen with Larry's moaning drones lingering on from the top step.
No, Captain, I will not be quiet. You always do this to me. You've always put me in danger, like that old drainage pipe you ordered me to inspect it for un, and I got bitten by a badger. I'm sick of it, you hear me?
Timidly, Daniel approaches the mud-stained mat. Marian, when you came in, you said the front door was open.
Yes, wide open. It's freezing in here now.
Veering away from the black-windowed sink, D.L. begins to madly mutter,
his ape brain holding counsel, a meeting with its own self. So he's taken Mrs Bettridge outside. Why? He's taken her home. But that's... Come on, think. Why would he do that? To get her out of the way, one less element. But the door has been locked and there's no one here. He didn't expect Marion to be back yet. He's been locked out. Marion's locked him out. The home bulbs, all of them, illuminating the rods and cones of Lidman's pulsating pupils, are in an instant cut short. Their glowing tungstens of molten wire die with fading filaments, plunging the household and all of its occupants into a terrible blackening. Chapter 8. Blood and Shadows. The foreign storm, with its zigzag yellow and rumbling curry gut, invites night into every corner of the commodious cottage, duveting its residents beneath a melanoid blanket of black, spearing their clitted ears with the sound of pummeling window rain and the prolonged female soprano of a newly blinded banister hugging Red Ferret. "I can't see! Oh, God, I'm blind!" "Marion, are you all right?" cried Lidman from an obsidian kitchen, trying to force his disabled sight to hone in on a few stray beams of hazy moonlight emanating from the big bay. "Both of you stop shouting! It's the power out! They said this would happen," replied Em, slim and sightless, calculating her current position by aid of an armchair, the weaselly staircase howling back at her. "Going to happen? Who said?" Marion floats a disgruntled groan. "The papers, front page for the past week. Don't you read?" The shadow-bound stare jabbers and gibbers with up and down whimpers. "Only the crosswords. Sometimes spot the difference on Sundays. Oh, I hate the dark. Always have done." Prepared for the black event, the clever pussy conjures a small hive of tea candles from a pool-drawer drinks cabinet, lighting the first wick willy with a nuzzling burn bobbin. The phosphorus flame illuminates her beautifully worried face from beneath, the grave nothingness surrounding all middle vision made even darker by the sudden output. Assertive and quick, she places candle after candle around the living room until their budding beams reveal the grim, crazy-haired spectacle of a gargoyled ferret craning half his body down the solitary staircase, maintaining a sweaty grip on the banister's curling top knob. "Is Freddy down there, Captain? Can you see him?" Projecting via kitchen, Daniel's deep reverberation booms from the dark dingle. "He's outside. Stay away from the windows." "This is ridiculous. Why in berries would Freddy want to kill you?" purred the cat, only now acknowledging the Bunt's new-found piety, peeled to a black sepia place of Buddhist prayer, with bright brushstrokes of spooky orange. The shadowy fast candle flickers, mimicking the various scare levels in Larry's elderly diction. "Cap, tell her what you told me, that Freddy wasn't invited." "True, our lass," grumbled father, passing threshold into candlelight, looking older with added illings. "He's been hired. Some carpet-bagger wants the building rights to Lidman and Son. Year on year I'd never sell. They're strung zeros together like pearls, but I was stubborn." "Hell, I know that look. I hate that look. You're being serious," squirmed the cat. "I knew there was something odd about him, but I couldn't dart the dot." "The plan was to pop me off in a field," uttered father, deriving a small fool's happiness from the past tense. Slender aghast, Marion goosebumps in a growing thinkage. "Well, how do you know he's outside? He could still be inside, hiding in the dining room." "He won't be. frowned Lidman, eyeing up the coffee dong. "It's a dead end down there. He's too smart. It would give me leverage with advantage. He must be outside." Landing Larry inspects the apocalyptic downpour from a slanted stair view.
"So, he's just waiting, out there in the rain?"
In resting quietude, 3 little flames sizzle their wicks and vanish. "These tea candles won't last long," said M, placing the last wax waver on the sluttish side table. Getting faster, Lidman quick wits. "Guslump, the old one in the pantry might be some paraffin left, if it hasn't dried up." "I'll go," said Cat, promptly disparaged. "No, stay where it's safe, girl." Nabbing his choice of Liberty candle, DL trails once more into the crow-black kitchen, keeping a low crouch for fear of being seen by a window-winking monster, presumably vapouring in a hot-soaked rage. Feeling oddly comfortable under the cover of ash-black nothingness, Lidman takes to the floor, knuckling a sharp left to the pantry point, grabbing its grey haze handle with an upward reach. Pan door opened, a badly placed sweeper timbers down onto a muscly temple. "Ouch! Bloody broom!" Inching further with the fumbling form of a blind hunchback, he straightens up warm in the middle willow, fingertips like insect feelers past unwanted tennis rackets and forgotten fishing rods, until something smooth, cold, reaches his thumb at the highest point, a long glass tube to his full fancy, making out by tiny candle flame the slightest glint of brass in an otherwise sea of raven shade. "Gotcha," he whispered. Sliding the cumbersome lamp from its high shelf amongst a forest of clutter, Lidman's apish mitt fails to obtain the rebellious base. "Damn it! No, no!" Toppling, the lamp hurtles like a lead-glass phallus, past the candle and down into pure ebony. Wincing in an instant, he waits to hear the vicious connection of heavy brass hitting boarded floor. But nothing. No sound. Following Mr Lamp with bended bugger knees, his candle-lit perimeter offers no more than a few feet of sight from his own stone grimace. Expecting a cushioning pile of winter coats to alight his Parkinson prints, a malleable, meat-like mysterium takes its place along the pantry floor, the ambitious candle providing enlightenment in the nightmarish form of a whale, flickering amongst the bric-a-brac with a drip, drip, dribble from a dreamy drug smile. Extinguishing flame with a horrified jolt, DL scrambles bat-blind around the noisy nook, trying to find the paraffin lamp. Panhandling in the direction of Bettridge, he encounters 2 objects resting on her large, sleeping, gently breathing belly, protruding rough tongues and the dye scent of leather. Freddy's black leather shoes wafting an unnatural sweetness. And then potatoes. Hundreds of potatoes hitting carpet-covered wood, sounding as such to Lidman's hairy shells, the unmistakable bodily repetition of a lingering life falling down the stairs. Panic-stricken, he clatters backwards out of the pantry, log-flailing to reach the living room. "Marianne, what's happened? Are you—" Statued by the big bay, daughter appears paralysed, her aphroditic holes creasing at the horrid sight of Larry's assaulted body, twisted in a heap at the bottom step, bleeding from a tangled crown. Stepping red ruby with a weary weight, father is addressed by a stone-faced, barefooted Fred, stood halfway up the solitary staircase, pointing the exposed firearm at Marianne. "That was the last door, Mr Lidman. If I can have you standing together, please, there is safety in numbers." Riddled in peach-light and waving swirls of Tibetan red, DL pleads up at the high gallowman. please, oh, please, just let her go. It's me.
You're trying to be clever again, muttered the monster. The time for calculations has passed, Mr Lidman. Stand together, please. I won't ask you again. Joined in misery by a hand-hugging father, Marian bites her gum to the point of bleeding, suitably symbolic of her oozing ambivalence towards aiming amber and subsequent purr in a careful confab. Have we upset you, Freddie? Angry with us, maybe? High Fred beams back at her, confused. I'm not angry, Marian. You two have been very hospitable hosts this entire evening. But you have that thing. If this is a joke, said the cat, calm as can muster. Joke? Projected Fred sharply. You believe my actions to be a prank, Marian? A practical jape, correct? Trembling out a small, mournful nod, Marian grips her father's sweaty mitt even tighter as Freddie's dark orange demeanour takes a dramatic turn to a smiling harlequin. Well then, absolutely, it's all just one big joke. This isn't even a real gun, Marianne. It's a toy that I painted black yesterday, chanted Monster, laughing and dancing horribly staged between the ceiling and stair. Petalled in shape, pink in colour, Marianne's mouth laughs along in stark contrast to the rest of her features as Freddie continues to wave his revolvered limb, honking on like an olive-skin clown. And he fell for it. Can you believe it? Gullible, your old father. Saf bulbs, old and new, sink momentarily to the bloody grump, and up again to a perplexed F. What are you two looking at? Oh, yes, you're right to wonder why our good friend Larry had to retire for the night. Well, the reason is clear. That was my first joke. Funny, don't you think he looks funny? I do. Descending Ethelish, the Greek jumps the last few steps onto the blood-red carpet, clearing a vermilion grump by only a few centimetres. Coming closer and closer, Lidman fidgets with gritted teeth, Marianne ditto with great airy exhales. What's wrong with you two? You're not laughing. Maybe buffooning is not for me. Pity. My dream of touring the music halls will have to be dashed. Oh, well. With a careless shrug, Freddie points the Belgian at father and fires a single round into his shoulder. Bang! Hitting the floor with an almighty thump of bone and old muscle, Lidman's grey lashes flee from pop-eyed pupils, his beautiful brain analysing every foreign iota through a sea of suffering, his pulsating drums mixing the ring of the gunshot with Marianne's heart-breaking screams, her soft hands grabbing at his hairy chest and shoulders, escalating to a shriek of pain, caused by her own heavenly hair trapped in a dragging fist, pulling her away in a bed of squeals. "Daddy! Daddy, help! Help me!" A primordial ape rage puppets the father beyond capability, heaving up and over in a mindless male wail, cricking his vein-covered neck to the faded blur of Marianne's elegant length, wriggling in a rhythmic chair. Fred, standing tall, holding the black Belgian to her up and down chest. "Watch, Mr Lidman, don't miss it." "Don't!" exclaimed Daniel, creasing in horror. "A chance like the others, please!" Greek turns sallow, coloured in Cornish candlelight. "If you care to cast back, you will remember she has already been given her chance." "Then I ask again. Let her live. I'll give you anything, anything." Surveying the fallen flop, a seeping prey, Fred plays with a pinch of interest. "What could you give, Mr Lidman? What could you possibly offer that would make me stop what you started?" Grasping a grain of hope, Daniel drags his failing build along the blood-red carpet, a genuine shade trailing in a long smear. "I have something. Just let me get it, please. Just let me get it for you." Reaching the red-headed heap like a leaking sandbag, father submerges his hairy hand under buff-brown wool. Curious, Freddie takes the beaten banger away from Marianne, aiming at Lidman with a cruel smile, a kid cowboy. Carefully crawling back, host unwraps the small square packet, a coughing vision for pity and pine, holding high the green-black ravagement to a towering gunman. This, lad, is one of the rarest coins in existence. It's called a silver samos, 7th century BC. Only a few have ever been found. It's worth a fortune, Freddie. You could live as kings do, my lad. You could have anything that life can offer. Disappointed, the Greek vacillates in a breathy boredom. Why do you persist with the old? You should like new things, like me. But it's shh. Don't talk. Put it in your mouth, Mr Lidman. Ah? Freddie rubs the sharp Belgian borne along Daniel's thinning hairline. Mr Lidman, your hearing isn't that bad. Put the coin in your mouth, please. Down and desperate, Dee's freckled tongue cots the corrosive coin, the repugnant metallic tang forcing a succession of dry gags, the vile spice of a trillion fingertips. The Greek channels the drawn-out drone of a patronizing parent. That's a good boy. Now swallow it down. Chair-bound, the cat unwillingly watches as father splutters and heaves on cracking knees to painfully pass the callous coin through a bone-dry throat, managing to lubricate the coarse consumption with resultant vomit, his whole being shivering as the cold currency settles at the bottom of a red, aching stomach. All the while a black barrel scraping around on his heavily creased beetle bonce, a tickled Fred, a slight titter with almond cheek twitches. Pathetic with pretty baubles. You truly are, Mr Lidman. But I have some good news for you. You've managed to stall me long enough to ponder possibilities, a reason for saving your daughter's life. Clamping a tangled shoulder with a running red mitt, Daniel sighs in a dry relief. "Oh, thank you, thank you." "You thank me without knowing. It is important to note that any hope of her surviving this night is at the mercy of my own personal experiments, and nothing to do with sympathy, sentiment, or anything else." "Anything," moaned DL with gritted teeth. "You can do anything to her as long as she lives." "Dad!" screamed Marian, fighting the impulse to get up and run. The gun, the big bad gun. "It's going to be okay, sweetie. Whatever he wants, don't fight back. Just let him do it," dribbled the dying father, paddling in his own drippage. "Oh no, Mr Lidman. You're the one who is going to be doing it," said the monster, puzzling a daddy down. "Do what?" "You'll see. Why don't you crawl your clever self over to her? Relax. Make comfort." Agonized in candled satsuma, Daniel tows his lulling log body to the arm of her chair. Cockling hands with willy whimpers both monitor a moving monster in droopy-eyed confusion. Ever calm, Freddie takes a power-glad position in the adjacent chair, leaving a spacious gap between him and host. What you two must be thinking in this moment, the darkest corners of the mind offer strange entertainments. Luckily for you and your daughter, Mr Lidman, I never acquired a taste for such meaningless spectacles. Still pointing the black banger, Freddy presents from his jacket pocket a long white box big enough to hold a fat fountain pen. Since you're so fond of rare things, Mr Lidman, you might take a particular interest in what I'm about to show you. I will spare your child's life because I want to test the effects of something, a drug, a new drug to be specific, only just born. Its region a rather questionable area of eastern China, and one's ownership is painfully transparent. My whole life, for one reason or another, has involved doing and remembering unspeakable and sometimes hauntingly irreversible things to good people, soft people, just like you two. And alas, it has become necessary for me to induce colourful sedatives in order to sleep at night. The body becomes resistant after a while, so I keep having to seek out progressively worse wonders. Pearly box opened. A syringe full of clear liquid is taken away from its binding staples. This little lily has a wonderful Asian name that I have absolutely no intention of trying to pronounce, but I've just been gifted a very generous amount and assured wholeheartedly that it works in exactly the same way as my previous mixture. Before it stopped working, that is, and fortunately for you, Marianne, I haven't tried it yet. It needs to be tested. Always wise to gild a guinea pig, which brings me to this very unhappy disclaimer. Assuming the manufacturer has done a good job opposed to a very, very bad job, there is a half percentage the drug will result in complications. An anaphylactic shock if her body tries to reject it. Her heart will stop, Mr Lidman. It will simply stop, and that will be that. No more Marian. Casual as can be, as if serving tea, Freddy frees a far-from-fine needle of its contraceptive pipe cork, holding it long to a dying dada, revolver at the ready. Go ahead, Mr Lidman. Take it. Breathing patchy, Marianne sobs in silent anguish, the grey glass syringe taken from the Greek's unwashed whittle. It is to be administered into the inner forearm. A soft kiwi, now usually a tourniquet, would be required, but hyperventilation is a helpful alternative. You shouldn't have any problem finding a line. Showing rows of rich ivory, Marianne's youthful body squirms in a ripening unrest, the scarlet father kneeling up to hold her down with slipping, smearing cherry limbs. "Sweetheart," bleated father in a red-faced squalor, I promise all will be. Together, trembling, Lidman stretches out the slender porcelain, daughter's pink peeps streaming with tired tears, her quivering rose-ribbon lips stuttering over every palated tongue-tip. "Daddy, I'm scared." A blubbering father, a runny nose, the same rattling thick wrist. I know it, I do. Please hold still, sweetheart." Physician F reclining with pleasure. "Good, Mr Lidman, keep going. I want to see a steady hand. Once you have proclaimed and penetrated the vein at a 25-degree angle, I want you to very slowly push the plunger down to its full extent, and then smooth as silk out with the needle at precisely the same angle." Wrenching her arm away, Marianne sporadically screams through her lack of breath. "Help! Please somebody help me!" Strangely worried, Fred furiously points the Belgian-born at her hot-heaving heart. "I'll shoot!" At the height of despair, Daniel claps his hard hand over Marianne's mouth, pushing her deep into the chair.
Amongst hair, teeth, and sweaty palm, she bites one of his stubby fingers in the saddest, slightest, least harming way. Merely a miserable clamp of father familiarity and love.
Please, sweet, stop, please, stop. This is the only way, whimpered D.L., broken with grief.
Jaw perpetually open as if in a muted scream, she sinks back into the candle-lit tragedy, holding out her shaking length to a doctoring dada, a clipboard jaw, squinting and squeezing her faded arm lines. Riding his chair rim, Freddie watches with the judgmental gaze of a nursing exam. Miss Needle pricks and penetrates. Marianne's head hinges back, floating a single ember of pain. Slowly the plunger plummets, the clear mysterium disappearing into her puzzled bloodstream. Agony, ache, and finally out with perfect jerk geometry. Brightening a weak smile, Freddie beams a caring sincerity. You're both doing splendidly. You have my recognition. Plastered in dry tears, Marian helplessly concentrates on her inner workings, a chairside parent grabbing her new fizzing fingers, tight grip diluting, strength going down, her ribcage coming up in violent nostril-flaring palpitations. Overjoyed, a monstrous midwife directs the suffering in a barrage of hoity hoots. Don't go any further, Marianne. We're going for little breaths. Calm it, again. Little breaths, little breaths. I can't. I can feel my arm, droned the daughter, speech disappearing, glaring, petrified at her numb nerve knuckles being brutally stroked. Nothing. A rubber limb, empty. A good sign, said the happy midwife. Her body's accepting it, and now we can begin. Hugging his melting girl around the shoulders, Lidman rests a soundless sob on M's warm collarbone. Her heart-shaped display begins to show no signs of wane or worry, transforming its style to a nonchalant boredom, glancing around the bunting bliss as if seeing it for the first time. Professional, the Greek leers in a forward focus. Fall away, Mr Lidman. This is the part I'm interested in. Unwrapping himself from her, father alarms at the hollowed-out horror.
Sweetheart, are you...
Tenderly turning Marianne's chin to him, she simmers with a dispassionate pout, a restaurant Greek clicking his fingers to turn attention. Marianne, would you be kind enough to look over here, please? Languidly, she flops her head to F's eye line. A question. Can you move any part of your lower half? Shaking blonde locks with a great big grin, she giggles like a mischievous child, hiding a secret. Beyond broken, Daniel buries his face in his hands. Very good, Marianne. A star for hard work, said Freddie, low-key and calm. You should have about 10 to 20 seconds left before you slip away into unconsciousness. I need you to listen carefully to the words I'm about to say. Your reaction is very important to me. Do you understand? She affirms with a bobbing femme neck. Pleased, Freddie continues. Listen close then. When you wake up, Marianne, you won't have a father any more. When you wake up, you'll be an orphan and all alone in this world, with nobody to hold you, with nobody to love you. Marianne's golden waves fall back to a low dada. The Hellenous words having no effect, a bored daughter, pout blinking, slight and still. Look at her, Mr Lidman. Isn't it fascinating? She doesn't care. She doesn't feel pain. She doesn't feel fear. She doesn't feel regret.
money well spent for those that seek it. Pale peeps closing into a deep sleep, Lidman repeatedly kisses the back of her flaccid skin fist. "Goodbye, sweetheart, my darling girl." Amber eyes sparkle in the red-orange bliss. Chair leaned and loose, almost melancholy. And off she goes. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I must confess being impressed. Far more feisty by a good 5 seconds or so. Lily, Lily. Quiet again. 2 more candles wave their last. Black wicks abandoned by wispy smoke strings. Erratically the monster stands, stretching the small of his back, cutting a white scare moan through the newly rested silence before extending a lengthy arm to a grounded DL. "Could you pass my personal syringe, please? I've grown somewhat attached to it." Exceedingly feeble, Lidman weakly hands back the solid shot to a prick-picking Greek, standing tall and fit, openly admiring his logical watch. 12:59 exactly. And that's everybody. Yes, I do believe that's everybody. Rough jowl and bristle, Marian's hollow hand suffers one last fatherly kiss. Content with her slumbering safety, a mass of shouldered anguish returns to Lidman's sodden lump, with the added vexation of Freddy's mad mutterings. But, just to be sure, let us summarise for a moment. Mrs. Betteridge is quite sufficiently tranquillised, a rather cheeky American blend meant for moose if it's of any interest. Little Ethel is hurtling home drunk in a half-clapped-out mustard monstrosity. That delightful though slightly irritating young couple, Ben and Margot, are bound to a doctor's bedside because of what I assume was some sort of garden insect deterrent. "Rat poison," growled low Lidman, a Mediterranean brow up in amusement. Oh, rat poison, was it? On this flooding day of thunder, how fitting! Your charming child has successfully sampled my untainted batch, and finally your cowardly loyal Larry is dead. Dead? He's not dead. At least, I don't think he is, said Fred, strolling barefooted to a tangled mound, checking a presumed pulse along a freckled forearm. Yes, it's still there, only just, though. Returning throneway, reclining with a pondering austerity, Freddy lays the revolver on the right side of the chair, comfortably taking from his left-breasted blazer the last cigar of Daniel J. Lidman, given to him 7 long hours ago for successfully entering undetected. Lighting his prize by candlelight, he revolves the dark hickory wrap between digits of dry urine, a cream smoke ghost escaping via the side of his jailing bite, while enjoying the debilitated pant of a slowly dying Daniel. Rare hisses served with a pot of pain. I must say, Captain, your persistence tonight has exhausted me. Congratulations. A very hard thing to accomplish in such a plain domestic setting. I've even grown to admire how resourceful you are. I wish I could have you last in my memory as the cleverest creature I ever crushed. But I'm afraid it would be a falsehood. There was someone, a good few years ago, a priest. Now he was clever. Very, very clever. Old, about your age, but very fit and taller, much taller. A good 6 foot something. A deep voice and deep-set eyes and a big rosacea nose. Hair as white as heaven. His likeness stays with me. To forget such a clever priest would be a sin. He even managed to give me this. Sliding the Havana to one side of his clamping jaws, Freddy unbuttons his shirt. 1 button, 2 buttons, 3 buttons. Parting the cotton, a badly healed brown puncture mark the size of a large marble tarnishes the lower rack of his olive skin ribs. "Fire poker," mumbled a cigar-mouthed Freddy with a hint of pride. He caught me in a moment of remorse. He, too, was very good at giving long, passionate rants about forgiveness, love, and a better life. "Hope it really hurt," smirked the broken-hearted father. "Oh, it did. It really did. You were right, by the way. This is a very nice cigar. It's got a sort of oaky, aptly taste to it." Anemic with a lack of breath, Lidman speaks a low irritation. "Guessing our lad." "Guessing?" said the Greek, not really paying attention. "Guessing your lot," host wallowed. "Army? Treated you badly after? All those years of service, and then kit bag out, you out without a penny in your pocket, and you, being the hardened guard, couldn't earn an honest living." Puff-kissing a cloud of grey smoke in DL's direction, Fred remains apathetic with the exception of one tapping toe. "The army think I'm dead, Mr Lidman, so for all prime and purpose you're being killed by a ghost tonight." In helpless stagnation, Lidman grows increasingly maddened by the Greek's jovial demeanour, smacking and licking his brown lips, contemplating a slight raspberry tang to the Havana. "Know what I'm starting to think, lad," grumbled the grave man. "What's that, Captain?" "I'm wool gathering. You're not going to kill me at all. I've suddenly clocked that for all your actions you haven't actually killed anyone. And now it's just you, me, and that bloody gun. And all you're doing is talking. Just talking and talking. Why?" Regretting every foolish word, the old man cowers, dreading a red reaction. "All right, Mr Lidman. Since you've asked so passionately, I'll let you in on my private process, my guiding lines, the rules of elimination. We are talking now because I can't stomach the namelessness any more, the faces going in and out, seeing their one look of terror. It rots one's perspective after a while. You see, contrary to what you might think, it becomes progressively easier to dispose of someone once you have dined in the crook of their care. It allows you to collect their flaws, their foibles, their treatment of others. It can all be rolled into one big magnificent ball of justification after all. We all have imperfections in our character. Take our good friend, the tall priest, for example. He was a good gallant man in the main, kind and generous, trustworthy, had many fine friends, a well-respected saint valued by all. He did, however, have a rather nasty hidden habit of buttonholing child choir boys scattered throughout his past, 5 different parishes, all presumably silenced by the fear of being struck down by God Almighty. Friction burns passed off as playground fumbles. But it was his last vestry adventure a few years ago that relates to my involvement. You see, he got a bit overzealous with his fun and fruitful activities and accidentally ended the life of a 7-year-old, a little girl. Fearing embarrassment, the church, of course, swept it ruggish, and off he skipped to parish number 6. His first night there, all nice and comfy, still laying out his books. Hiding a despondent mood, Freddy stubs the cigar into the padded chair arm, his dirty brown foot tapping rapid. But despite these frolicsome facts, When I visited his new parochial house at precisely midnight, all he would have got from me is a nice clean bullet. That is, if he hadn't got playful with steely decor. But because he did, I gave him a generous amount of my very, very valuable time. Not too much, mind you, because, as you can imagine, I did need to seek quite urgent medical aid, but in the time we spent together I genuinely lost my entire sanity. He was... I struggle to find the words, I really do. I inflicted so much yellow horror on that man of God that to this very day, Mr Lidman, to this very day, he isn't actually, technically, dead. Which is very unlike me, not to complete an assigned brief. But the parents, sorry, I meant to say employers, as soon as my employers perused his condition from afar, they were big happy faces, warm and satisfied. I even had a handwritten letter passed along to me personally, thanking me from the bottom of their little broken hearts. Tears. Freddie wipes his lion eyes of golden citrine, somehow made darker by the sparkling swell. I am evil, Mr Lidman. There is no getting away from that. That is what I am. I sometimes ponder a day where I will be made to repent by one force or another, and on that day I will, on my knees, I will burn with regret for every stick, stone and broken bone. But not that night. I'm not letting them have that. For that I am proud. Chapter 9. Hold On. Traumatized, the homely wall clock reaches its climactic responsibility, spearing a long downward erection to the ungodly dissension of 2 a.m. Worse than ever, the weather attacks the window glass, pummeling the living-room bay with formidable villains. The ready rain, the wild wind, a marriage of thunder. Surrounded by shy candle flames, a shadowy den of unconscious creatures, the anti-meridium Fred aggressively smears his tears away, laughing to himself, the faces of past employments dancing around the dying room of his mind, a carpeted father looking on as the Greek hits himself over the dome with loud cracking slaps, bullying his black brain from turning mutinous, grimacing with a tickling tongue to the left of his mouth with the added wag of a girthy digit. There is no need to worry, Captain. The environment may be harsh at this time, but I am a reliable service and I will not break up on you. You have my word. Mentally forlorn, physically flat, Lidman endures the dragged-out torture of being killed at any moment, half wanting to scream, "Just do it! Just do it!" Hearing Freddie's endless workings, the gears are turning, thudding down on him, and all the while avoiding bulb ties with his monster for fear of provoking the final fatality. Instead, a falling gaze to a cascading hem, the emerald dress of his little princess, whispering to her under his breath in the tiniest tones, more spirit than sound, "I'm sorry, my girl. I tried everything. I really did." "Everything?" Freddie remarked, his jug-handle ears picking up every word to DL's disbelief. "If we're counting manoeuvres, Mr Lidman, you're near to everything but not quite. To save what little is left of your life, there remains a singular note. Do not mistake me, you have done very well. You have tried persuading me, guilting me, threatening me, electrocution, bribery. You even tried poisoning me, but what's left? Captain, come on. What's the one lever left to pull? The very last thing you could do to prevent me from filling your face and groin with black red holes for your sweet sleeping beauty, to give her a wonderful surprise for when she wakes up, just like Christmas morning. Twinging sore, Daniel jostles up to a sweaty sit, his hazy brain box barely obtaining any comprehension. I don't know what it is. Oh, come now, I would have thought it was obvious. Well, I'll bob a hint. What if I told you I live a very lonely life, Mr Lidman, with very little company? No surprise, Dee grunted sourly. Yes, well, as you can imagine, Captain, one gets lonesome. Sometimes I cry at night, suck my thumb, hug my teddy bear. What's the word I'm looking for? Tense. That's it. I feel tense. So if you were to somewhat loosen up my tension, it may just modify my mood. Wincing with dehydration, Daniel's stomach grows sickly, ascetic, green in feeling. What on earth are you suggesting? Well, it's very straightforward. I'm proposing that you get on all fours to simulate a lesser being, which you are obviously not, and crawl your desperate self across the floor to my pretty parted lap, and then— The advised way I would suggest would be to very, very carefully fish out my privates, and using that clever instrument of linguistic wonder that you have so often played tonight, I want you to relax me. If the experience is suitably pleasurable, it might miraculously put me in not only a good mood, Mr Lidman, but also a merciful one as well. Glistening, Daniel's dying dial reflects many things, from red-eyed exhaustion to liquidized fear, hate, and finally a milky white moment of forced contemplation of committing such a perverted act to survive. The mere image racing his rotten heart to the point of flailing spit gnashers. You're sick, disgusting. You're a goddamn lizard. You really enjoy it, don't you? You should have died in the war. You shouldn't have lived— An interrupting trig is turned to the hazardous trajectory of DL's chest. Well, I suppose this is it then, said Fred, casually. I think I'll aim for your ticking brain. Weak from consistent blood loss, the near-fainting old man curls forward like a whimpering Muslim at prayer, maintaining a reached grip to the high chair arm, intertwining a tight, sedated clasp around Marian's pink paw. The Greek's preceding verbiage, orderly, prim, and sharp to all ears. And since you're so fond of your completely deserved captaincy, I will execute you as a military man, just as a firing squad would do for desertion. I even know all the words. On the edge of his chair, the monster cock-clicks the black Belgian, pointing at the curved-shirted beetle back of Old Man D. "Company ready!" shouted F at the height of his lungs, drowning the sound of daughterly digits cracking inside a gorilla-ish grasp. The purest of ended fear triggering a loose toilet bowl as Daniel begins to defecate into his sweaty work trousers. "Aim!" All right, I'll do it. Please, begged Lidman, grasping powerless, every inch of his blood-congealed body quivering on the wet carpet. Do what, Mr Lidman? That thing. Please. Flaring a Mediterranean whiff, F notes the waft of excretion, its direction traceable, a freshly laid log now newly hammocked in Daniel's underpants. Quizzical amber. Is that you? Blubbing, Daniel breaks down in tears, covering his wrinkled shame. It is, isn't it? Freddie declared, sniffing vigorously with revulsion as Lidman bumbles and stutters every tearful gimpage. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. I'll do it. Do it? I can't think what you're referring to. Wait a moment. Are you bouncing about life-saving fellatio, Mr Lidman? You are, aren't you? You filthy old brum-brum. Fighting the urge to pass out, a willing Lidman rocks forward onto his blood-dyed knuckles. A game host, are we? Well, you can give it a go, but I might as well tell you now, your chances of deriving my mercy have significantly decreased, now that you smell of stool. Freddie leans back, Belgian on guard. Well, what are you waiting for, Captain? Taut, the tension of stretching tweed turning on padded cowhide calls to the ape's elderly shells as Freddie opens his muscular legs. Wheezing in pain, Lidman crawls with a bowed neck, a crude carpet view, one fist, one knee, and so on, along the rosary weaves, his quaking wrists struggling to take the weight of his raw torso, admitting maypole ribbons of rich scarlet running past his elbow, creating the perfect red ruby mark of a bad day trailing behind him. Almost feminine, Fred whispers in long hisses. That's it. That's it. Just a little further. There's no need to be scared. Look, I'll even stop pointing the gun at you, to make you feel a bit more at home. With every advancing inch print, the monster's breath heave picks up speed, his tanned lips retreating over large teeth as Lidman's wattled woe stops between tweeded knees, rising with running nose water to meet Freddie's morphing demeanour, turning from jupe to jade, a boiling, raving rage. Nosediving, the black Belgian swoops headlong into a live side of liver spots, sending host battered across the bliss with a freshly made wound, a biblical fountain stifled only by rattling hair rods.
You are actually going to... Disgusting,
screamed the Greek, leaping up barefoot, glaring, spitting, taking long galloping kicks to the middle of his victim, each malleted haymaker brutal and bronzed by dying candlelight. A hairy DL wheezing winded yelps of sharp pain, his blue body bullied into a deep dark corner. Convulsing onto a flopping front, a long object flings from his daily blazer, swaying forced focus around a glinting guile, a leather sheath, an elephant's head handle of silver, the re-gifted letter opener now clear as cut crystal in front of him. Borrowing strength from nil and nothing, an overdrawn Daniel fly-fishes a heavy hand to fight the tall cause of his own man-made oblivion. Snatching the elephant with a shedded sheath, he fumbles around with newborn bruises, a snarling simian holding up the blunt blade of shining silver, his left blue jewel horribly darkened by a multitude of burst blood vessels. "Well, well," said the Greek, "would you look at that? Right at the last, a true soldier." Despite all effort, a pale Lidman's left arm falls to a paralysed hang, a spent man, frazzled, his gift of breathing botched by a pricking rib. I can't go any more. Just let me hold my girl. When you do it, please, my sweetheart." Tea lights depleting, darker and darker still. A black Daniel crawls a carpeted sea of burning rouge to clutch with his last working limb Marian's slender ankle. Disrupted in hell, a monstrous room shadow shrieks and kicks his leaking lumber back into the sooted corner in a droplet mist of blood and spit. Enough! Freddy, crazed, angry and obtusely afraid. Monocyte fixed to a block-black ceiling, Lidman lays motionless. Deprived of a comforting touch, he begins to search all recorded memory for something, anything, to play and play again until the inevitable end. His burnt pie of a cerebellum circling a late wife, the filing thought chosen as plain as parcel paper. Not the way she smiled upon first sight, nor their modest wedding day in a small Irish town, or even the prolonged birth of Minnie Marion, where all three were finally complete and together at last. It is by random selection, the short verse song she used to carol quietly to herself to aid the passing of time, the lyrics completely unique to her childhood, invented one sunny summer, a little girl, a scraped knee, a graceful grandmother wrapping it up with a loving kiss.
Diddly-do and diddly-dee, I do believe I've hurt my knee. Feeling sick and feeling sorrow, with Nana's help I'll see tomorrow,
mumbled a dark DL in a warm, drooling whisper. With the end of lyrics scuttling from his blood-bubble lips, the old man waits and waits, leisurely dying in a rare brand of silence, only ever conjured by the earliest hours, that weatherless calm, that nothingness. In the murky bliss of two surviving candles, he hears his monster's voice again. Where is your reference?
Huh?
That rhyme, Mr Lidman, your reference. Where did you hear it? Freddy questioned, rapping his long fingernails in the dark, click-clack, click, along the sweaty black banger.
My wife used to sing it,
replied DL in a coarse croak, followed by a hefty coughing and a loud intake of air. Nana? Your wife? What are the chances? Slim as slim can be. Was she a nurse? VAD? Short, stocky, thick Irish accent? Tiny mole on the side of her chin. Haunting him further, a correct creeper sets off a wailing Lidman, his heavy weight squirming in little writhes, unable to lift any part of himself, frantically blinking, breathing in huge gulps, his weak heart painfully racing in a broken cage.
How do you know that? Did you hurt her?
On the contrary, Mr Lidman, if we are indeed talking about the same woman, she saved my life, and a great many others. Now that truly is a fated thing.
How dare you talk about my wife?
Bleated a faint Daniel, speech waning away, string by string. The last two candles, poof, poof. So many nurses, so little clients in comparison, said the darkness. We're going back a long time now, back to that river, la fin de tout. Ben thought 2 privates might have known me, met me, shaken my hand. No chance of it. You see, we grenadiers were long gone by then. Would you like to know what actually happened during those early battles, Captain? How we managed to transform a lush green landscape into the cradling nightmare that keeps the gin flowing to this very day? I was the orchestration, the ordered numbers and the arrogance of old men. My boys, my everything. Faith, honour, and strong together we were ready. 39 lives in the 1st Battalion charge. I wasn't afraid. I had a good horse, and I was angry. We advanced further than we ever dreamed, breaking through the German machines. A few got picked off, but
None of my boys. The second charge and then the third. The third we got it bad, really bad. Lost all I hold dear in a handful of seconds, and as for me, I was, shall we say, passing, full of holes, a bag of broken bones. I couldn't move, let alone fight. I was no use to anyone. And do you know what my superiors did, Mr Lidman? Do you know? They tied me to the saddle with sandbag rope and sent me off with the fourth anyway, just for the hell of it, right into the guns, the big ones. Somebody found me, wrapped in a grave of barbed wire and river rest, 2 days after the charge, with all sorts hanging out. How I was still alive is just unthinkable. Maybe I was angry then, too. The soldiers that took the time to dig me up, cut me out and cart me off on a stretcher, were not of my camp or rank. They weren't even from the same army. They were Australians, for God's sake. I was frightened, cold, and fading away. I remember a tent, the rattling wind and khaki-coloured sheets. I remember the screams, the pungent smell, and yes, Mr Lidman, I remember her. Vividly, quite apparent she was, the only one who could long-tail across days. You see, most nurses after a while would either collapse from exhaustion or get what we used to call raving Nancies. A nurse starts jumping up and down, making sounds like a rusty gate. This tended to happen to the youngest ones, but your wife was not young, was she? At least 40, give or take. Paddling in near paralysis, a mute Lidman painfully nods. Sorrow, sadness, and Mr Drop, the unearthly names of 3 dark tears running the ridge of his hairy earlobe. Nana, oh Nana, I haven't thought about her in an age, remarked the darkness. There was a young man in the bed next to me, a toffee-nosed mummy's boy, you know the type. He had the smallest shrapnel cut along his knee, crying like a pitiful child. She bandaged him up and then unravelled that rhyme for him, made everyone laugh. We liked it. She would never tell us her real name, so Nana it was. I hold a small urge to know her true handle, but I have a feeling it would pale my opinion of her. She died of typhus, said the sooted corner. Typhus, was it? I heard something of the like. Bet she put up a fight, a remarkable constitution for a woman. I would watch her whirl among an army of new wounded. How fast she moved, the energy, like a daddy longlegs making its way up a wall. She had this profound hatred of death, like a tar taste growing stronger. She kept us alive with her ways. You're gonna live, our boy, you're gonna live long. She would keep you talking about home, slap you hard around the face, anything to stop you passing. Most nurses wouldn't have let me go. Bring in the next lad, this one's bought it, but not her. She would just keep grabbing you and slapping you and throwing the other nurses around. Hell, she even gave me some of her own blood, Mr Lidman. You're gonna live, our boy, you're gonna live long, the first and last thing she ever said to me. Confusing shadows swaying in his peripheral, Lidman tries to pin the exact position of the Greek's horrid hisses in the obsidian bliss, a candleless coupe. The mass of life she must have saved all those years ago. I've never been a gambling man, a senseless endeavour, but if one had to, a forced flutter on someone, anyone, saving a life beyond their own, I'd place every blood-covered penny I have on that Nelly nurse. You've made it to 5, Mr Lidman, the first ever to do so, and in effect of such rarities, I'll be leaving. Settled in a
paralysed state, DL's light blind bulbs dart around the ceiling, his confusion expressed in a fit of wimpish mumbles. There is a sad but solid system for maintaining my sanity, said a passing shadow. Gathering 5 flaws to justify taking a life needs to be fair for the air of righteousness. 5 virtues, and they're free. Very selective, obviously, like a terrible game they don't even know they're playing. Your cleverness, your kindness, the love you have for your child, a flash of honour, and right at the last, Captain, unexpected, your exquisite taste in women. The tinkling clink of grey glasses being reclipped chimes by the threshold. What a night! A well-deserved lily, or maybe 2, or even 4. Treading tiles in the prick-eared silence, soft sporadic tones dissipate into the distance. A lulling Lidman, growing sleepy, bulbs rolling back, consciousness swaying in and out like little waves stretching their length along a pearly white shore, washing his perspective of minutes into seconds, slowly forming to a melon-shaped hour, half blinks, little breaths bedded in period waves. Jolting awake, loud cracks of disorientation, gasping, shivering, his lacking lungs filled with a big balloon of frigid air, sharp to a sore throat as high frequencies of bright alabaster rain painfully to the back of his rod-cone arrangement. The cottage lights are back on. In a moment of mortal flinching, he rolls onto a squealing shoulder, scan darting the colourful bunt in a dazed panic. The surviving stump of the morning dawn parades its grey-blue haze through the heavy oak entrance, left wide open for the chill, an arctic bliss, his teeth chattering with great vapour. Ogling a chair of cold leather, kin relief, the gentle up-and-down chest of Marianne's goose-pimpled body, peaceful, sedate, alive. Upon validating the ginger warmth still emanating from a crusted cold store, Lidman weakly clasps the banister frame, hoisting up a badly beaten torso, his quivering logs supported by an oddly redeemed strength. Palming his Yemen flag crackle of dry blood cotton, Daniel advances the freed rail, clogging infant-like over to M. Pulsed by a parental urge to cover her quick, he prepares his old journeying bones to close the source of unwanted chill. Creaking stiff and idle around a cold leather chair front, he reaches out to stroke a daughterly blonde bonce with a ham of hairy knuckles. Frowning, something is wrong. Fingers are numb, whole arm is numb. Turning lifeless by his side, déjà vu, shocked back to life by vertical rods of searing pain, racing from shoulder to thumb and back again, over and over, feeling light-headed. His newfound lung capacity ages away, breathless, salivating, the taste of copper. Oh God, oh no! Winding elastic, an elderly vice turning tighter and tighter around a choking chest cavity, dragging him down back to the ground in front of Marian's chair, his ocean eyes slam tightly shut. His mouth, the complete opposite, clutching his pounding heart with a rattling coiled claw. And why? Why indeed, I may ask the same, because it's time, comrades. What patient little particles you are. Don't think for 1 second that I don't feel embarrassed, feel guilty, and neglecting throb am I. All of these things I do have more or less, mostly less, missed out on your entire leading narrative, but you will note that I am here at the last, with warm kisses and chocolate hugs. Now where is he? I hate to be impatient, but where is he? Where is my monkey? Oh, look, he's down there. I'm not no fly, I'm footed and fair. Well, as fair as air can carry me, or maybe I'll drip along the picture frames. What a happy hoot! Either way, I descend with this finishing beginning. I will never forget you, my dying erectus, my brilliant ape. I can't forget you. Now, let me drop and get on top. Let me tentacleize a loving incubus on your rocking rack of broken ribs, that I may lean in and lick the discoloured skin flakes from your wandering hairline. Yes, I know you're in pain. Shoo! Try and stay still and relax. You did well, monkey, for a good while, and changed a great many things. It will all have to go back to normal, of course, but impressive nonetheless. The time has come to lay with your fossilized features. Strike a pretty pose. There's just one last thing to do. I've been growing your eventual irregular rhythm for years. I'm going to grab it hard. Comprendo simio. Lay back. Enjoy if you can. Oh, my. That is a fat one. A fat, plump pumper. Look at it, trying so hard to stay in tune. Look, it missed one. And another. So much pain, little ape. Let's wind down and around. That's the way, hey? Pounding his dying arms and legs around the red rouge, Daniel wells up with oxygen salt bubbles, counting his seconds in breath lengths, carefully giving and receiving through a closing esophagus. Now that is odd. Curious even. I may be a donkey's doo-doo, but I take pride in a punctual stoppage, and my clangor is finding it rather hard to stop your talk. It doesn't feel like punny paper. It feels more like plum pudding. Something's been pushing it, made it squeal and squawk. Yes, indeed. Who's been working your pump box, little Primio? I gasp at you. You broke my clangor. This is very disappointing. We're running out of time. You're so tired and old. I don't understand. Don't you want to come with me? Don't you want to coil and boil in the oil with me? I suddenly feel afraid. I don't think I've ever felt afraid before. Defeating the ready rain and the wild wind, a mighty reverberation of cavalry footsteps charges past the mud-stained mat into a freezing scullery. One cold doctor, accompanied by 3 blue bobbies, called in the daily dawn by a brummy police box hissing hymns of Navis Lane and torture. A talented teller. It must not be, then. Most would have been in my back sack by now. The hands have lapsed, so I must leave. You will join me one day, won't you, little ape, for cuddles? Jerking left to right in a Siberian chill, Lidman's fisted throat laxes in a laying vortex of malodorous air and the care of kneeling uniforms. You faced so much pain to maintain your existence, you must have a big smile ahead of you, a child's smile, no doubt. Looky, looky, it's true. It's true with acceleration. I see you. I see everything. I can touch everything. I even have a card here for you. What lovely handwriting she has. Shall I read it to you, monkey? Your future.
To Grandad, the bestest Grandad in the whole wide world. Hope you like the coin book and the tie. Mum bought them, but I picked them. Hope I see you soon. Love and miss you, and have an amazing birthday. Love, Sophie. Kiss, kiss, kiss. P.S. Mum and Dad say I'm as stubborn as you.
The end.